You are a trainee policeman. Do you honestly believe you are good enough for my daughter? That was the first thing anyone said to me that day, and the woman saying it was wearing enough gold to sink a small boat. We were in the Jiking Tea House in Zhongbei City, upstairs, private room, the kind of place where the tea costs more than my shoes. My future mother-in-law had a jade bangle on each wrist. She used one of them to point at me, which I thought was a creative choice. I did the math out loud in my head. Trainee officer, 5,200 a month before deductions. A rented room with a window that only opened if you hit it. Yeah, no, she had a point, but I hadn't come there to argue about my salary. I had come because my grandfather died 4 months earlier, and on the last night, when he could barely lift his hand, he pushed a folded piece of paper into my palm. Yellow, soft at the creases. A marriage contract, written by two people who had been young a very long time ago, and signed by both families, my grandfather and the grandmother of the girl sitting across the table from me, Ling Xianru, 25, business administration degree. Face like the reason cameras were invented. Her family was one of the 4 richest in this city, and when I say rich, I mean the kind of money that gets counted in hundreds of millions and then gets bored of counting. Her father hadn't said a word yet. He was a heavy man with a calm face, and calm men are always the problem. He reached into his jacket, took out a gold bank card, and slid it across the table with one finger. There are 5 million in this card, he said. Consider it compensation. 5 million for a piece of paper, for my grandfather's word. I looked at the card and I felt something go very quiet in my chest. I don't want your 5 million, I said. I didn't come here to force your family into anything. I came to give my grandfather an explanation, and then I tore the contract in half. 9 hours later, a reward system switched on inside my head. It paid out in skills money cannot buy, and the only thing that ever triggered it was that woman being genuinely happy. So the offer lying on that table was 5 million yuan to hand back the one thing that was ever going to make me dangerous. I did not know that yet. Neither did he. I want to be honest with you. It hurt. That paper was the only thing that man ever asked me for, but he raised me to have a spine before he raised me to have anything else, and I was not going to sit there and be bought in a room that smelled like expensive leaves. I turned to leave. Stop right there. Her voice, Ling Qianru, standing up, and she did not look like a girl who had just been rescued from marrying a poor man. My name is on that contract too, she said, like, you tore it up. Without asking me. I blinked at her. I was letting you off the hook. Did I ask to be let off? Her mother made a noise like a kettle. Her father set his teacup down, and Ling Qianru stood there in a room full of her own family and said the sentence that rearranged my entire life. Even if Lin Kai were a beggar in the street, I would not break this engagement. Nana arranged it. Nana is lying in a hospital bed in Beijing with machines breathing for her. Somebody in this family is going to keep their word. And if it isn't any of you, it's going to be me. Nobody spoke. Then her father smiled. And I learned something about rich people that day, which is that they never say no. They build you a hallway with no door at the end of it and then invite you to walk down it. Fine, he said. I am a reasonable man. Marry then, on one condition. If this young man can rise to the rank of police superintendent within 3 years, I will personally hold the wedding. Her mother relaxed. Her father picked his tea back up. Let me explain what he had just said to me, because I doubt it lands the way it should. In our system, a trainee becomes a first-class police superintendent in about a year. Fine. Then, if you are good, if you are lucky, if nobody above you dies of old age too slowly, you spend the next 18 years grinding toward third-level police supervisor. Superintendent is not on that ladder. Superintendent is the white uniform. Superintendent is the men whose names get said quietly in meetings. There are people who serve 30 years and retire 2 full ranks below it. He had not given me a condition. He had given me a mathematical impossibility with a bow on it in front of his daughter so that when I failed, she would blame the world instead of him. Ling Qianru understood it about half a second before I did. I watched it land on her face. She picked up her handbag. She took out the household registration book. She had brought it with her to a tea house on the day she was supposed to be talked out of this. Fine, she said. Then we'll get the certificate today, and you can hold whatever wedding you like in 3 years. Her father's cup stopped halfway to his mouth. If you walk out that door, he said, I will sever all ties with you. As father and daughter, she took my hand. We walked out. Behind us, I heard him tell somebody to freeze her supplementary card and call all of her friends. His voice never went up once. That was the part that stayed with me, not the threat, the volume. Downstairs, in the sun, holding the hand of a woman I had met twice, I said the only thing my brain could produce. You planned this. You brought the book. I investigated you, she said, perfectly calm. Monthly salary of 5,200, no debts, no criminal record, orphan, raised by your grandfather, ranked first in your class at the academy in physical assessment. That's flattering and also deeply alarming. And most importantly, she said, you don't have a girlfriend? That's not an achievement, that's a symptom. 8 days, she laughed. First time. It was a good sound, and I decided immediately that I wanted more of it, which is how these things start. Then she got businesslike, because she is a Chew even when she's throwing away being one. Terms, she said. 3 years of living together. If we don't suit each other, we separate and nobody makes a scene. I'll handle the cooking and the house, and we sleep in separate rooms, no shared bed. Understood, I said. What about holding hands, hugging, and so on? She gave me a long look. A little bit of intimacy, she said, is fine. Remember that sentence. That sentence is going to make me one of the most dangerous men in the province. Her car was a white Panamera. My scooter was at the station with a dent in the fender. We drove to the Civil Affairs Bureau. We took the photo where you're supposed to smile, but everybody looks like a hostage. And 40 minutes later, I was holding a small red book with both our faces in it, married, legally, to that. On the steps outside, she checked her phone, and her face did something complicated. My supplementary card is frozen, she said. Already? Already. Wow. Your dad works fast. He's efficient. She put the phone away. Well, you'll have to support me from now on. I laughed at that, out loud, because what else do you do? I had a 5-digit password protecting a 2-digit savings balance. I was going to support the heiress of the Chu family on 5,200 a month, and whatever I could find behind the seat cushions. She was still smiling when she said it, so I decided she was joking. She was not entirely joking. Our first home was 80 square meters on the 5th floor of a building the city had forgotten about. 2 bedrooms, furniture older than me, a kitchen tap that made a noise like a dying bird. I had scrubbed it for 3 hours the night before, which I mentioned because it was the only preparation I was capable of. She walked in, looked around, and took the smaller bedroom without a word of complaint. Then she rolled her sleeves up and cooked with me. 4 dishes and a soup. She ate more than half a large bowl of rice and announced she was going to gain 3 pounds today. I love my chubby, fair-skinned wife, I said. She threw a spring onion at me. And that was the exact moment a white 5-pointed star appeared above her head. My reaction was not awe. It was the specific dread of a man who thinks he is having a stroke over dinner. It was floating about 10 centimeters above her hair, turning slowly, and it was not casting light on anything, and she was chewing with no idea it was there. I reached out and touched it. It flashed and vanished, and a voice went off in the middle of my skull like a cheerful bank machine. Reward system successfully bound. Host has obtained a 1-star reward. Luck value permanently doubled. New player gift package issued. Critical hit 10-fold. Host's luck value temporarily increased 20-fold. I sat there with a spring onion in my hand. Lin Kai, she said, your face is doing something. It's fine. I love this suit. Here's the part I want to be very clear about, because I know exactly what you're thinking. You're thinking, great, a magic system that pays you for spending time with your own wife. That's convenient. And you're thinking about all the ways to farm it, because I thought about all of them too that first night, lying in a room with a water stain shaped like Hainan on the ceiling. I did the obvious test first. I stood in front of the mirror and interacted with myself very hard for 10 minutes. Nothing, not a spark. Whatever this was, it did not come from me. It came from her when she was actually happy, and it could not be faked. And I know that because I spent the next week trying to fake it and got exactly nothing. So no, there was no exploit. The system had one input, and the input was a real woman who could tell when I was performing. That is a much more expensive cheat than it sounds like. She broke a bowl doing the dishes and went pale about it. I'm sorry, I'll buy a new one. I'll buy a whole set. Honestly, I've hated that bowl since yesterday, I said. I'd been meaning to break it myself. You've done me a favor, thank you. She laughed so hard she had to put her hand on the counter. Then she noticed the suitcase. It was in the corner of my room. Brownish leather, gone the color of weak tea, red lettering flaking off the side, and a combination lock built into the clasp. My grandfather's. She crouched down in front of it like it was in a museum. My grandmother has one exactly like this, she said. It was a war merit prize. So I told her the story because she had earned it about 4 hours earlier in a tea house. Decades ago, my grandfather was a bodyguard, not the kind that stands outside nightclubs, the kind that gets assigned to a leader and is expected to be dead before the leader is. He took wounds that should have killed him twice, and he was nursed back by a young army medic who worked on him day and night until he stopped dying, and the two of them promised each other they would marry when the war was over. Then he went back to the front. and while he was gone, the leader he served was sent to a farm in the northwest for reform through labor, and everyone attached to that man was pulled down with him, family and staff and guards alike, and my grandfather simply stopped existing on paper. She waited for him. Then she believed he was dead. Then she married someone else, a man named Chu. He found her years later, both of them old, both of them married into other lives, and neither of them willing to break what they had built. So they did the only thing two stubborn old soldiers could think of. They wrote a contract for their grandchildren and they signed it, and they never spoke of it again. Ling Xianru was very quiet by the end of that. He had scars everywhere, I said, countless. I asked him once what they were from, and he told me to eat my noodles. What about your parents? And there it is, the question. Nobody knows, I said. There is no record, no file, no registration, no photograph. My grandfather raised me from small enough that I don't remember anything before him, and when I asked, he changed the subject with a skill I have honestly never seen matched. My family had you investigated, she said slowly. They found the salary, they found the academy scores. They said the parents section was blank and assumed the report was incomplete. It wasn't incomplete. She looked at the suitcase and then at me, and I knew what she was about to ask. No, I said. He asked me to bury it with his ashes in the hometown, unopened. Aren't you curious? Every single day. I did not open that suitcase. Not then and not since. Everything that came afterwards happened without me knowing what was in it. Now, about that luck value being multiplied by 20. I had a night shift starting at 8. I left the flat at 6, which was 2 hours early, and I did not go to the station. I went to the lottery shop on Jinshi Road. Look, I know, but you have to understand the position. I had a wife whose card had been frozen by her own father, a rent payment coming, and a voice in my head that had just told me my luck was temporarily multiplied by 20. Any man who says he wouldn't go and check is lying to you and probably to himself. 10 scratch cards, 10 yuan each. First one lost. My whole soul left my body. Second one won 200. Third one won 500. Fourth, fifth, sixth. By the 10th card, the woman behind the counter had stopped watching her phone and started watching me, and I was sitting on 6,700 yuan from 100 yuan investment. I bought 10 more. 8 of them won 8,200 yuan in, 14,700 out in 11 minutes. The shop owner leaned over the counter and said, and I quote, "Since the day I opened this place, you are the luckiest person who has ever played scratch cards in here." And that is where I stopped, not because I'm noble, because I have arrested men who started exactly like this, because the feeling in my chest at that moment was not joy, it was a hook, and I could feel it pulling. So I took my winnings, and I did one last thing before I walked out. I bought a single double color ball ticket, 100 yuan, 50 times multiplier, one set of numbers I picked because they were her birthday and mine. I folded it into my wallet behind my police ID, and I forgot about it for 11 days. Remember it? I didn't. Then I walked out into the evening and immediately ran into a crowd. 30 people in a ring on the pavement outside the pharmacy, all of them with their phones out, none of them within 2 meters of the middle. In the middle was a white-haired old man, flat on his back, with foam at the corner of his mouth and his hand curled against his chest. "Somebody help him," a woman kept saying to nobody from the back row. A middle-aged man beside me shook his head with the calm of a guy delivering a public service announcement. "Don't. I've helped 3 people like that. My buddy used to drive a Mercedes. Now he takes the bus." There was no noble decision. There was no decision at all. I was already kneeling. Pockets first. Left jacket pocket, small brown bottle, nitroglycerin. So he knew about the heart, which meant this was the thing he'd been afraid of for years. Finally, arriving. 1 tablet under the tongue. Collar open, belt open, head tilted, no pulse worth the name. Then compressions, 30 and 2, 30 and 2. The crowd got closer, because of course they did. Now that somebody else had taken the risk, somebody finally called the ambulance. On the 4th cycle, the old man's chest hitched under my hands and he made a horrible wet noise that was the best sound I had heard all week. The ambulance took 11 minutes, which was 10 minutes and 30 seconds of that time being fine, and then 30 seconds that I still think about. A black Mercedes came down the lane behind the ambulance. There was room to pull aside. There was clearly room. Instead, it slid into the gap, sat there and idled. The driver did not look at us. The paramedic leaned on the horn twice. The Mercedes waited exactly as long as it wanted to wait, and then pulled away smoothly, and I saw the driver's face through the glass for about a second and a half. He was smiling. I filed that away, put a pin in that face. It comes back. At the hospital, a doctor grabbed my sleeve and started explaining the old man's condition to me at speed. I'm not his son. Sign here, please. I'm not his son. I found him on the street. Guardian's signature here. I gave up. I paid the deposit, 10,000 yuan out of the 14 I had won an hour earlier, and I filled in the admission forms, and I found his identity card and his phone in his jacket, and I called the last number in his call history because somebody in this world had to be told. Then I looked at the clock, said a word my grandfather would have smacked me for, and ran for my shift. I did not wait for the family. I have thought about that a lot since. If I had waited 9 more minutes, half of the next year would have gone differently. Here is what happened on the other end of that phone call, which I only learned much later. The last number in that old man's phone belonged to the deputy mayor of Zhongbei City, Wu Chun, who was at that moment sitting at the head of a table with the heads of the police, the court, and the procuratorate in front of him. He took the call because it was his father's phone. And a young man he had never met told him politely and quickly that his father was alive and in the emergency department of the first hospital, and then hung up because he was late for work. I made my shift with 4 minutes to spare, and my mentor was standing in the yard with a face like a slammed door. Gao Lihong, 22 years on the job, all of them at Chaobei police station, all of them at the bottom of it, gossips like a courtyard auntie, envious in a way he is completely open about, which honestly makes it charming. He is also the only person at that station who ever taught me anything. The yard was full, every car out, every officer in a vest. Intel came in, he said. Zhang Tao is back in the city. I knew the name off the wanted board. A-level online fugitive. Knife fight over nothing 4 or 5 years ago. 1 dead, 3 in hospital, and then he vanished off the face of the earth. 100,000 reward. Gao Lihong went to Chief Chen Weiman and asked to be put on the ambush. I stood behind him and tried to look like a man who could be put on an ambush. Lin Kai is a trainee, the chief said, without looking up. No law enforcement authority. You two watch the house for me. We watched the house. Gao Lihong sulked for 40 minutes, smoked out the back door, took cold medicine, and went to lie down in the duty room. I sat at the front desk under a strip light with a moth in it and clicked through the wanted database because it was that, or stare at the wall. Tang Bo, Shu Qin, Zhang Tao, Ling Chanru called at 9:30 to tell me she had an interview in the morning. If a wife spends her husband's money, I said, the husband is entitled to a small reward. Hugs, being lifted up in the air, that kind of thing. I'll leave you breakfast, she said, and hung up on me, and I sat there grinning at a dead phone like an idiot. At 11:40, a man walked into the reception hall wearing a baseball cap. He stood by the door for a while, the way people do when they're deciding whether to leave. Late 20s, maybe 30, dark from working outdoors, hands like tools. He came up to the counter and did not take the cap off. I want to ask something, he said, not for me, for a friend. Go ahead. How do you find out if someone has a criminal record? Identity number, I said. He gave me an identity number. I typed it in. The screen came up red. Zhang Tao, male, 31 years, wanted at A-level, 1 deceased, 3 seriously injured, location unknown for 5 years. I did not look up immediately because I needed 1 full second to arrange my face. And in that second, I understood the whole thing. He had spent 5 years at some mine at the end of the world, no phone calls, no letters, not knowing whether the men he stabbed had lived or died. 5 years of not knowing is a long sentence to serve on your own. And this evening, he had come back to his own city, and the not knowing had finally gotten louder than the fear, and he had walked into a police station to ask. I looked up and smiled at him. It's fine, I said, no criminal record at all. I watched a grown man nearly cry in front of me over a lie. Nothing, nothing at all, nothing. 5 years, he said, mostly to himself. 5 years I've been hiding for nothing. Just sign the visitor log for me, I said, and we're done. We hope you'll continue to support the work of our police station. And here's the part where 22 years of Gao Lihong's grumbling paid for itself, because he told me on my 3rd day that the counter is not cover, it is a table, and a table is something the other man can throw at you. So I did not slide the notebook across the counter. I picked it up and walked around the end of it, holding it out with both hands like a waiter, chatting about the weather. When I was inside his arm, I hooked my left forearm across his throat and put my foot behind his heel. He went into the floor of the reception hall of Chaobei police station, hard enough to knock the moth out of the light fitting. He fought properly, which told me everything. But I was on his back with the knee in the right place and one arm folded up, and my cuffs were on him before he got his second breath. Then I searched him. Right front pocket, a switchblade folded about 1/2 foot long. I sat back on my heels and looked at that knife for a while and felt my hands get cold, because if I had slid that notebook across the counter like a normal person, that blade would have come across it in the other direction. Zhang Tao started banging his forehead on the floor tiles. If I'd known, he said, if I'd known, I wouldn't have come to a police station to ask. I'm such an idiot. I'm such an idiot. I couldn't argue with him, so I didn't. I dragged Gao Lihong off the duty room bunk. He was in his undershirt, and he had a crease from the pillow across one cheek. Master, I've arrested a suspect. It's Zhang Tao. Xiaolin, he said, with his eyes still shut. Are you talking in your sleep? He walked into the detention room, took a handful of the man's hair, tilted his head back into the light, and I watched 22 years of memory slot into place behind his eyes. He got very still. Then he ran for the phone. 20 kilometers away in Zhang Family Village, our chief and the captain of Criminal Police Team 1 were crouched behind a woodpile in the dark. More than 20 officers were spread through the lanes around them. They had been there 2 hours and nothing had happened and nothing was going to happen. The tip had come from a street gambler who wanted the 100,000 and had invented the whole thing. The chief's phone buzzed against his chest. Chief Lin Kai has arrested a criminal suspect in Zhongtao. There was a silence on the line long enough to get uncomfortable. Gao Li Hong, the chief, said, "Did you drink on duty?" The captain of Team 1 took the phone off him and asked whether I had the ability to create clones. They came back at speed, all of them. 20-something officers who had spent 2 hours lying in a frozen field walked into our reception hall and looked through the wire at a man they had been hunting since before some of them joined up, and Chief Chen Weiman stood there with his mouth open wide enough to post a letter into. I handed over the switchblade in an evidence bag as a suspected weapon in the original case. The captain of Team 1 recovered first. He clapped me on the shoulder hard enough to move me. Luck, he said, is also a part of ability. Then the chief did the thing that told me the most about how this world actually works. He asked if I was injured. Not a scratch, chief. That's impossible. He didn't get the knife out. Xiaolin. He put a hand on my back and steered me toward the door with the patience of a man explaining rain to a fish. Take him to the hospital, right now. And if he can be admitted, get him admitted. Outside in the yard, the officers who had spent 2 hours in that field were smoking in a huddle, and I caught the end of a sentence as I walked past. Lin Kai just has the luck of a dog. You're going to hear that phrase a lot. It became the official position of Chaobei Police Station on the subject of me, maintained through everything that happened afterwards, updated only in volume. They took me to the hospital. There was nothing wrong with me, nothing whatsoever. Gao Lihong took charge of that problem. He came into the private room with an armful of bandages he had signed out of the supply cupboard by telling the nurse they were for a road accident, and he stood over me with the expression of an artist looking at a blank wall. "Master, I'm not hurt." "Sit up. There is nothing wrong with me." Xiaolin. He shook out the first roll. A third-class merit is awarded standing up, a second-class merit is awarded lying down, and a first-class merit is awarded to the family. Which of those do you want to be? He wrapped my head. He wrapped my ribs. He wrapped one arm all the way to the fingers for no medical reason I have ever been able to identify. Then he stopped and looked at my back and made a small delighted noise, because 2 days earlier I'd been to a cupping place near the market and I had 11 perfect purple circles across my shoulders. "Oh," he said, "oh, these bloody marks are just right. That is a cupping session." "Not anymore, it isn't." Then he wrapped my mouth. "Master, injured men don't talk much, it's more moving." So that is how my wife found me. Video call at 9 in the morning, and what came up on her screen was a mummy. She had gotten the job, and she was in the middle of telling me about it, and then she stopped mid-sentence, and I watched all the color drain out of her face. I got the gauze off my mouth fast enough to say I was fine. She did not believe me. To be fair to her, I would not have believed me either. And then, on the phone screen, over the top of her head, 2 green stars turned slowly in the air. 2 of them, and green, not white, so they upgraded. That was new information. It meant the rewards were not a fixed rate. It meant that if I did not grab them the moment they showed up and the situation kept going in a good direction, they would climb, which meant every star I had ever touched instantly was money I had left on the table. She arrived 40 minutes later with 2 nurses worth of fruit, apples, pears, a bag of bananas, and a thermos of ginseng chicken soup she had made at 6 in the morning. "Are the bananas sweet?" I asked. "Yes." "Oh, then give me an apple." She stared at me for 2 full seconds and then whacked me with the fruit bag. I got her to sit on the edge of the bed by claiming I couldn't see her properly, and then I reached up and brushed the side of her face with my thumb and said there was dust on it. There was no dust on it. Her whole arm came up in goosebumps, and she looked at the wall very hard for a moment, and I sat there under 9 kilometers of unnecessary bandage, feeling like the smartest man in Jiangbei City. Then she told me about her grandmother. Her parents had been building the company through her entire childhood. Her grandmother raised her, a woman who had been an army medic in a war and never once in her life let a helper do something she could do herself. She taught Ling Kanru to cook. She taught her to peel an apple in a single unbroken strip. She hid a cake in a cupboard once because a small girl was crying on her birthday and nobody else in the house had noticed. "Where is she now?" "Beijing," she said. Hexi Hospital, intensive care. She has been in a vegetative state for 1 year and 8 months. She said it in the flat voice people use when they have said a thing too many times to feel it in public anymore. I did not promise her anything. That distinction mattered later. I did not say I would cure her grandmother. I did not say I would perform a miracle in Beijing. What I said was that I would go with her whenever she wanted to go and that she did not have to walk into that room alone again. She peeled an apple in one strip the way she had been taught and fed me a piece off the knife. Apples fed to me by my wife are always the best, I said, and the 2 green stars folded into each other and became 3 blue ones. Now I understood the latter. White 1, green 2, blue 3, like equipment in a game, and somewhere above blue, presumably, there was gold. I lay there under my bandages doing arithmetic that no husband should ever be doing about his own marriage, and I felt bad about that exactly once and then never again. Here is why. The system did not pay me for manipulating her. I tested that. It paid me when she was genuinely happy, and there is only one way to make a person genuinely happy, and that is to actually be good to them. Whoever designed this thing was smarter than me. Gao Lihong came back at 11 with a paper bag of pancakes and a face like a man carrying news. All the roadside pancake stalls near the hospital got chased off by the city management people. I had to walk to the 3rd ring. He put the bag down. Also, Director Guo of the Municipal Bureau has upgraded your commendation to a first-class merit. I sat up. Several kilometers of bandage came loose. Because you were injured in the line of duty, he said, without a flicker. I am not injured. You're extremely injured. 20,000 yuan from the Bureau, plus the 100,000 bounty on Zhang Tao. Your probationary period is cancelled. As of this morning, you are no longer a trainee, you are a 3rd-level police superintendent, and the award ceremony is here in this room tomorrow at 10. I'll see 120,000 yuan, 2 years of my salary in one night for walking around a counter. Then he noticed my wife standing in the corner and went bright red and started calling her sister-in-law and offering her a pancake, and this man had spent 22 years telling suspects to shut up. Ling Xianru looked at me for a long moment after he left. What? Nothing, she said. I'm thinking that insisting on that marriage certificate was not a mistake. The 3 stars sat above her head and did not move. I waited. I gave it a good 10 minutes, watching them the way you watch a kettle, and they did not turn gold. So I reached up and tapped her on the head. Ow, why? Spider. Host has activated the 3-star reward. Congratulations on obtaining master level acupuncture. I've been hit by a car. I've been hit by a man with a length of rebar. Neither of those is what it feels like when a body of knowledge that took 1,000 years to assemble arrives in your head at once. It came in like a dam going meridians. Points. The exact angle and depth for 400 locations, the difference between a needle that opens a vessel and a needle that closes one. Techniques that were lost when the men who knew them died in various centuries without students. My face twitched. Both hands went cold. Ling Qianru asked if I was having a seizure, and I said I was thinking about the pancakes. I sent her out to buy ingredients for the chicken soup she had already made, which she pointed out, and I said I wanted more of it, which was somehow the correct answer. Then I sat alone and unpacked what I had. Master level. In practical terms, that means a 7-inch needle. Do not nod along. Let me tell you what that number means. A skilled traditional doctor with 40 years behind him works with needles you could hold between 2 fingers. 4 inches is the ceiling for almost everyone alive. 7 inches goes deep enough to reach things surgeons argue about opening a chest for, and there are perhaps a handful of practitioners in the entire country who can place one, and all of them work for the Health Commission and take care of people whose names are on buildings. Above Master, there was one more rung. Grandmaster, 9-inch needles, the top of the mountain, and I had a genuinely miserable thought sitting there. If I had waited, if I had left those stars alone one more day and let them go gold, would it have handed me 9 inches instead of 7? I have made worse mistakes since. That one still stings. 2 floors above me, in a consultation room, a man in a white coat was telling the deputy mayor of this city that his father was going to die. I only learned the wording of it later, but it was this. 2 of the old man's coronary vessels were blocked. Medication had opened a gap the width of a hair, and that was the entire margin his life was being lived in now. Bypass surgery was the standard answer, and the standard answer was off the table because he was 70 years old with high blood pressure and high blood sugar and cholesterol like paint. I am afraid, the doctor said, that he will not survive the operation. Then he offered the alternative, mostly so the room would not be silent. There is a form of acupuncture that can clear the vessels directly, but it requires a 7-inch needle. Even the most skilled traditional practitioners can generally only place 4. Deputy Mayor Wu asked who could do it. The answer was a very short list. Elder Bai Sinian was abroad with a leader and would be gone at least a week, and behind him there was a queue of people in Beijing who could have the deputy mayor of Jiangbei City removed from that queue with one phone call. So the second most powerful man in the city sat in a hospital corridor with his hands hanging between his knees, unable to buy the one thing he needed, and 2 floors below him, a man who had just been handed exactly that skill 40 minutes earlier for tapping his wife on the head was lying in bed, wrapped in fake bandages, eating a pancake. I love that. I have never stopped loving that. Meanwhile, my wife had taken the wrong elevator. She meant to go down, and she went up, and the doors opened on the top floor, and an arm came out of nowhere and locked around her neck. Yo, yo, you absolute traitor. Wu Tingting, her best friend since they were 7. Head of design and research at an underwear company, which she will tell you about within 90 seconds of meeting you, drives a pink Mini, wears heels she cannot walk in, and refuses to learn. They shrieked at each other for a while in the corridor of a hospital. I have the general shape of the conversation because both of them told me their own version later, and the versions do not match at any point. Ting Ting found out that her best friend had gotten married the previous day to a stranger over a promise made by 2 old people before either of them was born. You're not pregnant, are you? She said, and reached for her stomach. Ting Ting, because that's the only version of this that makes sense. She got the whole thing out of her. The 3-year agreement, the separate rooms, get married first, then fall in love. Ting Ting had to hold on to the wall. Yao Yao, you are so hot. I had no idea you had this in you. Then she saw the photograph from the marriage registration and went quiet for a second longer than she should have and asked what floor he was on and what bed number. Also, Ting Ting mentioned casually that Ling Xianru's mother had already phoned her the previous evening to instruct her not to lend her friend any money. That is the family. They sever ties with you and then they phone around to make sure nobody catches you on the way down. Elsewhere in this city, a man named Sun Lei was being handed a report. Sun Lei runs Panhai International Trading. His father owns it. He runs it in the sense that he sits in the chair, slicked hair, gold Hermes buckle, Cuban cigars he holds like he read about it. He and Ling Qianru were in the same class in high school, and he has wanted her since he was 16 with the specific patience of a man who assumes the universe is a vending machine. She had walked into his company that morning for a job interview and rebuffed him at the elevator in about 4 words, and he had responded by ordering HR to hire her as a deputy supervisor and pay her at supervisor rate, because if he could not buy her, he could at least buy the ground she stood on. The man across the desk from him was Zhao Kun, private investigator, calls himself the informer. Smokes cheap cigarettes in a room full of cigar smoke, which tells you the whole relationship. The Chu family have cut her off, Zhao Kun said. Completely. Cards frozen, friends warned, the works. Sun Lei loved that. And she married a junior police officer the same afternoon, name of Lin Kai, Chaobei Station. Sun Lei stopped loving it. Find me some people, he said, from the underworld. Send them to that hospital and beat that little cop until he can't stand. Money is not an issue. To be completely fair to Zhao Kun, he is the only reason my skull is intact, and his reasoning was not moral in any way. He's a police officer, Brother Lei. You put him in a bed, they don't investigate it as an assault. They investigate it as an attack on the police, and they don't stop until somebody goes to prison, and the somebody is going to be whoever paid. So they came up with the civilized version instead. Buy me off. Get me to walk away from her, earn the eternal gratitude of the Chu parents, and be the man who solved everything. Zhao Kun called a friend in the force to price me and came back looking a little unsettled because I had gone from a junior nobody to a first-class merit and 120,000 yuan in a single night, and my name was on the desk of the municipal bureau. Sun Lei was not unsettled. Sun Lei heard the number and thought, so he is cheap and now I know his price. He drove to the hospital in a white Range Rover, and on the way he made Zhao Kun stop at a supermarket and buy 2 boxes of milk, near expiry milk, discount shelf, 2 days left on the carton. Sit with that for a second. Not a bribe, not a threat. The man went out of his way to select a gift that would insult me, and he was so pleased with the idea that he explained it to his own private investigator in the car, because in his head, a trainee policeman was a creature that drank near expiry milk and should be grateful for it. He put the boxes on my bedside table like he was tipping a doorman. Do you know, he said, that Ling Qianru is my goddess? Do you know, I said, that Ling Qianru is my wife? That was the end of the polite part. 1 million, he said, divorce her. Today, I looked at the milk, 2 million. I looked at the milk, 3 million. 3 million yuan, cash. cash and you sign the papers this afternoon. Here is what he did not know, and it was the funniest thing about the entire meeting. Her own father had offered me 5 million 48 hours earlier, and I had torn up a piece of paper in his face. This man had come all the way across the city to underbid the Chu family by 2 million and hand me expired dairy. I wouldn't leave Ling Qianru for 200 billion, I said. Zhao Kun decided this was the moment to be frightening. He leaned on the bed rail and said something about how a young officer should think carefully about his future in the city. Are you threatening a police officer? I asked. Careful, I'll detain you for 5 days first and we can discuss your future after that. And then the door opened and my wife came in with the thermos. I have watched a lot of men get taken apart. I have never seen it done faster or with less effort. She did not raise her voice. She stood there holding a soup flask and looked at Sun Lei. If he ever came near her husband again, she would have her father's people take his father's company apart in pieces. She had severed ties with her family. She was still the only daughter of the Chu family. Being angry with them had never once made that less true. Then she sat down on the edge of my bed, unscrewed the thermos, and fed me chicken soup with a spoon while he stood there. He got out of that room fast. Zhao Kun told me later that he punched the steering wheel in the car park hard enough to set off the alarm. And then, because he could not get to me and he could not get to her, Sun Lei went looking for a third door. He found one. He had a distant cousin on his mother's side, a man named Jiang Ping, deputy director of the political department of the municipal bureau. The political department does not carry guns. The political department decides who gets appointed, who gets promoted, who gets transferred to a village office 2 hours out of town, and whose commendation file develops a problem. He has a big appetite, Sun Lei said happily. Book the nightclub. Back in my room, my wife was still holding the spoon. Zai, say ah. I have a first-class merit. Say ah. I said ah, and then I took the spoon off her and fed her back, and she bit down on it and would not let go, laughing, and I pulled and she held, and I heard myself say out loud in a hospital room, Yun Yao, you're biting so tightly I can't pull myself out. We both went completely still. The door opened. My eyes, said Gao Li Hong from the doorway with one hand over them. My eyes, I saw nothing. Please continue. He backed out. Through the door, we heard him tell a passing nurse that those two are so sweet they nearly gave him diabetes. Wu Tingting arrived 4 minutes later and walked in on me wiping soup off my wife's lip with my thumb, and her entire face did something I can only describe as a system crash. She recovered by insulting me, which I have come to understand is how she says hello. Something about how a policeman's salary would just about cover Yao Yao's skincare. Why, said Ling Qianru in a tone that dropped the temperature by 4 degrees. Would I need to be supported by Lin Kai? I have hands. I am not some useless woman who can't tell wheat from grass. Then she tackled her in the ward. 2 grown women, one of them the heiress of the Chu family, wrestling on a hospital bed while a man in fake bandages watched. A white star appeared above my wife's head in the middle of it. I grabbed it immediately because I had learned nothing. Congratulations to the host on obtaining 3 lost ancient recipes. 3, 1 reward, 3 formulas, and they arrived with the full method for each, measurements, sequence, timings. The first was a medicinal wine, not the kind with a snake in the bottle, the real kind. An elderly person could take 1 small cup a day, every day, and it would move the qi and open the circulation and add years, and it was gentle enough that a sick man could drink it without harm. The second was a treatment for chronic stomach disease. 3 doses, not managed, finished. The third was a beauty and skin formula that had been made for empresses, and I glanced at it, filed it under things rich women will pay for, and did not think about it again for months. I should have read the third one properly. That is going to cost somebody their face. Ling Qianru got Ting Ting into a headlock and asked me what I was grinning about. I've had an idea, I said. You should stop looking for a job. Excuse me? You should start a company instead. 2 floors up, an old man had woken up and started a war. Wu Zhiqiang, 70 years old, 48 hours off a heart attack, sitting up in an intensive care bed demanding braised pork and a cup of liquor. If a man can't drink and can't eat meat, he was announcing to the room, he may as well be dead. Have they saved me or have they preserved me? Wu Tingting was standing between her grandfather and the door with her arms out. I know all this because Ting Ting texted my wife, and my wife looked at me, and I put my shoes on. I walked into the room, and the old man's face changed. You, he said. Good afternoon, sir. It's you. Young man, you're the one. He tried to get out of the bed. 2 nurses converged on him. You saved my life on the street. They told me a young man knelt down in front of 30 people and put a pill under my tongue and pressed my chest for 11 minutes and then paid my deposit and left without waiting for a thank you. It was 10,000, I said. I'd had a good day at the lottery. He laughed so hard the monitor beeped at him. Then he looked at me properly, and then he looked at his granddaughter, and I watched him have an idea, and I watched Ting Ting see him have it, and the two of them locked eyes like gunfighters. Young man, are you married? Yes. You have never seen such disappointment on a human face. He looked like a man who had watched a winning ticket blow into a river. Then we negotiated because he was still not eating. No braised pork, I said. You've had a cardiac event. The pork will kill you, and then I'll have wasted a very good afternoon. Fried peanuts instead. Peanuts are not food. Fried peanuts and 1 ounce of wine. The whole room turned around. Who said you can't drink? I said, I'll have 2 cups with you today. Ting Ting followed me into the corridor and told me in a low, furious voice that if her grandfather died of a drink I had poured, she would end me. And I said it was not going to be wine from a shop. Then what is it? A recipe, I said. An old one. Here is the problem I had just created for myself. The formula in my head needed a full set of raw materials steeped for weeks in high-grade grain liquor. The old man wanted his drink that evening, so I cheated. Gao Lihong drove me to valuable Chinese medicinal materials street, which is 200 meters of shops that all smell like the inside of a wardrobe from 1940. Ginseng, deer antler, cordyceps, musk under glass with a price tag that made me put my hands in my pockets. I could not brew the wine, but every one of those shops sells single herb wines that have already been steeped for years. And if you know the recipe, you know the proportions. And if you know the proportions, you can blend. The ginseng shop was the one that mattered. The owner looked up at me over her glasses and then came out from behind the counter fast. Officer Zhou. Her name was Liu Li. A month earlier, Gao Lihong and I had spent a night walking through every internet cafe in the district looking for her son, who was 13 and had been gone 2 days, and we found him at 4 in the morning in a place with the windows painted over, and we brought him home instead of writing him up. He wants to be a policeman now, she said. It's your fault. She went into the back and came out with a small, dark bottle and would not tell me the price. 50-year family ginseng wine, not for sale, never has been. A century-old root goes for 1,000,000 yuan, and she was pouring me an ounce of the next thing down out of the family stock because a policeman had found her son in an internet cafe. I made her take 1,000 yuan. She made me take cordyceps wine and deer antler wine on top of it. We argued for 6 minutes, and both of us lost. A dozen more shops after that until the streetlights came on. Outside the hospital, I bought a 2-liter glass bottle from a homeware stall, rinsed it out with hot water from the noodle place next door, and stood on the pavement decanting 11 small bottles into 1 large one in the exact order and exact proportion the formula specified. The shop assistants came out to watch. One of them filmed me. I had the focus of a man cooking something illegal in a desert and the equipment of a man making a smoothie. The liquid went amber. Back in the ward, Ting Ting had rented a folding table and stools from somewhere. The takeout was mostly light food, plus 1 paper carton of fried peanuts, and the old man refused to touch a single grain of rice until the bottle was on the table. I poured half an ounce. The smell came up out of the glass and went across that room like something walking through it. Wine and medicine, and something underneath both that I do not have a word for. Good wine, the old man said before he had tasted it. He drank it in one motion, the way men of that generation do, and then he sat very still. There's a warm current, he said, from my throat, going down. It's gone into my stomach and it's spreading out. Ting Ting slipped out of the door. I saw her go. She was going for the doctor because she was still absolutely convinced she was going to watch her grandfather die in front of her over a cup of wine poured by a policeman. Dr. Wuxing came in at speed, already telling her off in the corridor about the reckless indulgence of cardiac patients, and then he stopped talking because he had put the cuff on the old man's arm. He took the blood pressure. He frowned. He took it again. Then he took the pulse and looked at his own watch and took it a second time. That's not possible. What isn't? Said the deputy mayor's daughter from the doorway. His heart rate and his blood pressure are essentially normal. He was talking to the machine, not to us. 2 days after an infarction on this medication with those vessels, that is not what this should look like. The old man was extremely pleased with himself. The medicinal wine Cao Lin gave me, he announced, is like a magic pill. It has cured my illness. It has not cured your illness, I said. Why? Because please stop saying that in front of a doctor. Why? Wuxing turned around and looked at the bottle on the folding table the way a man looks at a car accident. May I? He was a vice chief physician of cardiology at a major hospital, and he asked a policeman for permission to drink an unlabeled amber liquid out of a 2-liter bottle bought from a homeware stall. I poured him half an ounce. He drank it. He stood there for about 8 seconds. Then his shoulders came down 2 centimeters and something in his face let go. And he said quietly, I have been on shift since 5 yesterday morning. How is it? This isn't medicinal wine, he said. This is a cure. He went out into the corridor and made a phone call and then another one. And I did not think anything of it at the time. Everybody in that room got a sip. The old man's other son, the nurse who came to argue and stayed, Ting Ting, my wife. And then Ting Ting, who has never in her life had a thought, she did not immediately say, put her chin on her hands and ask me for the recipe. Her own grandfather cut her off before I could open my mouth. Ting Ting, that formula is not a bottle of wine. Do not ask that again. But the interesting part was my wife. Ting Ting turned to her and asked her to talk to me about it. Best friend to best friend. And Ling Qianru put her cup down and said, without any heat at all, that the recipe belonged to her husband, that it was not hers to trade, and that what Ting Ting had just asked was, honestly, a little bit inappropriate. She said it to the one person in the world she had left. I have been told all my life that you should not let people walk over you. My grandfather said it. My instructors said it. It never actually meant anything to me until I watched a woman who had lost her entire family 2 days earlier refuse to spend the last friendship she had on my behalf. That, I said, is how it's done. What? Nothing. Everyone, listen. My wife is going to be running the medicinal wine business. Address all commercial inquiries to her. The old man ordered 10 gin on the spot, at cost, and refused to be talked down, and then said the thing that actually mattered. I have a lot of old friends, he said. Every one of them spends a fortune every year on health products that do nothing. Every one of them wakes up at 4 in the morning and lies there. I am going to tell all of them about this. Ling Xianru's face did not change at all, but her hand found my sleeve under the table and squeezed it once because that sentence was worth more than everything else that had happened in that room, and she was the only person there who knew it. We got ambushed in the corridor on the way out. Wu Xing was standing with a man in a golf jacket who introduced himself before the doctor could. Wu Di, owner of the Wu Health Products Group, self-made, started with one shop, richer than the Wang family, and considerably less interested in being liked. 200,000, he said, for the formula. Gao Lihong made a small strangled noise behind me. I know exactly what he was thinking, because he told me in the car. He was thinking, 200,000, this man has come here to hand a beggar a coin. No, I said, 300,000 cash today, and I'll sign whatever you want. Mr. Wu, the medicinal wine business is managed by my wife. You'd have to speak to her. He looked at Ling Qianru the way men like him look at a pretty woman standing next to a man they are negotiating with, which is to say, he did not look at her at all. Your wife, he said, and is she capable of managing a business? Mr. Wu, said Ling Qianru. My name is Ling Qianru. I watched a very rich man's mouth stop working. He was still standing in that corridor when the lift doors closed. Gao Lihong told me afterwards that he heard him say to nobody, now I look exactly as ridiculous as a clown. That night, I remembered the lottery ticket. 11 days it had been in my wallet behind my police ID folded into a square. 100 yuan, one set of numbers, 50 times multiplier. The draw had gone out live on television 2 hours earlier. I pulled up the recording on my phone with my wife reading over my shoulder. Red ball 1, hit, red ball 2, hit 3, 4, 5. My wife stopped breathing somewhere around 4. I had gone completely cold from the elbows down. Red ball 6, hit, all 6 reds, every one of them, with a 50 times multiplier. 6 reds and the blue is 50 first prizes, and 50 first prizes in this country is somewhere around 250 million yuan, which after tax is around 200 million, which is a number that stops being money and becomes a change of species. The blue ball came up. It was not my number. There was a long silence in that flat. 20 times luck, I said. 20 times luck. And it still couldn't beat whatever the director of the lottery bureau wanted, because it was not nothing. 6 reds without the blue times 50 is 50 second prizes. Roughly 78,000 each. 3,900,000 won. 3,120,000 after tax. My wife had a spreadsheet open before I had put the phone down. That is not an exaggeration, and it is not a joke. I was still sitting on the floor having a small private religious experience about the blue ball, and she was already pricing raw materials. 1 full set of herbs, she said. Century ginseng, cordyceps, deer antler, musk, the rest. Call it 1.1 million, maybe 1.5 if the ginseng is good. Grain liquor for the base, another 250,000. That gives us roughly 5,000 gin of finished wine. Right, so we sell it at what, 1,000 a gin? She looked up at me, the way a teacher looks at a child who has confidently produced the wrong answer in front of the whole class. Bei Qian Motai, she said, sells for 3,000 a bottle, and it does not extend anyone's life. If you price this at 1,000, they will assume it is not very good. 2,000 a gin for the standard line. Later, when we have Century Ginseng, 4,000 for the top line. 4,000 yuan for a gin of wine. Yes, that's a tenfold profit. That's usury with a cork in it. It is business, she said. We are not selling this to people who are choosing between it and dinner. We are selling it to men with 3 houses and 1 liver. And when the money comes in, you can give as much of it away as you like, and I will help you, and we will do it properly instead of feeling noble and staying poor. Then she laid out the rest of it in about 4 minutes flat. Register the trademark first, before anyone tastes it. Give 1 and 2 ounce bottles free to exactly the right elderly men and let them do the marketing, because there is no advertisement on earth as effective as a retired official telling another retired official that he slept through the night. Then a workshop, then a factory, then a company, then export, then scarcity, then endorsement, then investment. And one day, she said, your name might be on the rich list. I'm a policeman. You're a policeman with a wife, she said, and went back to her spreadsheet. The award ceremony was the following morning at 10. I woke up on the floor. I should explain. Our flat had 2 bedrooms and she had her own, and that had been the arrangement. But the previous evening had run past 2 in the morning on numbers and phone calls. At some point, she had fallen asleep sitting against the side of my bed. I put her on the bed and took the floor and a spare quilt and thought nothing of it at all. She woke up before me, worked out what had happened, and was, according to her own later confession, deeply moved and simultaneously furious, and privately concluded that I was worse than an animal. Gao Lihong let himself in with the spare key at 7. Haha, I saw nothing. You two continue, but hurry up. I think the director is on his way. I got into the uniform. She did the collar and the buttons because my hands were not working properly. And I stood there and let her, and she said, stop grinning. And I did not stop grinning. Then 30 people walked into a hospital room. Director Guo Xiaojun of the Municipal Bureau came in first, and the room shuffled backwards to make space, and he read out an account of my arrest of Zheng Tao that had clearly passed through Chief Chen Weiman on its way to the page. In this version, I had been gravely wounded in the struggle. In this version, I had continued to subdue the suspect despite excruciating pain. In this version, there was a phrase about how the officer's blood soaked through his uniform, which I want to state again referred to 11 cupping marks. Everyone was looking at me. If we don't step forward when there is danger, I said, how are we worthy of this uniform? Gao Lihong nearly wept. The reporters from the evening news wrote it down. I have never felt like a bigger fraud in my life, and I would do it again. They pinned on the medal, first class merit, a red certificate, and 20,000 yuan. Then the director of the political department came forward and took the trainee stripes off my shoulders and replaced them with the epaulets of a third-level police superintendent. 1 bar, 1 star, 4 months out of the academy. And then the door opened again, and Wu Tingting walked in carrying a rolled banner of deep red brocade. She unrolled it in front of the entire Municipal Bureau leadership, People's Guardian, Heroic Acts, and underneath, in gold, respectfully presented by Wu Jun. I heard the murmur go around the room, not because of the words, because of the name. Because that is the deputy mayor of this city, the man in charge of law and politics, which is to say the man who is the boss of every single person standing in that room in a uniform. Then an old man in a cardigan walked in behind the banner. Director Guo Xiaojun, who had been standing with a back like a plank for 20 minutes, folded in the middle. Old boss? The old man peered at him. Oh my gosh, he said, who do we have here? Little Pony. I will treasure that until the day I die. I will treasure the face of the head of the Municipal Bureau being called Little Pony in front of his entire senior staff. That was how I learned who I had been pouring wine for. Wu Zhichong had been a serious man at the provincial department years back, and Guo Chang had been his secretary, and the deputy mayor of Jiangbei City was his son. I had knelt down on a pavement for a stranger, and the stranger had turned out to be the root of the tree that half the men in that room were standing on. He talked to me for a while in front of everybody, deliberately in front of everybody, and then he said the thing he had come to say. 24 years old, first-class merit. You know, I think this young man might end up one of the top 10 young police officers in the country. There are 10 of those chosen nationally. Nobody from this city has been on that list in 10 years. Then he turned to Guo Chang and told him he could go, and the head of the Municipal Bureau said yes, old boss, and went. He also demanded a delivery date for his wine. There were 3 ounces left in the bottle. 3 ounces is 3 days. Ling Qianru told him the minimum steeping time and promised him the first batch, and he asked with real feeling whether she needed any strings pulled to get her raw materials, and then answered his own question out loud. I have been honest and upright my whole life, he said. I have never once made a call like that, but this is different. This is medicine. Let's see who dares to gossip. He gave me a piece of advice on the way out, the way old men do, about how the tallest tree in the forest is the one the wind breaks. I nodded respectfully. I did not agree with a word of it. I had 3 years to become something the system says takes 30, and a father-in-law counting the months. I did not need to be a tree that survives the wind. I needed to be extremely tall, extremely fast. Chief Chen Weiman came back from seeing the director off with a face like a man who has been kissed. He held my hand. He said, At the entrance, in front of everyone, he held my hand and said Xiao Bei is doing important work. He sat down on the end of my bed, and he's assigning us 2 more police cars. 2 cars. Qiubei Police Station had been told to solve its own problems for 11 consecutive years. Shaolin, he said, you are a treasure of this station. This chair I'm sitting in, it'll be yours one day. Then he told me I had 1 more day of observation, and I got out of bed and hopped across the room on 1 leg and ran a circuit of the ward to prove there was nothing wrong with me. Chen Weimin watched all of it, then turned to my mentor. His test results, he said, they didn't mention any brain damage, did they? While I was hopping, Sun Lei was in a private room at the Kaisheng nightclub with his cousin, Jiang Ping, deputy director of the political department. He had already personally processed my promotion paperwork that week, which had put him in an interesting mood about me. He sang 1 song, waved off a hostess with a line about how he would prefer a deep conversation with a woman of culture, and named his price. A 3-bedroom apartment in Hongju community, renovated, close to the bureau, 2 million and change. Tomorrow morning, he said, I'll find some time to talk to this Lin Kai, so he has a first-class merit. I'll still deal with him. That is why the next morning, I had a visitor. He came alone, which was his first mistake. He introduced himself as Director Zhang, dropping the deputy, which was his second. He sat down without being asked after my health, and told me sympathetically that a young officer with a bright future should be careful about his personal life. And then he explained that if I would leave Lingqianru, he could arrange an introduction to a nice policewoman. Director Zhang, I said, aren't you worried about Director Shui finding out you're conducting personal business during working hours? He hit the table. Your promotion, he said, your evaluations, your entire file, all of it comes across my desk. I looked at him for a second. Sun Lei sent you, I said. How much did he give you? His face went through several countries. You, he said, standing up, you don't seem to understand where you are. The municipal bureau is practically my family's business. And the door opened. Deputy Mayor Wu Jun had come to the hospital to thank the young man who saved his father and had arrived 1 sentence too early or exactly on time depending on how you look at it. He stood in the doorway. Who is so arrogant, he said, that he threatens a police officer out loud in a hospital? Jiang Ping turned around. I have watched the human face do many things. I have never seen one do that. I went to the wrong room. His name, I said, from the bed, is Jiang Ping, deputy director of the political department of the municipal bureau. Wu Jun took out his phone right there in the doorway and called Guo Chang and did not lower his voice. Guo Chang, how exactly are you running that bureau? Is the deputy director of your political department going into hospital rooms to threaten first-class merit holders now? Are you still fit to sit in that chair? I could hear Guo Chang's voice coming out of the phone. I could not hear the words. I did not need to. Jiang Ping was thrown over the side of the boat so fast he made a splash, and I think, Wu Jun added, the disciplinary committee should take an interest. The disciplinary committee called Jiang Ping before he reached the lift. He was instructed to wait at the hospital entrance for someone to come and collect him. He was standing down there in the cold when his phone rang again. It was Sun Lei, cheerful. How's it going? Have you got Lin Kai sorted out? I'll have the keys sent over. Gao Lehong, who had gone down to buy cigarettes, heard the whole reply from 10 meters away and reported it back to me word for word with actions. Yuan Lei, you son of a bitch. You've cost me my job. I might go to prison. That was the end of Jiang Ping. Wu Jun came back in afterwards, sat down, and asked me directly whether there was anything I needed, anything at all. He meant it, and he had the ability to deliver almost any answer I gave. No, sir, thank you. He looked at me for a moment, and something in him relaxed, and I understood later that I had passed a test I did not know I was taking. We exchanged numbers. The nicest thing about that whole morning is that I never had to lift a finger. Sun Lei found the one weapon he thought could reach me, paid 2 million for it, and it went off in his own hand. He was going to try again. Men like that always do. But before he did, I had a birthday to go to. Zhao Li Hong had not mentioned it. That is the thing I keep coming back to. He had sat at my bedside for 2 days, wrapping a healthy man in gauze, and he had not mentioned that his daughter was turning 8. I only found out because I heard him on the phone in the corridor telling his wife he would not make the amusement park, Gao Ming, 8 years old, small for it. That afternoon, her father took her out and she got the first complete birthday of her life, and she knew exactly why. She told her mother that evening that it was because of an uncle named Lin Kai, which is a sentence I did not deserve and have never been able to put down since. They walked past the Haagen-Dazs window on the way home. There was a cake in it. 2 tiers, 8 inches, white and gold, the kind of object that exists in a window to make you feel a specific way. Dad, how much is that one? He looked at the little card next to it. 8,888 won. Next month, he said, when Dad gets his salary, I'll buy you one. And his daughter said, but Dad, I don't have a birthday next month. He told me that part himself much later at 3 in the morning in a hospital corridor when things were very bad. He told me he had stood on a pavement holding his daughter's hand and could not think of anything to say. Then, at the red light on Giantshi Road, a black Mercedes pulled up alongside them and a window came down, and it was a boy from her class, and he was holding a Haagen-Dazs cake out of the window with both hands. My dad says he can buy me one of these every day if I want. The boy offered her a slice. She said, no, thank you. Then she looked up at her father and said, actually, Dad, I like the little cakes we usually get better. They bought a 4-inch cake from the bakery near the bus stop. Their house is out on the edge of the city, where the roads stop being roads. Peeling iron gate, cement yard with holes in it. 4 rooms. His parents' illness took every yuan they ever saved, and his wife banks 2/3 of his salary every month toward a down payment they are 11 years from making, which left them 200 yuan for the last 5 days of the month. That is why they were going to serve their guests bulk grain liquor out of a jar instead of anything with a label. We arrived with a car full of things, imported snacks, a skincare set for his wife, a belt for him. Gao Lihong would not take the belt. He got genuinely angry about it, in the way a proud man does, saying a master gives things to his apprentice and does not accept things from him, and he was building up a real head of steam about it. Ling Qianru walked over, took the skincare box out of my hands, tore the packaging open, threw the plastic in the bin, and began explaining to Wu Meiling which one goes on first. Now there's no way to return it, she said without looking up. Wu Meiling is in her early 30s. She looks close to 40. She has not bought anything for herself in 6 years. She stood in her own kitchen holding a little glass jar and could not make her face work, and Gao Ming took exactly 1 bag of the snacks. 1. She ate half of it, folded the top over carefully, and put it on the shelf. Why aren't you eating the rest? I'm saving some for Dad, she said. Dad says you shouldn't be greedy. I had to go and look at the yard for a minute. Then a van pulled up outside the gate. Ling Qianru had 100,000 points on a membership card she had accumulated in a previous life, and she had spent them all that morning, and 2 men in uniform carried a 2-tier 8-inch cake through a rusted gate into a cement yard. The same cake, the exact one from the window. Mom, Gao Ming said, Mom, look, it's a Haagen-Dazs birthday cake. My sister gave it to me. I looked over at my wife to make sure she was watching this and found that she was not. She was standing slightly apart by the wall, and her eyes were wet. I got her outside. It's stupid, she said, and tell me anyway. Her own birthday. Some year when she was small, her parents had a table full of people who mattered downstairs, and nobody came up. No cake. She cried, and her father heard her crying and shouted at her for it in front of guests for embarrassing him. And then her grandmother came in and told her son off in front of everybody and opened a cupboard and took out a cake she had bought 2 days earlier and hidden because she had known exactly how that evening was going to go. Lin Kai, she said, I miss Nana. I did not say anything wise. I have thought about it since, and I still do not know what the wise thing would have been. I said we could go to Beijing. She said she wanted to get the business standing first and then go and stay several days rather than fly in and out like a visitor. She wiped her face with the back of her wrist and said, right, that's enough. So I pointed over her shoulder and said there was an enormous black insect on the car. She turned around. There was no insect. By the time she worked it out, I was already moving. We went around that Panamera 4 times in a cement yard in the dark. She caught me by the belt loop and pinched my waist hard enough to leave a mark, and I yelled loud enough that Gao Lihong came to the door to see who was being murdered. Later in the car, I mentioned that the pinch had really hurt, and that as the responsible party, she had a duty of care. She actually fell for it. She put her hand up under the edge of my shirt to rub the spot. Lower. Here. Lower. Lin Kai. Further down, it really hurts down there. And Gao Lihong chose that exact moment to shout my name from the yard, and my wife's hand came out of my clothing at a speed I would not have believed possible. Like a primary school student caught by a teacher, a white star came up over her head. I claimed it, king of melee, advanced. I have described what the acupuncture felt like. This was not like that. This did not arrive in my head. This arrived in my hands. Muay Thai, Ba Ji Quan, Jeet Kune Do, Jiu-Jitsu, not as knowledge, as memory, as though I had put in 20 years of mornings that I could not personally recall. And underneath the technique, the body to run it on. My strength more than doubled between one breath and the next. I felt my stomach tighten into something I had definitely not earned. I closed my hand and the muscle in my forearm went hard as a wrench. 10 ordinary men. That was my honest estimate standing in that yard. 10 ordinary men, or 3 to 5 with weapons, and I would need to be careful about the weapons. I threw about 40 punches at the night air. Gao Lihong watched from the doorway with a cigarette going out in his hand. I just don't intention the since the tomorrow, Shadawar, Ziarina, Chun Sinki said, when we're back at the hospital, I'm taking you to the psychiatric department. Dinner was fried mushrooms, river shrimp, sweet and sour carp, and braised pork, and it was better than the hotel food, and I have never been so aware of how much a family had spent. Gao Lihong poured the liquor out of a chipped enamel container. Ling Xianru took one sip and stopped with the cup at her mouth. Where is this from? My father-in-law brews it. 3 generations. I opened a jar today. A jar, she said. How big is the jar? He took us out to the east annex and pulled the light on. 60-watt bulb, bare cement, and against the back wall, an earthenware urn that 2 men could not have got their arms around. 200 gin of pure grain liquor. Then I watched the strangest negotiation of my life, because it ran backwards. 50 yuan a gin, said my wife. 50, said Gao Lihong. Sister-in-law, no, how about we say 8 yuan a pound? Honestly, I don't want to make money off you. 60 yuan a gin. Hey, why are you the one raising the price? They settled at 50, which is 10,000 yuan for the urn's contents, and she tried to add 500 for the urn itself, and he refused with the finality of a man defending a fortress. Wu Meiling came in halfway through, worked out what was happening, and told the room that her father normally gets 6,000 yuan for 200 caddies, and that everyone should stop being ridiculous. Then we poured 700,000 or 800,000 wei herbs into it. Century ginseng was still out of reach that week, so it was the 50-year root plus everything else going in under a 60-watt bulb in a cement outbuilding. That urn became our first production facility. It stayed in their house because their house had a lock and a dog and a policeman, and Wu Meiling was hired on the spot at 5,000 a month plus to mind it and bottle it. Gao Lihong stood there with his eyes going red. In 22 years, he said, I've trained a lot of apprentices. You're the one who has moved me the most. Master, I'm not doing it for you, I said. I'm doing it for Gao Ming. We can eat bitterness ourselves. We can't let the children eat it. Wu Meiling followed us out to the car and said in a small voice, I am now guarding 800,000 yuan in a shed. How am I supposed to sleep? She also mentioned, as we were leaving, that her father's stock included about 2,000 jin of 3-year, 1,000 jin of 10-year, and 100 jin of 30-year. 30 years. My wife closed her eyes for a second, like a woman hearing a bell. A 30-year mutai, she said, sells for over 10,000 a bottle. When we get the century ginseng, that 100 jin is the top line. That's the bottle we put in front of the men who decide things. Then she offered Wu Meiling a job buying raw liquor for us, or alternatively, a share of a distillery with her family's skill counted as the investment. I got discharged the next morning after losing an entire night to cards. Wu Tingting summoned everyone to the ward for Do Dijua. The loser gets a strip of paper stuck to their face, and she targeted me exclusively for 6 hours. By sunrise, I had so much paper on me that I looked like a man in camouflage. Gao Lihong took one look at my eyes. Ah, Xiaolin, he said gravely, a man has to know moderation. There are only overworked oxen. There are no overworked fields. Master, we were playing cards. You were playing something. We were playing cards. There was paper on my face. He went red all the way to his ears. Ah, he said, I thought you were playing Run Fast all night. Back at the station, everyone had a version of a joke to make. Lin Kai, when you're on shift again, call me. I want to stand near you and absorb some of it. The rest of us chase a bag thief for 3 streets and nearly die. I went to Chief Chen and asked to be put on arrest work. Anything, any team. He gave me a difficult and important assignment, street patrol, covering for Xiaozhang, who had a cold. Master, I said in the car, how many criminals have you caught on street patrol? Gao Lihong considered this for a while. We never caught anyone, he said, but we did wear out 4 pairs of shoes. Albert Chaoyang Road is 3 kilometers of the busiest street in the district, and we walked it for half an hour in the heat, and nothing happened, and then my mentor announced he was going to the public toilet. His prostate takes 2 minutes rather than 90 seconds. I want that detail in because it is the entire reason the next thing is funny. I was standing under a plane tree with my hat in my hand when a man in his 40s came around the corner at a dead sprint with his head down and ran directly into the tree, full speed, forehead first. He bounced off it and sat down hard on the pavement, and something slid out from under his shirt and landed at my feet, a Gucci clutch bag. Behind him, about 40 meters back, a woman in heels was shrieking, "Stop him, catch the thief." I picked the bag up and looked at it. Then I looked at him. He looked up at me from the ground, at my uniform, and I watched his entire life pass across his face. I turned him over with one hand and cuffed him. Somebody in the crowd said out loud, "Has anyone here ever seen a policeman just stand still and wait for the thief to come to him?" Then I lifted him up onto his feet off the ground with one hand because I had forgotten about the strength thing and I was still calibrating. Several people took photographs. Gao Hong came out of the public toilet doing up his belt, saw the cuffs, and stopped dead. 2 collars in 3 days, and he had been in the toilet for one and asleep for the other. The interrogation was the part that mattered. His name was Guo Ergu from Majiazhuang out in Qinglin town. He was in the room, he was cuffed to the chair, and the case was, frankly, finished. A bag, a witness, a camera, a confession. Gao Hong stepped out to take a call from his father-in-law. I got bored. I gave the man a cigarette and asked him why he had done it in the tone you would use with somebody at a bus stop, and Guo Ergu told me he had been scammed. He had paid a woman online for a service that was not delivered, 3,000 yuan, and that was his last money, and he had gone out and snatched the first bag he saw. And also my stock ran out, he said. I did not move. Your stock? Yeah, I need to raise a bit and go buy more. More what? He looked at me and made a small circling motion with the cigarette and said, rock candy, brother, you know. I have been told by more experienced men than me that a real dealer will sit in that chair for 11 hours and say nothing but his name. I have since watched exactly that happen, and it is genuinely impressive. This man volunteered that he was a user, then that he was a small-scale seller, and then, when I asked in a conversational way where the candy shop was, he gave me the name, Wang Qiang. Then his hands started shaking, and then his legs went, and he came off the chair into a full withdrawal convulsion, which as a piece of evidence is worth more than the confession. Gao Liong came back in and stared at the recording. He told you? He just told you? Shaolin detectives with 20 years on them can't get that out of these people. Chief Chin's first instinct was to hand it to the anti-drug squad, which is the correct and proper instinct. Chief, Wang Chong keeps room 1202 at the Lijiang Hotel on an annual booking and sleeps until noon. It's 11:15. Anti-drug will need to open a file, assign officers, and brief a team, and by then he'll be awake and gone, and the room will be clean. Deputy Chief Cao Lei backed me instantly because he had gone fully superstitious about me by that point. With Shaolin along, he said, how can we lose? He's a lucky charm. On Tantishan Baijimui side. Chen hit the table. 4 men, no more. Quality over quantity, or translated, if this goes wrong, let it go wrong small. Vests for everyone, 2 Type 64 pistols, 1 for the chief and 1 for Cao Lei, on the principle that whoever has the gun goes first. The station instructor watched us kit up and asked reasonably whether catching drug dealers was not specifically the job of the anti-drug squad. In the car, I argued my way onto the upstairs team by pointing out that I was the only person present who had personally arrested an A-level fugitive, which was an obnoxious thing to say and completely unanswerable. Then my wife called about the ginseng. She had found a century root. A collector named Liu Jun had bought it the previous month for 1.3 million and was currently out of town. I said something like, fine, buy it, whatever it costs, and hung up. The car had gone silent. Shaolin, said Chief Chen carefully, 1.3 million. My wife handles the money. Your wife. Ling Qinru. Chu, said Cao Lei, as in. Nobody said anything for about 4 seconds. If I had married into the Chu family, Cao Lei said at last, staring out of the window, I would have lain down years ago and never got up again. The receptionist at the Lijiang Hotel was called Liu Li, and she was extremely helpful. She gave us the room number immediately with a lovely smile and looked up the booking history and told us he was almost certainly asleep. Then, while we were walking to the lift, she sent Wang Chang a text message telling him that some people had been asking for him at the front desk. He paid her 100,000 yuan over 2 years for exactly that message. Not for company, not for anything else, for 30 seconds of warning. 100,000 yuan is a lot for a hotel receptionist, and it is nothing at all for what he was buying. And I have thought about that number many times since. We took the stairs 12 floors, because a lift arriving on 12 is a doorbell. By the 9th, Chief Chen was holding the rail with both hands. By the 11th, he was making a noise. Chief, would you like me to carry you? Lin Kai. It's not a problem. Lin Kai, I will end your career. Room 1202. Chen gave the signal and shoulder charged the door, which is a thing that works in films, and he bounced off it and made a small sound and grabbed his arm. I kicked it open beside the lock and the frame came apart, empty, bedding thrown back. The sheet was still warm. I put my hand on it, cigarette still burning in the ashtray, window open, curtain moving. We went to the window, and there, 1 meter below the sill, standing on the housing of the air conditioning unit in a vest and a pair of shorts with his bare feet gripping the metal 12 floors above a concrete service yard, was Wang Chang. He looked up at me. How many of you are there? 4. Have you got guns? 2. He nodded slowly, like a man confirming a suspicion. He told me afterwards what had gone through his mind when that text arrived. He had a replica Type 54 in the bedside drawer, and he had genuinely considered it. And then he had pictured submachine guns on the other side of that door and decided against a shootout and gone out of the window in his underwear instead, which is, I think, the most sensible decision anyone made that day. Officer, he said, let's talk about this. I know a lot of people. I know names you want. Whether you catch me depends on how good you are. And then he reached across, took hold of the rainwater downpipe, and went over the side. He went down that pipe like something with claws, and I could see from 12 floors up that the brackets were tearing his hands open as he went, and he did not slow down. Chief Chen got the pistol out and leaned over the sill and pointed it and did not fire because you do not shoot a man in the back over narcotics in the middle of a city, and he knew it, and he was furious about it. He turned around to shout for the men downstairs. I was already out of the window. Chief, I said from the pipe, the die is cast. I went down that pipe in about 9 seconds and did not lose a single piece of skin. That is not skill, not 1 gram of it. Wang Qiang went down the same pipe 30 seconds ahead of me and left both his palms on the brackets, and I came down behind him on the exact same metal and arrived at the 2nd floor with clean hands. The only blood on me was his. I dropped the last stretch, hit the yard, and went after him. He knew the district and I did not, which should have been the end of it. It was not the end of it because he turned left at the laundry, and left at the laundry is a dead end, 4-meter wall, and along the top of it, set into the concrete, a row of broken bottle glass. He hit that wall and came off it and turned around, and his face was a mess where he had wiped his own hands across it. You stupid cop, he said. How much do they pay you? 4,000 a month? You is 5? And you die for it. Come on then, let's both go. He came at me. I need to tell you that this was the first time I used the fighting knowledge, and I had no idea whether it would actually be there when I reached for it, and there is a specific kind of fear in finding out. It was there. I put my foot into the outside of his ankle and let him come forward into it, and as he stumbled, I stepped inside and hit him with a Bashaquan move called Double Ram's Head, which is not really a punch. It is more of a decision made with your whole body. His nose broke. 4 of his front teeth went into the alley. He sat down against the wall. Then, with his mouth in that state, he tried the other thing. 1 million, he said thickly. Cash, tonight. I got the cuffs out. 2 million, officer. Listen. Listen to me. There's nobody here. There's nobody in this alley but you and me. Nobody will ever know we made an arrangement. That is the part they always get wrong. They think the problem is being caught. I had 1 cuff on him when something cold touched the back of my head. I had gotten careless. I had a man on the floor with a broken face, and I had stopped scanning, and there had been a second man in that alley the whole time, and I had walked past him. Wang Qiang had a partner, and the partner had the replica Type 54 out of the bedside drawer. Then Chief Chen and Chao Lei and Gao Lihong came around the corner into the mouth of the alley, and everybody stopped. 2 pistols on our side, 1 on theirs, 1 hostage. 7 meters of ground. Nobody could move, and everybody knew it. And my mentor, who is 51 years old, who has spent 22 years at the bottom of a small station, who takes cold medicine at the first sneeze and complains about his knees on stairs, walked forward into the middle of it. Put it down, he said. That's my apprentice. I'm his master. If you've got the guts, point it at me instead. The gun went off. The round hit the dirt about 10 centimeters from his left shoe and threw grit up his trouser leg. Gao Lihong did not move. Not a step back. Not a flinch. He stood in that alley with his hands loose and looked at the man and did not move, and I have never in my life been prouder of anyone. The muzzle came off my head for 1 second. While he did it, I turned inside it and went. He fired at my head from a distance of about 1.5 meters. Click, nothing. A dead round. The hammer fell. The primer took it, and the round did not go. I hit him with Iron Mountain Lean, which is the shoulder, which is what happens when you put every kilogram you own into 1 point of contact. 6 of his ribs broke. He went off his feet and traveled 7 or 8 meters down that alley before he landed. I had him cuffed inside 2 seconds, and then I sat down on the ground because my legs had stopped agreeing to the plan. Cao Lei took the pistol apart afterwards in the yard. 200 rounds through it maybe. The rifling is clean. The mechanism is fine. He held up the round that had not fired. And there's nothing wrong with this either. Nothing. It's a good round. He fired the one before it perfectly well into the ground a minute earlier. He turned it over between his fingers a couple of times and then looked at me the way you look at a weather front coming in. All I can say, he said, is that Sholin's luck has gone beyond saving. This man has a lucky charm constitution. When they wrote it up, Chief Chen tried to put my name at the top of everything, and I said no, and I meant it. 4 men went up those stairs. The credit belongs to 4 men. I have been the guy who gets everything, and I did not enjoy the feeling as much as I expected to. Wang Qiang went to surgery. 6 ribs, damage underneath them, and a long time in a bed before a long time in a cell. And Chief Chen refused, absolutely refused to go one link further up the chain. Let the professionals do the professional work. He called Director Guo, who spent the first 30 seconds furious that a neighborhood station had gone through a hotel door after a narcotics dealer without notifying anybody, and the next 4 minutes delighted because that is how it works. The anti-drug squad came to collect the prisoners from the hospital. Their captain, a man called Zhou Shan, listened to the whole story standing in a corridor with his arms folded and then looked at me for a long moment. He did not say anything to me. He said it to Director Guo later, and it got back to me the way everything does. A talent like that should not be sitting in a neighborhood station taking reports about stolen bicycles. That boy belongs in anti-drug. Put a pin in that too. We moved house that week. Wu Tingting's aunt had come back from abroad to take a turn caring for the old man, which freed Tingting up, which is a thing the universe should think harder about before doing. She took us out for seafood, and then, when she learned my wife was looking at rentals, she produced an apartment, her aunt's place, Hanlon Garden, 180 square meters, 3 bedrooms, empty for 2 years, appliances still with the film on. There is a chandelier in that living room that cost 300,000 yuan, and I have never once been able to look at it without doing arithmetic. Tingting offered it for free, then when that was refused, half price. My wife transferred the full market rent, 9,000 a month, before the sentence was finished. Yao Yao. If I take it for free, said Ling Qianru, then in 3 months, I'll take something else for free, and in a year, I'll be exactly what my father is waiting for me to be. That was the whole argument, and Tingting lost it. Tingting also had news. Old Wu had been calling every old comrade he had all week from a hospital bed about a medicinal wine, and his 70th birthday was in 3 days, and he intended to serve it, and I was invited. He wants to introduce you to people, Tang Ting said. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Retired men in cardigans whose former secretaries are currently running things. We were carrying boxes into the new flat when the door opened without a knock. A woman of about 50 came in as though she lived there, looked around, said the chandelier was very nice, and began photographing the room. Not the room. She was framing my wife in every single shot and pretending to photograph the room. Zhang Shufen, apartment 1002, directly opposite. She left at speed. Through the wall, we heard her arrive home. Son, Mom has found you a girlfriend. Her son was called Lin Chen. Here is his profile, which I got in pieces over the following weeks. Good university, 2 years studying in Australia, wrote a game, sold it for something north of 20 million, bought 1,002 outright with cash at 26 years old, lives in the gym. His mother has introduced him to something like a dozen women, and none of them have called back. He knocked 11 minutes later in a jacket. Having changed, he put his hand out. He was wearing a Rolex Datejust on his right wrist, which is the wrong wrist, and that is the entire point of wearing it there, because on the right wrist, it comes out of the cuff first. When you offer a handshake, Ling Qianru looked at the hand and did not take it. He followed us down to the car park with his car keys in his hand, jingling them, offering us a lift somewhere, anywhere. Ooh, said Ting Ting behind me. Handsome and rich. Do we think an A8 or an R8? It was an A6. He was still standing by it, holding the door open when we crossed the road to the Panamera. I did not think about him again for 4 days. I should have. There is a specific kind of man who cannot survive being politely ignored. At the station gate the next morning, the entire off-going shift was standing around in the yard when my wife pulled up in front of them to drop me off. 12 police officers watched Ling Qianru get out of a Panamera. Lin Kai. Yes, you got married. I did. And where is the wedding candy? There is no defense to that. Wedding candy at the station is not optional. It is practically a legal requirement, and I had been married for 2 weeks and produced nothing. My wife walked to the back of the car, opened the boot, and lifted out a Tenjin bag of red-wrapped sweets. They cheered. She handed it over like she had brought it deliberately. Wu Tingting was sitting in the passenger seat with her mouth open because it was her candy. She had bought it that morning for her grandfather's 70th. It had been in the car for 40 minutes. I heard her voice come out of the open window, small and hollow. I've lost the wife and I've lost the sweets. The first dinner in the new flat was supposed to be a surprise, and Tingting ruined it by arriving early and shouting about it from the corridor. I cooked 6 dishes and a soup. The braised pork was the one I cared about. I had spent a week watching an old Shandong chef's videos before any of this happened, back when cooking was a hobby and not a superpower. Skin charred over the flame first, then washed. 4-centimeter cubes, sugar caramelized until it is 1 second from ruin. Spice broth, honey, a spoon of vinegar, chicken stock, and then you leave it alone for a very long time and refuse to look at it. Ling Qianru ate 1 piece and put her chopsticks down and said a word I will not repeat. We had 3 bedrooms now. I mentioned, while carrying rice, that 3 bedrooms would be about right when we had children. She went the color of the pork. It's fine, said Ting Ting, chewing. I'm not here, I'm air, please continue. Then my wife fed me off her own spoon, absent-mindedly, without thinking about it, and then realized what she had done, and Ting Ting put her bowl down very slowly and said, was that an indirect kiss at the table in front of me? A star came up. I claimed it. Congratulations, alcohol immunity, which is, let us be honest, the worst reward in the history of rewards. I sat there with my chopsticks in my hand, feeling like a man who has opened a treasure chest and found a coupon. 9 minutes later, Wu Ting Ting put 2 bottles of strong liquor on the table and challenged me to a drinking contest as compensation for the emotional damage of the evening. My wife brought out the little 10-milliliter wedding cups. What are these? Said Ting Ting. Are these thimbles? Are we medicating a bird? Half a gin in, my wife was face down on the table. At half a gin, Ting Ting was scarlet from the collarbone up and had begun to explain her feelings about the underwear industry. I was fine, not brave fine, actually fine. I could feel the alcohol arrive and then be quietly cancelled somewhere around my throat, like a message being deleted. She switched to tumblers, she poured them herself. She toasted me, drank, put the glass down carefully, said, "You are not a normal," and went face first into the tablecloth. Her own description of her state the next morning was that her face had been as red as a monkey's backside, and I did not argue. I carried her to the 3rd bedroom. I take back what I said about the reward, incidentally. Alcohol immunity turned out to be worth more than the fighting. Later that night, I walked my wife down to the estate square because she wanted air. I crooked my elbow at her. Come in. She stood there and looked at my arm. We had held hands in a tea house and we had shared a bed by accident. And somehow, this was the thing that stopped her. This small, formal, ordinary gesture that married people do without noticing. Then she stepped in and took my arm and pressed against my side. The 2 aunties on a bench made a noise like doves. 20 meters away, in the dark under the trees, Lin Chen and his mother were watching. I know what she was saying to him because she said it loudly enough for a man with good hearing to catch every word. When you're chasing a girl, you have to be shameless. Shameless, go on. So they staged an accidental meeting, and it was about as accidental as a fire drill. And my wife introduced me by saying, "This is my husband, Lin Kai," and then declined the suggestion of a nice group walk and held onto my arm considerably harder than she needed to. That should have been the end of it. 4 days later, in the square, there was a live stream. A fitness influencer called Li Weigang had set up a bench in front of about 200 people, 100 kilograms on the bar. 5 reps gets you 500 yuan, and every rep after that is another 100, and there is no ceiling, and it is very good content because almost nobody gets to 7. Lin Chen took his jacket off in front of the crowd and challenged me. Not at 100 a rep. He looked at me and said, loudly, 5,000 yuan per rep, and the crowd made the noise crowds make. I asked Li Weigang whether this technically constituted gambling, because I am a police officer, and that was a genuine concern. And about 40 people laughed at me. Then I said I could probably manage more than 10 reps at 75 kilos. Lin Chen got on the bench. His honest maximum at that weight is 39. I know because I asked him months later, and by then he had no reason to lie. That day he did 48. He tied the coach's own record with 200 people watching and his mother screaming, and he came off that bench gray with blood in his mouth from somewhere, and he had to sit down on the grass with his head between his knees. 48 is a genuinely impressive number. I want that written down because of what happened next. I did not take my jacket off. I stopped at 120, not because I was finished. I stopped because somewhere around 100, I did the arithmetic and worked out that my actual ceiling was probably 150, and that 150 in a public square with a camera pointed at me was the kind of number that ends up somewhere I cannot control. 120 repetitions of 100 kilograms, and I got up off that bench and there was no sweat on my forehead. The square had gone silent. Li Weigang was holding his phone with both hands and had stopped talking to his own live stream. He paid out 12,000 yuan. Then he asked me with total sincerity whether I would consider entering a world championship. Lin Chen owed 360,000. He paid it. His hands were shaking and he paid it, and he transferred it at my wife's instruction to my wife's account. That was not greed. That was her being smarter than me in real time. A serving police officer who receives 360,000 yuan from a private individual in one transfer is a police officer with a problem, and the man making the transfer would only need to pick up a phone to create it. Then she said, out loud, in the middle of the square, in the tone of a woman making a light social remark, that she was going to use it to buy her husband a BMW. Lin Chen made a noise, brought up blood, and went down under the tree. His mother had to be fetched from the other side of the square, where she was dancing with a middle-aged man to a speaker on a bench. She arrived screaming at bystanders about how nobody had helped her son. There was a nurse in that crowd who had been about to step forward and who heard all of that and decided to stay exactly where she was. He had internal damage from the bench, mostly, and the rest of it was rage. In the emergency department, he said one thing over and over to his mother: "I hate them. Mom, I hate them so much." Later that night, my wife and I sat outside on the step and she leaned her head on my shoulder and said she used to do this with her grandmother on the roof of the old house, and neither of us said anything for a while. Then her phone rang and business came back. Wang Hua, our herb dealer, Liu Jun, the collector who owned the century-old ginseng root, was back in Jiangbei, and his mother was seriously ill. Third floor of the City Hospital of Traditional Medicine. My wife hung up and looked at me. "We'll visit her tomorrow," she said, as buyers paying a courtesy. "That's cold. That's a door," she said. "You decide what to do once you're through it." That night also contained 2 incidents in the corridor, which I will summarize as follows. My wife forgot her pajamas and came out of the bathroom in a towel and walked directly into me at full speed. Both of us made small noises. Neither of us has ever mentioned it again. And 40 minutes later, a second figure came down the hallway in the dark with her eyes completely shut, felt her way along the wall into the bathroom, and left the door wide open. Wu Ting Ting sleepwalks. I turned around and looked at the wall and thought about tax policy until it was over, and then I quietly closed her bedroom door behind her. If that woman is going to keep staying here, I am going to have to install something. In the morning, I knocked on my own bathroom door and called out to ask if anybody was in there, which is apparently now my life. My wife had been up since 6 making seafood noodles with abalone and sea cucumber in them, and Ting Ting came out holding her head and refused for 11 minutes to believe that she had lost a drinking contest, and only accepted it when she heard how much money Lin Chen had transferred. Then she remembered her grandfather was being discharged that morning and ran out of the door with one shoe. He had discharged himself essentially. He argued that his treatment was reimbursed by the state and that since he felt perfectly well, it would be wasting the government's money to lie in a bed. Dr. Wu Xing pulled me aside on the way out, and this is the part that stopped the week from being funny. "You need to understand something," he said. "His numbers are extraordinary. His color is extraordinary. He has more energy than men 15 years younger, and the 2 vessels are still blocked. The wine isn't fixing it. The wine is making a strong man out of a sick one," he said. "The blockage is exactly where it was. If it closes, and it will not matter at all how good he feels the day before." I did not say anything to the old man. He was in the corridor telling a nurse a story about 1974. At breakfast, Ting Ting demanded that I demonstrate my luck, so I did a fortune-telling routine with my thumb running over my knuckles, muttering trigram names, and then correctly predicted that she had recently come into a small, unexpected sum of money, which I knew because I had heard her say it on the phone the previous evening. She lost her mind. She grabbed my sleeve. "Do it again. Do me again. Go on then. If you're so clever, tell me what color underwear I'm wearing today." "White lace." There was a silence of roughly 1 second. I would like to state for the record that I know this because of the sleepwalking incident, and that I had spent the entire night trying not to know it, and that the words came out of my mouth before any part of my brain was consulted. Ling Xianru put down her chopsticks very slowly. Meanwhile, at a breakfast stall outside the hospital, at about 6:30 in the morning, Zhang Shufen was making a phone call from her son's phone. Her son was upstairs with organ damage and a doctor's instruction not to get agitated. A tricycle pulled up at the curb, the kind the junk collectors use, piled with flattened cardboard. The man who got off it was gray-haired and weathered, and his back was bent almost double, and he sat down at her table and ate 4 fried dough sticks without saying a single word. Then he put down the last one. "So you finally remembered, you know me," he said. "What is it?" She showed him the photographs, the ones she had taken in my living room, framing my wife. He looked at them for a while. "I'll remember these 2, he said. "I'll deal with them for you. And after that, you and I never see each other again." She started to backtrack. She said she only wanted them taught a lesson. She said something about that business 10 years ago and how frightened she was of prison, and her voice went up at the end. The hunchbacked man finished his tea. "I should have been dead a long time ago," he said. Everything since has been 10 years I was not owed. Then he got back on his tricycle and pedaled away into the traffic, and neither of them ever mentioned it again to anybody, and I did not know that man existed for another 6 weeks. At the station, Chief Chen had good news, delivered like an apology. The drug operation had come back as a collective third-class merit. Collective shared 4 ways, plus the station. He could hardly look at me while he said it. In his opinion, I had had a firearm put against my head and a round fail on me at 1.5 meters and should have had an individual second class, and somewhere above us, a decision had been made to keep the numbers modest, and both of us knew roughly why. A man 4 months out of the academy with a first-class merit and an individual second is a man who becomes a story, and stories get looked at. I told him it was fine, and I meant it. I am 24 years old. I have 3 years to do something the system says takes 30, and the fastest way to lose those 3 years is to become interesting to the wrong people in month 5. The tallest tree in the forest gets taken down by the wind. The old man was right about that. Even if I intend to be a very tall tree eventually, there was a 5,000 yuan bonus attached. The other 3 all refused their share and pushed it at me, which is the kind of thing that happens when everyone thinks you are lucky and wants to stand near it. I gave the whole lot to the canteen. For 2 months after that, Xiaobei police station had the best food of any station in the district, and every single person who ate there mentioned it to me personally, and that 5,000 yuan bought me more goodwill than a medal ever has. The next call was a stolen car, which is the most boring category of crime there is. The man waiting for us outside the Tiandiking nightclub on Heidong Road was wearing a tank top and slippers at 11 in the morning, beer belly, a tattoo down one arm that had been done cheaply and then made worse. Guangdong accent. He got through 3 Huazi cigarettes in the 8 minutes we stood there. Officers, 10,000 he said immediately. Why but 10,000 right now if you get my car back today. We don't take rewards? 20, sir. The car was a black Mercedes S500 on a Guangdong plate. He wanted it found urgently, and he wanted us to know how urgently, and he kept saying so. Anything valuable in it? His eyes went sideways for about 1/3 of a second. Clothes, a few changes of clothes, and there's 2 cases of mutai and 3 cartons of huazi in the boot. I wrote that down and thought nothing of it. I noticed the eyes and I filed it under a man who does not want to explain why he has 24 bottles of mutai in his car, which is not, in this country, a crime. The nightclub had its own camera pointed at the curb, which nightclubs do, because they care much more about their own car park than about anything the police want. Inside, a hostess called May met us at the door and recited, without being asked a single question, that this establishment is entirely legitimate and that they consider gambling and narcotics to be their mortal enemies. 2 vices she named. 2. Gao Li Hong made a note of the 3rd one for another day. The footage was good enough. A thin young man in a New York cap and a black t-shirt walked past the Mercedes, walked back, circled it twice with his hands in his pockets, and left. 11 minutes later, he came back with a hammer, put the driver's window in, and drove west. The face was a smear. Traffic cameras would take a day. Gao Li Hong was quietly devastated. He had been standing next to me for 3 weeks watching criminals walk into trees, and he had gotten used to it. Then, on the way to hand the case to the traffic division, Tong Chong announced from the back seat that he urgently needed a toilet, so he pulled in at a tobacco and liquor shop on the corner. I went in to buy water. The owner was screaming at a young man across the counter. Fake, fake. Both cases. You tried to take 20,000 yuan off me with counterfeit cigarettes and counterfeit moutai. Get out of my shop before I call the police. The young man turned around, New York cap, black t-shirt. He saw the uniform. He got about 3 strides, face down on the pavement with my knee in his back, still talking. He said the sentence that turned the entire day upside down. I only took 3 packs of cigarettes, and they were all fake. That guy drives a Mercedes, and everything in it is fake. Everything. The wine, the cigarettes, all of it. Did you steal the black Mercedes S500? He went completely still under my hand. How the hell did you know that? The right just moment was Chen Innoser Bonus Toins. She is a car mechanic, which is why he could start it without the key. His account of his own crime is the most honest thing I have ever taken down in an interview room. He had gone out to smash a window and take whatever was on the seat. Then he found nothing. A luxury car, a real one, and not one single thing in it worth carrying. And he got angry about it. He said it in the room with genuine grievance in his voice. Driving a car like that and there's nothing inside? so he stole the whole car out of spite. He sold it that night to Daisy Auto Repair on the Outer Ring Road, his old master's place. The master put it on the lift, found welding seams where welding seams should not be, and told him it was a cobbled together shell with a real badge on it, and paid him nothing. Then he tried to sell the wine and the cigarettes, and they were counterfeit as well. I was up all night, he said, all night, and I made not one yuan, and now I'm arrested. I'm the victim here. And that is when I got the first cold feeling, because Chen Wu, in the corridor, in handcuffs, turned around and swore at Tang Chang for 4 solid sentences about the state of his car and his fake alcohol. And Tang Chang did not get angry. He exhaled. A man whose Mercedes has just been stolen and stripped is told that it has been stolen and stripped, and he relaxes. We went to Desi Auto Repair. The owner was Kui Long, and he folded before I finished the first sentence, which is what happens when a man knows how many other things there are to find. In the yard out the back, the Mercedes was already in pieces. Doors off, seats out, engine on a stand. Anything unusual in it? 2 of the mechanics looked at each other, and one of them pulled a face. There was an urn, he said. Ashes under the passenger seat, wrapped in cloth. Damn bad luck to find that in a car. Where is it? We threw it in the rubbish pit. Nobody wants to touch that. Behind me, Tang Chang started to sweat. Why do you want that thing? He said. It's just bad luck. It's ashes. Officer, you know what? Maybe I should go back to the station first and wait for you there. Then, when nobody moved, he started threatening to make a formal complaint about how he was being treated, and his hands were shaking while he said it, and so were his knees. I sent Gao Li Hong to the rubbish pit and told him quietly to take his time. 15 minutes later, my phone rang. Shaolin. My mentor's voice had gone strange. There are 3 packets in it, sealed, industrial packaging. It's ice. It has to be 3 kilos. 3 kilograms of crystal methamphetamine in a funeral urn under a car seat. Chen Wu saw it before I did. He was cuffed to a bench across the yard, and he shouted, and I turned around, and Tang Chang was already at the door of the workshop with a 20-pound iron wrench up over his shoulder. He was too close, and I was too square to him. I could not get out of the arc, so I did the only thing available, which was to put my left forearm up to eat the blow and cock my right hand for his throat, and I had already accepted that my arm was going to break. He swung it with everything he had. And because he swung it with everything he had, the head of the wrench caught the top of the door frame. It jumped out of his hands, came down, and landed across his own foot. The noise he made was not a human noise. He went down holding it, and I got the pepper spray out and finished the job, and he was cuffed on the floor of a garage in about 4 seconds, screaming about his foot. Then Chen Wu came hobbling across the yard, and leg irons took the pepper spray out of my hand before I could stop him, gave Tang Chang a second application at close range, and kicked him. "Idiot!" he shouted. "You absolute idiot! I hate him! I want to kill him!" I confiscated my own pepper spray from a prisoner. That went in the report, and I have never lived it down. Here is the part where I got lucky again, and this time it was not the universe, it was my mouth. We had 3 kilograms. 3 kilograms is a lot of narcotics, and it is a strange amount for a man who was driven up from the south, because if you are going to make that trip, you make it worth making. So I sat down opposite him and said in a bored voice, as if I were reading it off a file, 3 bags. You didn't bring 3 bags all that way. You've already dropped part of it. I let it sit for a second. Is the buyer called Wang Qiang? I had nothing. I had a name I had arrested a week earlier and a hunch shaped like a coincidence. His face came apart. He did not think, he has heard a rumor. He thought, they have Wang Qiang. Wang Qiang has talked. They have been watching me since the moment I crossed the provincial line. They let me report my own stolen car as a joke. He confessed to being the southern end of the supply line before we got back to the station. Gao Li Hong asked me about it that night. Seriously, like a man asking about a magic trick he intends to learn. How did you know his buyer was Wang Cheng? Was that deduction? Did you find something at the garage? Master, I found nothing at all. I was bluffing, I guessed. He looked at me for a long time and then said, "Don't tell anyone that." At the station, they had started doing arithmetic about me out loud in the yard. 3 months and 9 days. That is how long I'd been a police officer. Second-level police supervisor normally takes 4 years of clean service after the rank I was already wearing. My own mentor is over 10 years in and sits 1 grade below where he should be because of a mistake he made in his 30s that he will not talk about. My colleagues had started asking to be assigned with me, not for the credit, because they wanted to stand near it. Chief Chen lost his temper with them about that, which surprised everyone. Do you know, he said, in the middle of the yard, that when Xiaolin arrested Wang Qiang, a man put a pistol against his head and pulled the trigger? Do you? No, you don't. You know about the medals. Nobody said anything for a while after that. Upstairs at the Municipal Bureau, Director Guo Xiaojun was having a considerably worse week than any of us because the provincial department had been leaning on him about southern trafficking routes for a month, and the anti-drug squad had been working on Wang Cheng for 2 days and had nothing. Captain Zhou Shan had been in that room with him for most of it. Leniency for those who confess, severity for those who resist. Wang Qiang had done the sum in his head that men in his position always do, which is that a dealer at his level gets what he gets regardless, and every day of silence is a day. Then Guo called and told Zhou Shan to stand down because the southern supplier had been arrested by Qiaobei Police Station by Lin Kai. Zhou Shan sat down on the edge of a desk. "It's Qiaobei again," he said, "and it's Lin Kai again. Director, be honest with me. Do you think that boy has a cheat code?" When he came to collect the prisoner, he stood in the corridor of the hospital where Tang Chang was getting his foot set in plaster and could not get past one detail. He had 3 kilos of ice in the car and he called the police about the car. He did. Why? Tang Chang from the bed, sounding genuinely offended. "If something happens to you, don't you call the police? My goods were hidden very well." Zhou Shan walked out into the corridor, muttering that I was definitely cheating somehow, and then turned around and offered me a team leader position in the anti-drug squad on the spot in front of my own mentor. Gao Lihong physically took hold of my sleeve and pulled me down the corridor. "He's a trainee," he said over his shoulder, which was a lie, and then quieter to me, "Do not even look at him." Chen Wu asked from his bench whether any of this counted as him doing a good deed. Legally, no. Morally, a 19-year-old idiot with a hammer took 3 kilograms of methamphetamine off the street because he was annoyed about the contents of a glove box. I put a line in the report about his cooperation, and I would do it again. The following Monday, I found the chief's office smelling like a pharmacy. Chen Weiman was sitting at his desk at an angle, holding onto the edge of it, and there were 4 medicated plasters visible through his shirt. "It's nothing. Old injury. Chief, you can't straighten up." "It's nothing." Gao Lihong told me the story in the corridor because Chen never would. Years ago, in January, minus 15 degrees, there was a girl of about 20 on the roof of a 3-story building after a breakup. Chen Weiman took his coat off so it would not rustle and went up the fire escape on his stomach over ice and got a hand on her wrist as she went over. And then he could not pull her up and he could not let go. So he lay half over the edge of that roof with his stomach on the concrete lip and his elbows taking his own weight plus hers. He held her there for 20 minutes while the fire service tried to get an appliance through the snow. She lived. His elbows and stomach were open to the bone and his lower back has never been right since. And every winter it locks up. I went back in and put 2 fingers on either side of his spine. "It's not just the strain," I said. "The cold got into you while you were lying on that roof and it never came back out. When it flares, does it feel like an ice pick going in from behind?" He turned around in his chair and stared at me. "That is exactly what it feels like. That is exactly it. I've said that to 4 doctors and every one of them wrote down chronic lumbar strain." I sent Gao Lihong out to the pharmacy for silver needles, 5-inch, 16.5 centimeters. He came back and put the packet on the desk and both men looked at the length of them. "The hospital ones," Chen said slowly, "are about 3 inches and they never put the whole thing in. Chief, take your shirt off." He took his shirt off. Then he turned his head away and studied the wall with great interest. "It makes me uncomfortable to hold my neck like this," he explained to the wall. "That's all. It's not that I'm frightened." Of course. 1 needle. Straight in, all of it, and then a specific flick of the wrist that I had never done in my life and my hand knew perfectly. 20 seconds later, a ring of white frost formed on the exposed length of that needle. Frost. In an office in September, Gao Lihong said something under his breath that I will not repeat and backed into a filing cabinet. 2 minutes. That was the whole treatment. Chen Weiman stood up out of that chair, straightened all the way, twisted at the waist twice, and then walked around his own desk like a man testing a new car. "Shaolin," he said, "I have a new understanding of you. You're not a policeman, you're a miracle doctor. In this demo same sir chakra." And in the corner of my vision, for the first time, the skill showed me something new. Master level acupuncture experience, 20 out of 300. There was a bar, and there was a number at the end of it. And the number was grandmaster and 9-inch needles, 20 out of 300. From curing a chronic injury that 4 hospitals had failed on, Gao Lihong immediately presented his frozen shoulder, and I did 3 points, and he could lift his arm above his head for the first time in a year, and it needed a second session in a week to actually finish it. That one gave me 5 experience. 5, and then I had to sit down in Chen's chair because the room had gone soft at the edges. Nobody tells you the price. The knowledge is free. The doing of it is not. 2 treatments in 10 minutes, and I felt like I had run a half marathon with my eyes shut. Something goes out of you and into the needle, and there is no way around it. So there is the trap, and I saw it clearly that afternoon and did not have an answer for it. I cannot raise the level without treating people. Treating people empties me. Grandmaster is 280 points away, and I could feel what 25 had cost. They sent me home early. Both of them then took the opportunity to lecture me in stereo about pacing myself with a new wife, and I left the building. On the walk home, I got the feeling, I do not have a better word for it than the one that arrived at the time, which was that something was looking at me the way a hungry animal looks at a thing it has decided about, right between the shoulder blades. I turned around fast. The street was ordinary. There was a junk collector's tricycle coming up the far side, piled with flattened cardboard, and an old man bent over the handlebars with his back curved almost double. He did not look up. He pedaled past. The feeling went away, and I felt stupid about it and kept walking. At the gate of Hanlon Garden, 4 minutes behind me, that same man stopped his tricycle and gave the security guard a packet of Yuxi cigarettes and asked in a friendly way how the access control worked around here because he wanted to know which blocks to collect from. The guard was delighted to explain. Card entry at every door. Cameras on all 4 gates, on the lobbies, on the lifts, on the underground car park, and then, being helpful, he added the last part. The only place there's nothing is the west wall. No cameras down there, but you'd have to climb it, and who's going to climb a wall? I got home at 4 in the afternoon. Her shoes were by the door, thrown, one on its side. That was the first thing. She lines them up. The flat was dark. The curtains were shut. She was on the sofa, curled into the smallest shape a person can make, on her side with her knees against her chest. The tear tracks on her face were dry, which meant they were old, and her lower lip was bitten through in 2 places. Yun Yao. Don't talk, she said. Please, please don't talk. I have since learned all of it. It started in her first year of junior middle school. It comes without warning. First, her vision doubles, and that is the only warning she gets, and it means she has about 90 seconds. Then the pain arrives, and the way she describes it, on the one occasion I got her to describe it, is that someone is opening her brain along a seam with a small, sharp knife, slowly, and taking rests. It lasts between 1 and 3 hours. Painkillers do nothing. Not the over-the-counter ones, not the prescription ones. She has been given pethidine in an emergency department, and it did not touch it. Every scan she has ever had is clean, perfect. Beautiful pictures of a completely healthy brain. So by the 2nd year of middle school, her teachers had decided she was doing it to get out of class. And by the 3rd year, so had her parents. She learned to stop telling people. She learned to find a room and close the door and get through it alone. And she had been doing that for 13 years. And she was doing it that afternoon in a rented flat because her husband was at work. I ran out of the door. She told me later what that looked like from the sofa. It looked like a man who had walked in on something unpleasant and left. I was gone 11 minutes. Pharmacy on the corner. Silver needles. Back up 5 flights because the lift is slow. I'm gonna put a needle in you. She could not answer. 1 needle. That was all it took. I watched 2/3 of it go out of her face in about 4 seconds, and then the rest. And then she lay there breathing with her eyes shut and her hand over her mouth. It's gone, she said. Lin Kai, it's gone. Then I took her pulse. Master level acupuncture reads a pulse the way you read a page. Blockage, deficiency, heat, cold, where it is, and how old it is. On Chen's back, I had the whole history in 4 seconds. I put my fingers on her wrist and her pulse was steady, even and strong, a healthy woman of 25. I moved to the other wrist, same. I sat there on the floor with my fingers on my wife's wrist and could not find a single thing wrong with her. I need you to understand why that frightened me more than any reading would have. Master level is not a small thing. Master level finds an old cold injury under 20 years of scar tissue. If Master level puts its hand on an illness that has been eating a woman for 13 years and comes back with nothing at all, that does not mean there is nothing there. It means the thing is deeper than the level I am standing on, and things that are deeper than that do not usually take 13 years and then stop. I did not say any of that. I said she was fine and that I would look after it, and then the room tipped because I'd done Chen's back and Gao Dehong's shoulder, and now this, all inside 6 hours, and I went down on 1 knee, and then all the way. I came round on the bed, which meant a woman who weighs about 50 kilograms had got me off the floor and onto it by herself. She told me later that I talked in my sleep. She said I asked where my mother and father were, and then, in a completely different voice, she said, I told my grandfather that I was a police officer now, and that I had a first-class merit, and asked him whether he was pleased. She sat on the edge of that bed and stroked my forehead the way her grandmother used to do it for her, and she made a decision in that hour that she did not tell me about for a very long time. When I woke up it was dark, and I said the thing I had been sitting on all week. I know how to get the ginseng. What? Liu Jun's mother. She's at the traditional medicine hospital. He has been telling everyone he'll hand over the root for nothing, plus 2 million on top to anyone who can give his mother another 6 months. That was 2 months ago, and nobody has taken it. She sat up. And you can do that? Yes. Lin Kai, he has had national experts look at her. Yun Yao, I said, I am a national medical master. There was a pause. You are 24. That's not a job title. It's a level. National medical masters, she said, are 80 years old and have beards down to here and wear tang suits. So I'll grow one. She laughed, and then she stopped laughing because she had just watched a needle do in 4 seconds what pethidine could not do in 13 years. I slept 6 hours and woke up before her, and when she came out of her room, there were 3 blue stars over her head. 3. The first time it had gone that high since the acupuncture, and this time I did not touch it. That is the single most disciplined thing I have ever done. I made breakfast with 3 blue stars floating in my peripheral vision and did not reach for them once. Blue is 3, and blue got me a lost art. If there was an orange above blue, then orange was going to be something else entirely, and I had the whole day. Then she shouted from the bathroom in the specific voice of a woman who has made a logistical error. She had forgotten her clothes. I collected them from her room, and I opened the bathroom door and handed them in, and I had not put a shirt on that morning, and she looked at me for slightly longer than she meant to, and I said something about adding my own things to the wash. 3 blue stars folded into 4. Orange. I claimed it before she came out of that bathroom. Congratulations to the host on obtaining the Hidden Dragon Technique, Grandmaster level cultivation method, 9 levels. Each one raises hearing, sight, smell, reaction speed, endurance, physical energy, and the system added helpfully the duration of certain activities. I did not ask. The catch was immediate, and it was in the description. This method draws on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and there is almost none of that left in the modern world. The ceiling is not level 9. The ceiling is whatever this exhausted air can still give me, and that is probably 2, maybe 3. I did not care in the slightest about level 9, because the sentence underneath it was the one that mattered. The technique restores energy, expended. I sat down on the floor of the bedroom cross-legged, in a room with the windows shut, and did the first form. The air in that room moved, not a draft, a slow turning in toward me, and my hair lifted off my forehead. 1 hour later, I stood up completely restored to peak, not rested, peak. I had budgeted a day for that. It took 60 minutes, which meant the trap I had sat down in yesterday afternoon had a door in it, and the door was now open, and 300 experience points to Grandmaster had gone from impossible to arithmetic. At 3 o'clock the next morning, a man went over the west wall of Hanlin Garden, where there are no cameras, and climbed the fire stairs to the roof of Unit 1. His name was Wang Fu. He was the junk collector with the bent back. He tied a climbing rope to the roof railing, went over the edge, and walked himself down the face of the building past the dark windows, counting floors. He counted 1 floor. Wrong. He went in through the window of 1002 instead of 1001. He was extremely careful and quiet and prepared, and he had the wrong apartment, and there was a woman asleep in that bed with her hair across her face, snoring. He got the knife to her throat before she was properly awake, and she got 2 words out before the blade opened the skin on her neck, and she said them because they were the only 2 words she had. I'm Zhang Shufen. The knife stopped. I was awake by then. I want to explain why, because it was not instinct and it was not luck. It was that I had spent 1 hour cross-legged on a bedroom floor the previous afternoon, and one night with the hidden dragon technique in me, and my hearing had changed. I heard a window. Not a bang. The specific soft scrape of a frame going up in a building where every frame is the same age. I was through my wife's bedroom door before I had decided to move. Her window was shut and locked. She was asleep on her side with one arm out. She woke up to find her husband standing in her bedroom at 3 in the morning, in the dark, breathing hard, and I watched her have a very reasonable thought about the terms of our 3-year agreement. I heard a window. It must have been a dream. Go back to sleep. I got out of there. And in the corridor, I heard the other thing, the one that had been underneath the window scrape, which was a woman's cry, cut off in the middle, apartment 1002, the door directly opposite mine. I had my shoulders set and my weight back to take it off the hinges, and then through the door, I heard her voice, and I stopped, and I put my ear against the wood instead, and that decision is the reason a 10-year-old murder got solved. You animal, Wang Fu, I sent you to deal with Lin Kai and Ling Qianru next door, and you climb into my house in the middle of the night and put a knife on me. Everything after that came through a hollow core door into an ear that had been upgraded 6 hours earlier. He had come to kill me. That part he said plainly and without any particular feeling, the way you would explain a job you had been given. He had come to kill me and my wife, and he had miscounted the floors. Then it turned into something else. Her first husband, years ago, was a man called Lin Yingwu, and he beat her. And Wang Fu solved that for her by getting into a dump truck and running Lin Yingwu down on a road at night and making it look like an accident. He did 2 years suspended for careless driving. The insurance and the settlement paid out to the widow, and the widow used that money to send her son to school in Australia. She offered, through the door, to marry him now, 12 years late. He refused. He said that if the two of them lived together, anybody who looked twice would understand the whole thing, and that a man does not confess by moving in. And then he said the last part, and he said it happily. Lin Chen is my son. He had put a hole in something before her wedding years and years ago, deliberately, and then when the boy was old enough, he had taken a hair from a comb and paid for a test to be sure. It worked the first time, he said, so the very first time. He laughed about it. He also said he still intended to finish the job he came for, because it was the last thing he was ever going to do for her. She started begging him not to, not out of any concern for me. A murder next door means investigators in this corridor, and she has a 10-year-old road accident she would prefer nobody looked at twice. He agreed to postpone it. That is the only reason I got to hear all of it. I stepped back from that door and called the station and said quietly that there was a murderer in Unit 1, Apartment 1002, and to come without sirens. Then I stood in the corridor and waited because I was not going to let that man out of the building. At about 3:10, the door opened a crack because Zhang Shufen wanted to check the corridor before he left. I was standing directly outside it. "What are you doing at my door in the middle of the night?" she said with real outrage. "Are you up to something?" I held up my badge and walked in. He came out of the bedroom doorway fast for a man with a back like that. The dagger went for my neck in a flat arc with no wind-up, which told me he had done it before. I put my head about 6 centimeters to the left of where it needed to be, caught his wrist, and broke it with 2 fingers. The switchblade came out of his other hand while the first one was still falling. I turned him by the arm, took him off balance, and put my elbow into the back of his head at somewhere around 30%, because at 100% I would have killed him and I needed him talking. He went down on the carpet. And then I got a proper look at his face and recognized him. The tricycle, the cardboard, the thing between my shoulder blades on Xinhua Road at 4 in the afternoon. He had followed me home in daylight, and I had told myself I was being dramatic. The search of his bag produced the dagger, the switchblade, and a hand grenade, an actual grenade, old, rust in the seams, and absolutely genuine. Xiao Li, who is 23 and has been a police officer for 11 months, put it on the table and then took 3 steps backwards without seeming to know he had done it. Wang Fu was on the floor with his wrist at an angle, grinning up at me. "You're lucky to be alive tonight. If I weren't afraid of hurting an innocent party, I'd have taken you with me." The innocent party he was referring to was the woman who had hired him. I cuffed her too. She lost her mind about that. She was going to file a complaint. She was going to have my job. She wanted my number. "Badge number 9527, I said. "If I were afraid of complaints, I would be in a different line of work." And then I looked up because something in the corner of the bedroom ceiling had caught the light, an indoor camera. One of the little white ones, cloud storage, 49 yuan on any shopping app, the kind people put up to watch their dog, pointed at the bedroom, recording continuously. It had been running the entire time. I got up on a chair and pulled it out of the ceiling, and Zhang Shufen's face went the color of the wall behind her. Back at the station, I did 2 things that Gao Lihong still talks about. The first is that I put them in the same holding room, deliberately, together, and put Xiao Li and Xiao Li in front of the monitor with instructions to write down every word. Wang Fu was not stupid. He looked at the camera in the corner within 4 seconds and started talking loudly about how he and Zhang Shufen were lovers, and this had been a romantic assignation, and how it was all a misunderstanding between 2 people of a certain age. I let it run for 10 minutes and then said, to nobody in particular, so Wang Fu came to a lovers' meeting carrying a dagger, a switchblade, and a hand grenade. The second thing I did was refuse to conduct the interrogation. Chief Chen arrived at 4 in the morning and told me to take it. And I said no, because I am the intended victim, and a man who interviews the person who came to kill him is a man who hands a defense lawyer a gift in 11 months' time. Then I sat down with the memory card from that little white camera and watched 48 hours of a stranger's apartment on fast forward with my thumb on the key, and I made myself watch the parts I did not want to watch, and at 3:11 I found the whole thing. Sound and picture. A man explaining in his own voice how and why he killed Lin Yingwu with a truck. I bought breakfast for the night shift at 6. Xiao Li fell asleep sitting up with a soy milk in his hand. I had been awake for 22 hours and I felt like I had come back from a holiday. 1 hour of sitting on a floor. At 8, Director Guo Xiaojun called the chief. I heard one side of it through the office door and Chen told me the rest. The provincial department had refused the promotion under 4 months of service, no precedent in the province, possibly in the country. And then Guo quoted the sentence that had actually done the damage because he thought Chen should hear it. Some people also feel that Lin Kai's achievements are mostly luck. And luck is an unstable thing. Chen Weiman went a color I had not seen on him before. Luck, he said. Let those people go out and get themselves some luck then. Let them go and get lucky twice a week for 4 months. But there was a door in it, and Guo had left it deliberately open. One more merit, one more suspect of no less weight than an A-level fugitive, and the file goes back up with a covering note and it goes through. Chen sat down heavily. Where, he said to the ceiling, is a neighborhood police station supposed to find a murderer? Chief, I said, about that. Last night I arrested a suspect. He's a murderer. There's an accomplice as well. Chen Weiman's mouth opened and did not close for some time. Xiaolin, he said at last, are you a prophet? He watched the recording without blinking, which after 20 years I suppose you do, and then he hit the desk hard enough to move the tea. I told him I was handing it to the criminal police and recusing myself, and he agreed before I finished the sentence. Then he stopped and frowned and reached for the phone. Because he had remembered a dinner years earlier and a man drinking too much and talking about a case he could not close. A traffic accident, a driver who paid out too readily, and a widow who did not cry. Captain Chen Guang, Criminal Police Team 1. Chen read him 3 names down the phone. Wang Fu, Zhang Shufen, Lin Yingwu. There was a silence on the line, and Paul was syncsisnia, are and tamin and dindan, one said, a wafus kade, charigan dadidur, the sound wine teen, decent the next day cooker, a tekorik and varutin, chen search malus or from the stupino whilst the week waited, the bunch what to do a lot of the or at Sabbath Chen's decisions, the had no order security bars for the day in the windows of my flat and would not hear an argument about it. You may not be afraid of criminals, he said. Fine, be a hero. Now think about Ling Qianru asleep in that room with the window open. I stopped arguing and he sent Gao Lihong up onto the roof of Unit 1 to recover a climbing rope tied to the railing, which is now Exhibit 4. Chen Guang came in, shook my hand, said he had heard about me from Zhou Shan, and immediately asked Chen whether I could be transferred to criminal police. Don't even start, said Chen. Not a chance. Not in this life. Then Chen Guang sat down and said the professional thing, which is the correct thing. Old Chen, Xiaolin, words are words. What have you actually got? I put the memory card in the laptop. He watched it twice. On the second pass, he stopped it, went back 11 seconds, and played it again. There it is, he said. He ran Lin Yingwu down on purpose, and he said so himself on camera to the widow in his own voice. He and Chen turned out to be police academy classmates who had slept in the same dormitory, and I sat there and watched 2 men in their 50s hand each other the best morning either of them had had in a year. Chen's only condition was speed. He did not dress it up. He said out loud that my promotion depended on the case being defined quickly, and Chen Guang said he understood perfectly and would have it in front of the bureau by the end of the day. In the cell, before they took him, Wang Fu leaned across and whispered to Zhang Shufeng that he would carry it and that she knew nothing about anything, and she held out for exactly as long as it took for the leg irons to touch her ankles. I did tell Wang Fu to take revenge on Lin Kai and Ling Qianru, she said, at a volume the whole corridor could hear, but I never told him to kill them. I never said kill. I watched Wang Fu's face when she said it. He did not get angry. He just looked at her for a second and then looked at the floor. And that was the exact moment a man understood the last 10 years of his life. On the way out, she twisted around and asked me to pass a message to her son. I said I would. I did, eventually. It did not help. Director Guo assumed when Chen called him that he was being lobbied again, and he was short about it. Old Chen, enough. We do not manufacture achievements for the sake of a promotion. And at that moment, Chen Guang walked into Guo Chang's office with the case file in his hand. Guo apologized twice, which by all accounts, he does about once every 3 years. If Chen Guang defines this case, he said, and the provincial leadership still won't sign, I will go up there myself and ask them to explain it to my face. Down in our yard, Chen told the whole station before lunch because he could not physically keep it in. Old Sun, who is 37 and sits 1 rank above me, did the arithmetic in front of everyone and then said congratulations with the face of a man swallowing a stone. I asked for the next day off. What for? An old gentleman's 70th birthday. Xiao Li immediately said that it was his wife's birthday tomorrow as well. Xiao Li said Chen without looking up. Wake up, you don't have a girlfriend. While all of that was happening, the Wang family were making their own arrangements for that same birthday. Sun Lei had been confined to the family villa at Dongshan since Jiang Ping was taken away by the discipline commission, mostly because Jiang Ping's relatives kept coming to the gate to shout. His father, Sun Tian, lifted the confinement for one specific job. They had bought a dog doctor, 1 million won paid to a traditional medicine practitioner from the provincial capital named Chen Guangfu to attend Wu Zhiqiong's 70th birthday banquet and cure the old man's heart in front of the room. Then the Wu family would owe the Wang family a life, and a marriage between Sun Lei and Wu Tingting would become the natural way for that debt to be settled. Sun Lei dropped his interest in my wife inside a single sentence when this was explained to him, and I will not repeat the sentence. I met Chen Guangfu the following day, and I will describe him fairly because he deserves it. White tang suit, gray goatee, trimmed, an antique wooden medicine chest that nobody was permitted to carry or open but him. At the Hot Spring Hotel the night before he ate foie gras and wagyu and then sent out for stinky tofu, refused a third toast on the grounds that alcohol thins the qi, told Sun Tin to his face that his back pain came from too many women, and then proved himself. He put a 5-inch needle into Sun Lei's neck. Don't move, he said pleasantly. If you move, I may puncture the carotid artery. Sun Lei had a smoker's throat that had been getting worse for 6 years. It was gone before the needle came out, and then he explained something to that room which I paid a great deal for later. At a certain level, he said, needlework is not needlework. It is powered by true qi. What is in a man is limited and it comes back slowly, so I will not be wasting any of it tonight. Tomorrow, there is an important patient. He was a fraud in every way that a man can be a fraud, and he was also completely right about that, and he was the first person to tell me what the thing in my own hands actually was. That morning, in Gao Lisong's yard, we bottled. Wu Meiling had organized a crew of 6 women from the lane, 3-ounce white porcelain tasting bottles, funnels, corks, wax, 100 yuan each for half a day, which in that lane is a good half day. Sister Kuai, mind that one. Mind it, that little bottle is worth 2,000 yuan. Sister Kui put it down as though it were a baby. 20 cases came out of that yard, 120 bottles. Ling Qianru stood in the doorway watching the boxes stack up against the wall with an expression I had learned to recognize. She was not looking at boxes. She was looking at the trademark application, and then the workshop, and then the factory. Old Wu could not wait a single day. He had been rationed to a cup an evening, and the previous night he had run out, and someone had bought him a bottle of shop wine as a substitute, and he had spat it onto his own floor and asked what it was and whether a dog would drink it. So he had himself driven out to the urban fringe, and he came through that rusted iron gate at a jog following his nose. 5 bottles free to him, 15 for the banquet, and then his sister-in-law reached for her phone. Trainee behind Kaihur. 40, unmarried, trained in Beijing under a famous old teacher and then years abroad and married into a family with a name you would know if I said it. She bought 108,000 yuan of medicinal wine standing in a cement yard, and when my wife tried to give her the first sale discount, she refused it outright. It's bad luck to discount the first sale, she said. Take the full amount. Then she looked at me. She looked at me for considerably longer than is comfortable, with her head slightly tilted. I'm sorry, she said. I have the strangest feeling I've seen you before. I have that kind of face. No, she said slowly. No, you don't. Then Ting Ting elbowed her about something, and the moment went, and it did not come back for weeks. Old Wu sat down on a stool in the yard and ate a bowl of Wu Meiling's boiled peanuts, the ones she marinates overnight, and asked about her daughter. She told him. Top 3 in her year, reads all the time, wants to be a doctor. You could see the whole of that woman's life lift when she talked about it. Then her phone rang. It was the school. Your Gao Ming hit a classmate. Don't ask questions on the phone. Come to the school now. That is the entire call. Wu Meiling put the peanuts down and went. 2 things happened on the way, and I am putting them both in because the small one tells you as much as the big one. A man with tattooed forearms stopped her at the junction and said she had scratched his car. She had not scratched his car. She stood there for 11 minutes while he shouted, and then she gave him 500 yuan out of her purse because she was already late and because that is what her life had trained her to do. She arrived at the school 30 minutes after the call, and the first thing that happened to her in the academic affairs office was that she was told off for being late. Here is what actually happened in that classroom. There's a boy in that year called Fong Wei. His mother is Fong Mei. Her position is difficult to describe precisely, but the shortest version is that she is close to the director of the education bureau, and every single member of staff in that building knows it and behaves accordingly. Fong Wei took Gao Ming's pencil case off her desk and broke it in half. It was the pencil case her parents had bought her for her 8th birthday, the week they had 200 yuan left in the house. She pushed him. He is a head taller than her, and he swung at her, missed, went over a chair, and knocked out a tooth. The tooth was a baby tooth. It had been loose for 2 weeks. 3 children in that room had watched him wobbling it with his tongue the day before. By the time Wu Meiling reached the office, there were 4 witnesses, all of them Fong Wei's friends, all of them saying the same sentence in the same words. One boy, Wang Xiaoming, told the truth, and the dean did not write it down. And the camera in that classroom had, by a coincidence I invite you to admire, stopped working 3 days earlier. Dean Li Jiming wanted compensation. And then Fang Mei arrived. Handbag, sunglasses on indoors, the amount of makeup that is a decision rather than an accident. She looked at a very small girl standing against the wall and told the room that this child was the scum of society in training and that people like that come from families like that. I do not know exactly what happened in the next 4 seconds because the two accounts I have differ and I have chosen not to press either of them on it. What I know is that a woman in her 40s put her hand up in front of a child and that the dean of that school looked out of the window while it happened. Then Fang Mei demanded expulsion, immediate, plus 100,000 yuan. Li Jiming called the principal from the desk phone while everybody stood there and got the expulsion agreed in 90 seconds. And Wu Meiling, who had already given 500 yuan to a man over a scratch that did not exist, got down on her knees on the floor of the academic affairs office. She had 200 yuan in the house. Her husband is a policeman with 22 years in. She got on her knees in front of a school dean and a woman in sunglasses and begged them not to expel her daughter. Gao Ming said one thing: "You bullied my mother. You're all bad people. I didn't hit Fang Wei." Nobody in that room was looking at her. Every adult in that room was looking at a woman on the floor. There was a window open at the end of that corridor on the 4th floor. I am not going to describe it. There is nothing in it worth describing. There was a sound from outside, and then about a second and a half later, there was screaming from the yard. What happened after that is the part I will describe in detail, because people should know exactly how it went. She landed in the flower bed under the 4th floor window. Dean Li Jiming's first 3 telephone calls were as follows: security, to clear the yard and stop anyone taking photographs; the public address system, to lock every class in its room with the doors shut; and then third, the school clinic. Third, he then explained to Fang Mei that she had driven the child to it, and she explained to him that it was a school matter and nothing to do with her, and the two of them had that conversation standing 11 meters from a child in a flower bed. The ambulance was called from the yard by a teacher on her own phone. It was held at the school gate for 5 minutes. 5 minutes at a gate with the barrier down because the security office had been given an instruction about vehicles and photographs, and nobody wanted to be the one who countermanded it. And when it finally came through and the crew got out with the board, Fang Mei physically stood in front of them. I have read her own words on this from the interview she gave later, and she was not even ashamed of them. Her reasoning was that a dead child costs a one-off payment and a crippled child costs money every year for the rest of somebody's life, and that she had thought about which of those she preferred. Her son stood next to her with his arms out and shouted at the medics not to save her. The man who ended it was the head of school security, a man called Li Long. He had been, some years ago, exactly the kind of man you would expect a school not to hire, and he had gone straight, and he had been in that job 4 years. He picked Fang Mei up by the shoulders and moved her out of the way. Fang Wei swung at him, and Li Long dropped him with one punch. Dean Li Jiming fired Li Long on the spot in the yard to calm Fang Mei down. Wu Meiling fainted at some point in this and came round on the concrete, and the only decent instinct exercised by any member of staff in that building that day belonged to the class teacher, a young woman called Teacher Gu, who held her up and said over and over, call your husband now." Gao Lihong, at that moment, was standing under a tree on Chaoyang Road, handing a cat down to a girl of about 7. He told me afterwards that he had been thinking about his own daughter while he did it. Then the phone went. Chief Chen took one look at his face and gave him the car, and then took the keys back out of his hand and sent Xiao Lei to drive, because a man in that condition puts a police car into a bus. The school gate would not let them in either. Cao Lei got out and held his badge up against the glass of the security office until the barrier went up. The school doctor had been doing compressions on the ground since the medic stopped. He was 60 years old and he had been at it a long time, and somebody had to tell him, "I'm sorry, I've done everything I can." There's no heartbeat and she isn't breathing. Gao Lihong turned around in that yard and said to the crowd, to the building, to the sky, "Who did it? Who is so evil that they blocked an ambulance?" Nobody answered him. 200 people in that yard, and not one of them answered him. Fang Mei was walking to her car with her son. She said to Li Jiming on the way, in a normal voice, that it was only a child and that compensation could be paid, and that she would contribute 10,000 and the school could handle the rest, and that she had an appointment to get her hair done. That is verbatim. That is on 3 separate statements. Cao Lei is a deputy station chief with a spreading waistline who complains about the stairs. He did 4 things in the next 6 minutes, and every one of them was correct. He told the Qiaonan officers out loud that this was not a simple case of a child falling, that obstructing emergency medical treatment is not a discipline matter but a criminal one, and that they needed to call criminal police immediately. He watched Li Jiming start walking toward the building and worked out where he was going, which was the monitoring room, and he got between him and the door. Chen had already tried to have the footage handled and had discovered that the security guards he pays 3,000 a month were not prepared to delete a recording of a child for him. He stopped Fang Mei's car leaving, and when Fang Wei kicked a uniformed officer between the legs and his mother told him he had done well, Chao Lei gave 3 verbal warnings at the correct intervals and then emptied an entire canister of pepper spray into that boy's face. He wrote it up himself in full that evening and signed it and dared anybody to come at him about it. Then Chen Guang's cars came through the gate. I heard about it in a yard on the edge of the city, 20 minutes away, holding a glass. My wife came running in from the lane with her phone still in her hand. Lin Kai, stop drinking. Something has happened to Gao Ming. Every adult in that courtyard had been tasting medicinal wine for 2 hours. Me, my wife, who had been sampling from the vat all morning with a ladle. Wu Tingting, who claimed she had only had a few sips and was at that moment sitting on a step. Old Wu looked at the sky and said bitterly, "It has never once let me down, and it has failed me again at the crucial moment." One person in that yard had not touched a drop, and it was Wu Hua, and it turned out that she had done rally driving in her 20s. I have been in a police car with the lights on doing 90 through the middle of this city. It was slower than that woman's Audi. At the hospital, the emergency doctor came out into the corridor while we were still walking down it. We did everything we could. She was brought in too late. Gao Lihong went past him into the room. She was on the trolley with a sheet over her. He took the sheet off her face himself, and he had been a police officer for 22 years and had stood over more bodies than I will ever see. Here is what he said. Doctor, her face is still warm. She isn't dead. Her face is warm. He had checked her homework the night before. She had come first in her class again. He had promised her sweet and sour pork if she held the grades to the end of term. He got hold of the old doctor by the front of his coat and shouted at him, "Will you save her or not? Will you save her?" And the doctor did not defend himself at all. He just stood there and let it happen. Chief Chen hit Gao Lihong across the face, once hard, open hand. Then he caught him by both shoulders while he came back to himself, and then he turned around and apologized to that doctor on his behalf, properly, formally, because a doctor who is assaulted by a police officer can end a police officer's career, and Chen Weimin was thinking about that even then. Head injury, bleeding inside the skull, both legs broken, damage to the spine, and she had been brought in too late. And then 3 minutes later, a man in a face mask came down that corridor with a folder. He got in beside Wu Meiling on the bench and started talking to her softly. He said that in a situation like this, a family can find some meaning. He said her daughter's organs could go to other children in need, children waiting, and that there would also be some material recognition of the family's generosity. He opened the folder, a body donation agreement. She was crying too hard to read it. He said a number. Then, when she did not respond, he said a bigger one, and then a bigger one again, and the number he reached was 150,000 yuan, and I watched a woman who had given 500 yuan to a stranger over an imaginary scratch, who had 200 yuan in the house, reach for the pen. "Master," I said, "don't sign that." I had heard all of it from the far end of the corridor. One night of Hidden Dragon, Chen Weimin took one look at the man's face and one look at the folder and moved him out of that corridor without raising his voice at all. I do not know what he said. The man left at speed. Then I turned to Wu Hua because she was the only person there who was both sober and capable of getting something done. "I need a 6-inch needle." She looked at me. "A needle," she said. "For sewing clothes?" "An acupuncture needle. 6 inches. There will be one in this building." She did not ask a single further question. She went. What she did was go to the office of the hospital director, a man named Fang Ming, who had been at university with her brother and who had, according to family legend, been extremely fond of her at the time. She asked him for a 6-inch acupuncture needle and would not explain why. He gave her something else instead. He went to his cabinet and took out a cloth roll and put it in her hands. And inside that roll were a dozen gold needles graded from 1 inch to 9. And they are at least 300 years old. And they are the single most valuable object that man owns. Then when she had gone, Fang Ming sat down and did the arithmetic that she had not. He is a specialist in acupuncture. He is the director of a hospital of traditional medicine. And on his best day, with both hands and full concentration, he can control a 5-inch needle. Somebody in his emergency department had just asked for a 6. He got up and went to the surveillance room. Here is what he watched. I was concentrating and I saw none of it from outside my own hands. I put a 6-inch gold needle in through her right nostril, not into the face, through, up and back along a channel that has a vessel on one side of it and a nerve on the other, all the way until only the head of the needle was showing. Fang Ming stood up so fast his chair went over. Then I used a shaking technique on it, a small fast oscillation from the wrist that he told me later he has never seen performed or described, and the blood that had pooled inside her skull came out along the gold, dark, almost purple, and thickened. Wu Meiling caught it with toilet paper because that is what was in her hand. She used an entire roll before I was finished with the left side. Halfway through, I started to go. The room narrowed and my hands got heavy, and I had perhaps 40 seconds left in me, and there was no version of stopping, so I circulated the hidden dragon technique while my hands kept working. I did not know you could do that. I had assumed it was a thing you did sitting on a floor with your eyes shut. It turns out you can run it underneath whatever else you are doing. The air in that room began to move slowly in toward me. I pulled in every last thread of whatever it is that is still left in the air of a hospital in a modern city. It was not much. It was enough. Her color came back first, gray to something almost like a living child. The monitor stayed flat. I put my palm flat on the middle of her chest and gave her everything I had, not a technique. There was no technique for this. I pushed Tru Kui into an 8-year-old girl through my hand until there was nothing left of me at all, and I know that I was talking the whole time, and I have been told what I said, and what I said was, Gao Ming, you have to wake up. You have to wake up. Half a minute, maybe less. Then the machine made a sound, one, and then another one, and then it settled into the rhythm. She opened her eyes about a minute later and looked at her mother and said, Mom, her father made a noise I have never heard a human being make and had to be held up by 2 people, and the first properly coherent thing that child said before she said anything about pain, before she asked what had happened, was this. Dean Qian and Feng Wei's mother, they lied about me. They wanted to expel me. They made my mother kneel down. 8 years old, I got down where she could see me. Gao Ming, listen to me. Whatever happens to you, ever, however bad it is, you do not panic and you do not do anything final. You come and find me. Do you understand? She said yes. I have replayed that promise many times since, and I stand by every word of it, and I also know exactly what it cost me not to be able to add the next sentence, which is that I would make it right. I could not say that yet, not honestly, so I did not say it. Then Fang Ming came through the door of that ward at a run, in his 60s, with his coat open. He shook my hand with both of his. Come and work here, he said. Any terms, 1 day a week, half a day a week. You will be an expert consultant from the moment you walk in. Chief Chen stepped in front of him, which by my count made it the 4th attempt to poach me in 3 weeks and the first by a hospital. Fang Ming found out I was a policeman and stared at me. You're a police officer? Yeah. With a first-class merit? Yes. He thought about that for a moment. So a police officer who has no ambition to be a great physician, he said, is not a good police officer. Then he pressed the roll of gold needles into my hands and refused to take it back. A fine sword, he said, should be given to a hero. He arranged a private ward, a consultation with 3 surgeons, and put her legs at the front of the list for the morning. She had comminuted fractures in both of them, and that surgery was 5 hours long, and I sat in that corridor for all 5 of them with my back against the wall. Qin Guang worked all night on it. I want that recorded. He has a daughter the same age. He went back to the division, wrote it up as obstruction leading to serious harm, took it to his own division chief, and got agreement to open a formal case before midnight. By 9 the next morning, he had Feng Mei and Li Jiming in separate interview rooms. Li Jiming confessed in the specific way that career administrators confess, which is to say, he described the entire incident in a passive voice in which nobody had done anything and events had simply occurred, and put all of it on the school as an institution and none of it on any person with a name. Fang Mei answered the first 4 questions with 3 threats, and then 1 hour and 40 minutes in, Chen Guang's own division captain called him out of the room, Kong Yuan, a man who had the previous evening personally told Chen Guang to make it airtight. Stop the interview. Release him. Which one? Both. Chen Guang asked why. There was no why. That is not a figure of speech. He asked 3 times and was given no reason at all, because there was no reason that could be said out loud on a telephone. I found out afterwards what had happened in the 11 hours between. 2 calls had gone into Kong Yuan's phone, one from the provincial department and one from Director Guo Xiaojun, who had himself been called by somebody and who had made that call while genuinely furious at having to make it. Chen Guang tried to hold the boy at least, not for the child, for the uniformed officer he had kicked, which is a separate and very straightforward offense with a witness and a video. Second call, 4 minutes later. Release him. The hospital cost and the compensation for the officer will be arranged by the leadership. Fang Mei put her sunglasses on inside the building. She stopped in front of Chen Guang on the way out and said in a pleasant voice, Captain Chen, you caught me and you can't do anything with me, can you? He went back to his office and sat there for a while, and then he remembered something he had heard 2 years earlier and dismissed as gossip, which is that Fang Mei has a godfather in the provincial capital. At the hospital, the corridor filled up. Old Wu came, and my wife and Ting Ting, all of them having sat in a car with a designated driver because none of them could legally have got behind a wheel. Wu Hua told them what she had watched on a monitor. She used the phrase brought back from the dead, and I tried to correct her, and nobody let me. Ting Ting looked at me differently after that, and the reason is not flattering to anybody. Her grandfather has 2 blocked vessels. She had just been told that the man in front of her had restarted a stopped heart. She recalculated in real time and then tried a particular kind of smile on me. I flinched away from it visibly. I never know, I said, when you're about to reveal your true form. She hit me, and it was fine after that. Then the news came through that the case had been dropped. Old Wu's beard actually moved. I've never seen an old man go from cheerful to dangerous that fast. He took out his phone and called his own son in the middle of a meeting. Wu Jun, you've really made something of yourself. Now you're pulling strings through back channels. And Wu Jun, the deputy mayor of this city, the man in charge of law and politics for the whole of Jiangbei, did not know what his father was talking about. That is the part that should frighten you. Not that the case was killed, that it was killed above him through his own chain of command, without him being told. He said he would deal with it at dinner. Driving away, Ting Ting said something about photographs. Just that. She said her aunt should get a photo of the 2 of us, and Wu Hua, at the wheel, went completely quiet for 1.5 kilometers because the word photograph had opened a door in her head, and behind it was a faded picture she had been shown once, years ago, in a house in Beijing of a small boy with a mole below his ear. The squeeze started that afternoon. Chief Chen took a call from a man he had not spoken to in 9 years, an old colleague from his own station days, now in the political department at the provincial department, calling as a friend in the way that these calls are always made as a friend. Keep Gao Li Hong quiet. No petitioning, no going up the chain, no journalists, no internet. And since we are speaking as friends, if you handle this maturely, old Chen, there may be something in it for you. A move, or at the very least, a soft landing at the end. Chen put the phone down and laughed at the ceiling. So I'm the head of a police station, he said, and I can't stand up for my own man when he's been wronged. And on top of that, I have to keep him on a leash. Gao Li Hong had been standing behind him for the last 30 seconds of it, and he folded right there. Chief, it's fine. His voice was completely level. Shaolin saved her. She's alive. That's more than I had yesterday. Let's leave it. I said no. He turned around and said what fathers in this country say, which is that he has a wife and a mortgage he will never get, and a daughter who now needs 2 years of physiotherapy, and that he is a public servant, and that public servants who make noise about the wrong people stop being public servants. My wife offered a friend with the following and paid promotion and a coordinated push across 3 platforms, and she could have done it too. Chen shot it down in 1 sentence. Whatever gets posted, Gao Li Hong is a serving officer, and the first head on the block is his. He was right. I hated it, and he was right, and I shut up. I did not shut up because I accepted it. I shut up because I had nothing yet, and I have learned that the difference between a man who does something and a man who makes a scene is usually about 6 weeks of patience. The surgery finished at 4 in the afternoon, both legs pinned, successful, no expected long-term effects, which is a sentence I have thought about more than any other sentence anybody said that week. Wu Meiling tried to give the surgeon a red envelope in the corridor, and he laughed at her and pushed her hand away and told her to buy her daughter something. The private ward came free, arranged out of respect, and Wu Meiling sat on the end of the bed in it that evening and finally came apart. Not about the fall, about the money. Things had just started to lift. She had a job. There was a jar of wine in her East Annex worth more than her house, and now there were hospital bills, and the down payment they had been 3 years away from went back to being 11. I took my wife out into the corridor. Can we find 20,000? She looked at me. I paid it at 11 o'clock this morning, she said. I did not know that. Nobody had told me. When we got to that hospital, there was a deposit required before anything happened, and my wife had gone to a window and paid it, and then come and sat down next to me and said nothing about it for 8 hours. Without that, she said, Dean Chin's influence gets you a good bed and a kind word. It does not get you an operating theater. We went out and bought basins and towels and slippers and lunch boxes and a kettle and instant noodles and dropped them in that ward, and then we went to eat flatbread and beef meatball soup in a place with 4 tables because neither of us had eaten since the previous day, and a man asked if he could share our table. Liu Jun, the collector, the man with the century-old ginseng root. My wife had spent 3 weeks trying to get a meeting with him. She put her hand on my knee under the table, which meant, do not do this now. You have been unconscious once today already. I did it anyway, and here is why, and it is not because I am noble, because the arithmetic had changed. My acupuncture experience was sitting at 100 out of 300, and the hidden dragon technique meant that true qi went into the needle instead of my own reserves, which made every session roughly twice as effective and stopped it flattening me. Before, treating this man's mother would have cost me 2 days. Now it cost me an hour on a floor. Liu Jun heard me out and then explained it to me kindly, the way you explain things to somebody's nephew. His mother had been seen by 3 separate specialists and by a nationally known figure. He had spent more than 1 million yuan, and the offer of the root plus 2 million had been standing for 2 months and had attracted nothing but frauds. I'm a national medical master, I said. He put down his flatbread. You are 24. There is precedent, I said. In ancient times, there was a young woman physician who cured the king's illness, Dai Zhang. My wife inhaled her soup. Liu Jun stood up to leave. He was very polite about it. He said, as a way of explaining his position, that hearing a man my age say that was like being told that somebody had once given Qin Shi Jiang 500 coins and been made supreme commander of all the armies on the spot, so I played the only card I had. Ask Dean Fang Ming, I said. That's all. Ask him, and I'm leaving this hospital in about half an hour, and after that, honestly, even if you ask nicely, I probably won't come. He did not call Fang Ming. Fang Ming called him. Because the old lady with the terminal pulse is Fang Ming's great aunt, which is a coincidence in a city of 8 million until you remember that everybody who is anybody in traditional medicine in this province has already been dragged through that ward. I do not know exactly what Tian said. I know it included a description of what he had watched on a monitor, and I know it ended with him telling Liu Jun that the information he had just been given for free was worth 100,000 yuan on its own. My phone rang 7 minutes later. He met us at the Hospital of Traditional Medicine the next morning and greeted me the way you greet somebody who is about to keep your mother alive, which is a specific and slightly embarrassing warmth. And then he did the thing that made me like him. He handed me the brocade box before I touched his mother. Inside, it was a ginseng root, 100 years old, thick through the body, with the little raised points along it in a row, like a string of pearls. If you doubt a man, don't use him, he said. If you use a man, don't doubt him. The old lady was 91 and profoundly deaf and had been flat on her back for a year. I took her pulse and found exactly what the other 3 doctors had found, which is what convinced me they had been honest. Blocked channels, and underneath that, a terminal pulse. The kind you feel, and then check the other wrist because you want to have been wrong. I held up 2 fingers. Liu Jun's face came apart. He thought I meant a 20% chance. No, sorry, I mean 2 years. I can give her another 2 years, and I am certain of it. The treatment itself was the least dignified thing I have ever done because she could not hear a word. Grandmother, I'm going to put some needles in. What? Needles. You want a bath? This isn't a public bathhouse, young man. Get out. Then, while I worked, she told me about the Japanese stealing her family's cow in 1943, 3 separate times, with variations. I needled through her clothes because the true key does not care about a layer of cotton, and Liu Jun watched a man put needles into his mother through her pajamas and did not say a word. 4 of them went in around her ears. Half an hour later, she asked her son in a normal voice why everyone was standing around whispering. He had spent over 100,000 yuan on that deafness. 3 hospitals. A specialist flown in. He sat down on a plastic chair in his mother's ward and put his face in his hands. She was pink by lunchtime and wanted to get out of the bed and go and look at the garden. Having not stood up in 14 months, he paid the root and the 2 million and threw in a 90 square meter apartment, which took the whole thing to around 5 million yuan. Then while he was doing the paperwork, I watched him quietly work out that he would need this again every 6 months. 2 years of that is another 20 million. The top-ups are free, I said. He looked up. I'm serious. The first one is the price. The rest is included. He argued with me about it. He genuinely argued. That evening, in the Wu household, a woman told her father what she had remembered. Wu Hua had met a man once, years earlier, through her teacher, whose classmate had married into that family, old Mr. Chow, second in command at the Ministry of National Defense in his day, now sitting on the central think tank, a man who went in as a common soldier and came out a general and is spoken of, without irony, as a god of war. He had shown them an old photograph, several men in grass-green uniforms of a cut nobody has worn for decades, and Mr. Chow, who commands rooms, was standing off to one side. In the middle was a man holding a small boy of about 3. The boy had my face. He had the mole under his ear, and the upper bodies of the people in the center of that photograph had been scraped off, not cut, not torn, scraped deliberately with something so that the man holding the child had no head and no chest, and only his arms and the child remained. Old Wu worked it through out loud the way old men in that world do. If that had been Kai's own family photograph, he would be standing in the middle of it. He was not. He was at the side in a photograph he kept of a man whose face somebody had removed, which means the man in the middle outranked him. And then Old Wu thought about the other thing, that a 24-year-old police officer at a neighborhood station has no traceable parents at all, not incomplete records, none, and that a family like the Chu family had gone looking and come back with a blank page. He gave one instruction to his family, and he gave it in a tone none of them argued with. Bury it. Nobody speculates about that young man's background in this house or anywhere else. He is a capable grassroots police officer, and he is a good friend of this family, and that is the whole of it. Wu Hua said, "Yes, father," and then privately decided that she would take me to Beijing to meet her teacher. Deputy Mayor Wu Jun came home at 9 and tried to escape into a late meal, and his father blocked him with one sentence. "You are the deputy mayor of this city, and you are telling me you can do nothing." So he laid the chain out on the kitchen table. The instruction not to file the case came from Mayor Su Wen. Mayor Su Wen spent 4 years as personal secretary to a man in the provincial capital called Guotian, who now sits at the top of law and order for the whole of Beihai province, which in practice means he is the man who decides which cases exist. And Fang Mei is said, quietly, in certain rooms, to be Guotian's goddaughter. Old Wu knew him. He knew him from years back when Guotian's rank was below his own. That one, he said, was always brilliant at people. Never at anything else, never once at anything else, and if a man like that gets to the top, the only people who suffer for it are ordinary ones. The most his son could force through was civil compensation. The old man went to bed without finishing his food. "I'm not a heartless man," he said from the doorway. "I'm just an old one." Elsewhere, in a hotel room he was not supposed to be in, Sun Lei took a call from his father and explained that he had been improving himself with literature because a man with knowledge naturally acquires elegance, and covered a woman's yelp with a claim about stepping on a cat. His father had good news. Wu Hua had been asked to find a match for Ting Ting and had been given the name of a Zhangbei businessman in his late 20s from a family worth over 100 million, and had arranged for the two young people to meet by chance at tomorrow's birthday banquet, which meant the Wang family were now walking through the front door as invited guests with a bought position in the car. His father also mentioned in passing that there was a camera in Chen Guangfu's hotel room and that it had been recording all evening, and that this was a technique he had found useful many times. "I got home at 11 and found a 2-star reward over my wife's head, and I held it. Appreciate the growth. 4 weeks earlier, I would have swatted that thing like a fly. Instead, I sat down on the sofa and announced that I appeared to have strained my back lifting a child that afternoon. She pounded my back with her fists for 6 minutes. Then, because it was still 2 stars, I mentioned that a proper treatment involves walking on the spine, and that this is a recognized technique, and that she would need to take her shoes off. 3 stars. Ding. 3-star reward activated. You have obtained the calligraphy and painting skill. Master level. Clerical script, regular script, running script, cursive, seal, meticulous brushwork, and freehand. Figures and landscapes. I lay face down on my own sofa with my wife standing on my back and understood the shape of the whole system for the first time. 2 stars is a trinket. 3 stars is a master level discipline. 4 stars is a grandmaster level one. And there is a 5th level that I had never seen, and I had a fairly good idea by then of what it would take to see it, and I put the thought away. The birthday gift was the immediate problem. My wife's first instinct genuinely was crime. "My father has a collection room," she said. "Song Dynasty pieces. He never opens half of it. If he hasn't changed the door code, we can be in and out in 10 minutes. You want to burgle your own father? Borrow. On a police officer's day off. Gestard." Instead, I asked whether Ting Ting had left her brushes here, and she had, because Ting Ting leaves everything everywhere. We tested them on cheap practice paper. My wife wrote first 5 characters, our 2 names, in regular script in the Ming Zhenqing manner, and it was genuinely competent, the product of a rich child's expensive Sunday mornings. Then I wrote the same 5 characters underneath hers. I do not have the vocabulary to tell you what came out of that brush, so I will tell you what happened in the room instead. My wife stopped talking. She stood over that piece of paper with her hand over her mouth for about 15 seconds. I was not satisfied with it. The 3rd character was heavy. I crumpled it and threw it in the bin. She retrieved it out of the bin, flattened it on the table with both hands, and told me, in a voice that did not invite discussion, that our 2 names were on that paper and it was not going anywhere. She wrote the date on it, early spring of the Jia Chen year. Then I laid out a proper sheet and gathered true key into the brush hand and wrote 4 characters from Chow Chow, an old steed in its stall. She came around behind me to look, and then she stopped, and she said later that for about 2 seconds she had not been looking at paper at all. She had been looking at a stable. An old horse standing in it, head down, thin at the flank, and still, somehow, unmistakably, a war horse. That is what the true key does. Without it, this skill made me an early master. With it, that brush was at the top of the mountain. I looked at those 4 characters on the table and thought, well, Old Wu is getting this, and he will hang it in his living room, and every retired official in this province is going to walk past it. 2 officers went to the hospital that morning to deliver a message from a woman in a cell to her son. Lin Chen had been calling his mother's phone for a day and a half. They told him she had been arrested. They told him what for, and they told him because she had asked them to, that she was sorry. He asked one question: who arrested her? They told him that too, because there was no reason not to. He sat there in the bed and did not shout and did not cry, and what happened inside him was not reasoning, it was filing. He took every bad thing that had happened to him in the last month, the humiliation in the square, the 360,000 yuan, the blood in his mouth, the mother in a cell, and he put all of it in one drawer and wrote one name on the front of it. Lin Kai, he said to the wall, I'm going to kill you. Then he smiled at the officers and thanked them politely for coming, and they left thinking he had taken it well. The next morning was the birthday, and it started with fog. Proper fog, the kind we get in early spring, visibility under 20 meters. The city reduced to the 8 cars around you. We went to the antique market first to get the calligraphy mounted. My wife took an hour to dress, which I mention only because of the reason. The Chu family butler had quietly delivered 3 wardrobes of clothing, shoes, and jewelry to our door the previous week. Nobody said anything about it. Nobody signed for it. Her mother had packed it, and her father had allowed it, and both of them were sitting in a big house waiting for their daughter to work out how much easier her old life was. She wore the cheapest thing in it. The antique market at 8 in the morning in fog is already atmospheric, and outside the door of a shop called Jubaozhai, there were 2 life-size paper funeral effigies standing in the mist. A boy and a girl, painted faces, both of them swaying slightly in the wind. My wife made a small noise and attached herself to my arm with a grip I could not have broken. Inside, shopkeeper Zhang apologized. They had been made to order for a customer whose father had died, and there had been 2 break-ins on that street in a month, so he had taken to standing them at his door overnight to discourage the third. And I forgot to bring them in at dawn, he said. I do apologize. Also, it works. Nobody has come near this shop. Then he looked at what we had brought. I had 2 sheets, the practice sheet with both our names on it, hers above and mine below, and the 4 characters of the old steed. He read the practice sheet first and started laughing before he had straightened up. Well, this is interesting. The first 5 characters are written very plainly, primary school, honestly, primary school, and then underneath the same 5 characters, and they are a masterpiece. My wife went the color of the seal ink. He offered me 20,000 for it on the spot and admitted, unprompted, that he would sell it for 50. Dealers in that market are more honest than people expect because they are honest about the only thing that matters to them. Then he unrolled the old steed and stopped talking for a while. His problem was not the quality. His problem was that the quality said one thing and the paper said another. The hand belonged to somebody dead a long time. The paper was 30 yuan for 100 sheets from a stationery shop. He got a magnifier out. He turned it over. He held it up. I go teach Qi Gong. I said eventually, naming a man whose work goes for 200,000 a square foot would be the comparison. And I think this is above him. 4 characters, 300,000, perhaps 4. The mounter came out of the back room to see what the noise was. Old Dung, 60-something, hands like tree roots. He was in the middle of framing an 8-character version of the same Xiaoqiao line for the vice president of the Provincial Calligraphy Association, and he took one look at my sheet and put the other job down on the bench and left it there. It would be an honor, he said, to mount a master-level work. My phone rang while he was measuring. It was Chief Chen, and he was shouting, "It's through. The provincial department signed it this morning. 2nd-level police supervisor. The documents come tomorrow." 2 bars. In a city with 8,000 officers, I was the youngest man to wear them by a distance that made people put their tea down. He wanted a ceremony. I said no ceremony and offered instead to buy lunch for the entire station. Then I hung up and realized I had just agreed to feed 50 people the following day and had no idea how a person does that. My wife made 2 phone calls. The first was 90 seconds long. The manager of the Quanqing banquet agreed to send chefs, equipment, and ingredients for 50 to a police station canteen on the day with no deposit. "Isn't the Chu family's word worth a deposit?" she said, and hung up. The second call added 10 cartons of Zhanghua and 20 cases of drink. I started to thank her, and she stopped me flat. I'm your wife. Don't be polite to me. It's insulting. I took her hand, and because I had been carrying True Kui in my hands for 2 days and had stopped thinking about it as a separate thing, some of it went into her. I did not do it deliberately. I felt it go, the way you feel a tap that is not quite shut. She went warm from the wrist up, and her eyes went heavy, and she leaned into my shoulder in the middle of an antique market and stood there for about 40 seconds. Afterwards, she said she felt strong, not rested, strong physically, in a way she could not remember feeling. I filed that away and did not understand what it meant for another 2 months. Old Dung came back out and made me an offer. He had a Tian Huang stone seal in the back, 180,000 yuan, and he would give it to me for nothing at all in exchange for one piece of calligraphy about 5 square feet in size. My wife did the arithmetic out loud. 5 square feet at 300,000 a foot. Master Li, your abacus is so loud I could hear it from Harbin. 2 seals, I said, 1 for each of us, and you have a deal. He was gone before I finished the sentence. They set it up properly. The best paper in the shop, a Ming Dynasty inkstone that Zhang carried out with both hands. Huichou ink, Old Dung grounded himself, which he does not do for customers, and Zhang lit incense, which I found excessive and did not say so. I wrote 8 characters from Zhuge Liang. A tranquil mind reaches high ideals. A still heart reaches far. It took under 2 minutes. Old Dung sat down on a stool afterwards and said to nobody, my life has been worthwhile. Then the shop bell went, and a man in his 50s came in and stopped and looked at the wet ink on the table and then at the ink on my fingers. Deng Lin, vice president of the Provincial Calligraphy Association, the man whose framing job Old Dung had abandoned on the bench 40 minutes earlier. He did not ask who wrote it. He worked it out in the doorway and then confirmed it by looking at my hand. We talked for 20 minutes, and at the end of it, he offered me a directorship in the Provincial Association. I accepted immediately, and it was not love of the art. A directorship in that association is a step on a road that ends, for some people, at delegate to the Provincial People's Congress. I have a father-in-law counting months. I will take any ladder anybody puts against any wall. Then I wrote the association a new name board for their entrance hall as a gift, which is another 1,000,000 yuan given away in a single minute, and Deng Lin had to sit down. He tried to buy the old steed. I told him it was a birthday present. For whom? An old gentleman turning 70 today. He looked at me. I'm going to that birthday, he said. Wu Jun and I shared a dormitory at university for 4 years, and that is when 3 men came through the door of Jubao Zhai out of the fog, shopping for a calligraphy gift for the same banquet. Sunlei, Zhao Kun, and an elegant old man in a white tang suit carrying an antique medicine chest. Sunlei had, according to everything he had said in the previous 48 hours, entirely lost interest in my wife. He saw her and folded like a deck chair. And my wife, who had spotted this from 4 meters away, hung off my arm and said, in a voice she has never used before or since, "Honey, shall we go?" She did it purely to wound him. I asked her about it later, and she did not even pretend otherwise. Chen Guangfu stepped across the door. "You don't need to know who I am," he told me. "I have taken a liking to the piece you are carrying. Name your price." And then, because he could not help himself, "You'll be selling it obediently in a minute, believe it or not." My wife said 10 million yuan to end the conversation. Sunlei went very still because he is stupid, but he is not so stupid that he cannot recognize somebody refusing to sell. And Zhao Kun, who has spent his professional life being the man who solves his boss's problems by being unpleasant faster than anyone expects, took hold of the frame and pulled. Old Dang had mounted it 40 minutes earlier, and the paste was still soft. It came apart in his hands, the frame in one direction and 4 characters of peak master level calligraphy in the other, torn from the top edge down through the second character. The shop went silent. Zhao Kun recovered first in the way that men like him do, and offered me 500 yuan for the damage. Article 275, I said. Intentional destruction of property up to 3 years, where the amount is large, 3 to 7. He looked at the torn paper in his hand, and then at his boss, and then he physically moved behind his boss. Sunlei called it extortion loudly and said the thing was practice paper and worth 1,000 yuan at most, and demanded to know who I thought I was. And then Qin Guangfu, who had come in wanting to buy it, stepped forward and examined the 2 halves properly. He took his time. He was a fraud about 90% of the time, and this was the other 10. "This is genuine," he said. "This is master level work. This is worth no less than 1,000,000 yuan." He looked at Sunlei with real contempt. "It was extremely careless of you to let your man tear a painting like that." Sunlei said the number could not possibly be right. Deng Lin, who had been standing quietly by the wall the entire time, said 2 million. Sunlei laughed at him and asked who the old man was supposed to be, and made a remark about amateur calligraphy societies. Chen Guangfu took him by the elbow and moved him 3 meters away and said something short into his ear, and Zhao Kun read the search results off his phone in an increasingly quiet voice. Vice Chairman of the Provincial Federation of Literary and Art Circles, Deputy Department level, which is the same administrative rank as the Deputy Mayor of the city, Delegate to the People's Congress, member of the Political Consultative Conference. Sun Lei paid 2 million yuan for a torn sheet of paper. Then while the transfer was still going through, he asked my wife for her WeChat. I have a husband. She said, I don't add other men, especially not you. 4 orange stars came up over her head, and I nearly missed them because I was enjoying myself so much. The aftermath was the funniest part, and I had no hand in it at all. Zhao Kun suggested burning the torn piece so his boss would not have to look at it. Old Deng quoted the standard restoration rate, 10% of value, which is 200,000 yuan. Zhao Kun swore at him. Old Deng said in that case he would not take the job at all and went back into his workshop. Then shopkeeper Zhang stepped in to mediate and explained sorrowfully that Master Li was a proud man and had been insulted, and that a further 100,000 for the distress caused might repair the relationship. 300,000 yuan for a repair that costs under 10,000. I watched the two of them make an okay sign at each other behind Sun Lei's back while he was on his phone, and it takes half a month, which meant he still had no gift for a banquet starting in 5 hours, so he bought a 100,000 yuan piece off the wall, and Zhang cleared another 50 on that. I simply wrote a new one. I asked Deng Lin to choose the words because he had earned it and because a man's vanity is a lever. He chose a line from the book of songs appropriate to a 70th birthday and was visibly delighted when I named the source without being told. Then I asked him to sign it jointly with me. He said no 3 times and his hand was already reaching for the brush. Old Deng mounted it in 40 minutes and refused payment that day and every day since the 4-star reward opened in the car. My expectations were reasonable ones. I was hoping for something operational. A sense for criminals in a crowd, disarming a man with bare hands, tracking, anything a police officer could use. Congratulations to the host on obtaining grandmaster level culinary skill, cooking, grandmaster level cooking, all 8 of the great regional cuisines, imperial banquet cookery, Japanese, 100 and some varieties of pickle, medicinal dietary therapy at grandmaster level, somewhere well past 3 Michelin stars in a country where a policeman eats at his desk, and then underneath it, ding, host's sense of smell enhanced 1,000-fold. The first thing I smelled with my brand new 1,000-fold nose was my wife changing out of her boots into trainers in the passenger seat. I turned it off. I did not know I could turn it off. I discovered I could turn it off with the speed of a man discovering a light switch in a burning room. Then I sat there in traffic and thought about it properly because a nose like that is not a joke. A nose like that walks into a room and knows how long somebody has been dead, what was burned in the sink, and which of the 4 men in the room was holding the petrol can. We were still in traffic 11 minutes later when a 2-star opened. Super driving, advanced, every civilian vehicle on the road at competition level, light aircraft, helicopters, upgradable, apparently, to tracked and military at master and to spacecraft at grandmaster, which is a sentence the system delivered in exactly the same tone it uses for everything else. Then it offered me a choice, which it had never done before. Mode A, wild racing, saves 90% of travel time, will violate traffic law, and will involve collisions. Vehicle structurally reinforced, occupants unharmed. Mode B, normal racing, saves 40%, no violations, no collisions. I am a police officer. I picked B. We went through the middle of that city at a steady 80, through gaps that were not gaps, and my wife stopped talking and watched the speedometer, and then the wing mirror, and then the speedometer again. Then we came over the hump of the arch bridge on Bei. There is no sight line on that bridge. You crest it and you are already committed to the downslope. On the downslope across both lanes, a rubbish truck and a small flatbed had collided and somebody had put the warning triangle out about 8 meters behind the wreck, which is roughly 1/3 of the distance it needs to be. Behind us, I heard the first car go into the second. There was a gap, not a lane, a gap diagonal between the corner of the flatbed and the barrier, and it was closing because the flatbed was still rotating. I did not brake. I put my foot down. My wife had her hands over her eyes and did not know until afterwards that we had not touched anything. A 30-minute route took 8 minutes, and neither of us mentioned it again until much later, and then only once. The birthday was at the old family courtyard, out past the ring road. 6 tables in the yard, a Sichuan head chef hired in from the Hongyuan for the day, and an opera troupe, because when 4/5 of your guests are over 70, an opera troupe is not nostalgia, it is catering. The Bentley arrived while Ting Ting and her aunt were standing in the lane. The lane is not paved. He braked hard on purpose and put a wave of dust over both of them. Then he got out and performed. I have since learned that Zhao Kun had spent 2 weeks coaching him out of internet novels, and knowing that makes the whole thing better, he came out of that car and shrugged his coat backwards off his shoulders so that his assistant had to catch it. He held 2 fingers out to the side without looking for a cigar. Wu Tingting laughed out loud, not a polite laugh, a real one, from the stomach with her hand on the wall. It's like being in a comedy sketch, she said. He tried to recover. He gave her the line about how a woman like her needs a man who can match her, and she looked at him and said, at conversational volume in a lane with 14 people in it, when you were chasing my best friend Ling Xianru, you were her simp for 6 years. Everybody in our class knows. Would you like me to go on? And he did the thing his coach had told him to do when a woman resists, which is to take hold of her and kiss her, because that is what happens in the novels. She kicked him between the legs so hard he was unconscious before he finished going down. Zhao Kun started making threats about the Wang family, and Wu Hua, who is 40 and has spent a decade abroad and does not scare, walked up to him and said, then have Sun Tian come and say it to me himself. He folded so fast his shoes squeaked. Chen Guangfu came out of the car, looked at his employer's son on the ground, and put 2 needles into the swelling with the air of a man who has done this before, which stopped it becoming permanent. Somebody asked whether he should be woken up. Better not, said Chen Guangfu. He'll be in far more pain awake. Isayan. Sun Lei went to hospital and missed the banquet entirely. Wu Hua blocked her matchmaking friend's number before the car was out of the lane. There is one further detail I will report, and then leave alone. Sun Tian refused to pay Chen Guangfu the remaining 900,000 of his fee on the grounds that the job was not performed. Chen Guangfu, who had been cheated by a client for the first time in a long career, took his revenge in a small and squalid way that cost Sun Tian about 4,000 yuan and gave him a very bad month, and I decline to describe it. Wu Hua blamed herself for the whole thing and dealt with it in the way that family deals with things. She transferred the deeds of the Hanlin Garden apartment to Ting Ting on the spot that morning in the yard on her phone, which meant that my landlord was now Wu Ting Ting and that my wife was paying 9,000 yuan a month to her own best friend, and Ting Ting's face when she worked that out was worth the whole day. Deng Lin arrived and greeted Wu Hua with a warmth that made her sister-in-law raise an eyebrow, which is a story I never got the rest of. Deputy Mayor Wu Jun was not there. He was in Beijing on something important which nobody would name and which meant he missed his own father's 70th. Then the Panamera came down the lane, braked cleanly, and raised almost no dust at all, and my wife got out of it, walked 4 steps, and was sick against a tree. Yun Yao, said Ting Ting, with her hands over her mouth and her eyes enormous. Yun Yao, are you pregnant? She was not pregnant. Out on the dirt road with no traffic and no houses and no cameras, I had switched to mode A for exactly 1 minute and put the needle at 318 kilometers an hour. I have apologized for that. I apologize again here. Old Wu came out to meet us, and in front of 6 tables of guests, he took my hand in both of his. He did not do that for Deng Lin, who holds a rank equivalent to a deputy mayor. I heard the whispering start behind us immediately, and one of the versions circulating by the second course was that I was the old man's illegitimate son. Then he walked me round the yard. I will not list them all. Retired department heads, a former city police chief, a man who used to run the provincial finance office, men in cardigans and slippers with tea flasks, every one of whom had a former secretary or a protege or a son currently sitting in a chair that decides things in this province. In Saali Sishi Quan, Duntuanins. He introduced me to every single one of them by name, and he did it slowly. Then the wine went on the tables. These are men who could drink when they were young and are not allowed to now, and there is a specific sadness in the way an old man looks at a bottle he has been told to leave alone. Old Wu poured and explained at length that this was a family formula more than 100 years old in which precious medicinal herbs are steeped for 49 days. 3 days. It was 3 days. I kept my face completely still and my wife looked at the ground. 11 minutes later, a man at the second table announced that the pressure headache he had woken with had gone. Somebody asked for 100 cases. Somebody else immediately said 200, which is a thing that happens at those tables. I directed all of it to my wife, and old Wu had a chair put in at the senior table for her, next to him. His own daughter has never sat at that table. I also went and collected Ding Lin, who had been seated with the wives and the children, and brought him to the main table on the pretext of needing him to produce our joint calligraphy. We unrolled it, and 8 old men went quiet. Most men of that generation write calligraphy in retirement. It is what they do instead of golf, so they were not being polite. Old Wu, who has seen Deng Lin's work hanging in his son's living room for 15 years, said bluntly, "Old Qin, when exactly did your hand get this good?" And Deng Lin told the truth. In front of every retired leader in that yard, with his own name signed on the paper, he said, "I didn't write this, Xiao Lin wrote it." I only suggested the line. I did not expect that. I set it up as a favor to him, and he did not take it, and I have thought better of him ever since. Nobody held it against him. What happened instead was that 8 old men became fans inside about 90 seconds, dipping their fingers in tea to copy strokes onto the tablecloth, arguing about the second character, and demanding pieces of their own. Today, said Old Wu, is my birthday. It is not a calligraphy exhibition. They took my phone number anyway, all of them, and 3 of them invited me to the provincial capital. Old Wu leaned over to Deng Lin at one point and said something I only half heard, which was along the lines of, well, isn't his work worth more with your name next to it? That is how those men think, and it is not cynicism, it is a working understanding of how the world moves. Then the hot dishes stopped coming. I noticed it because 11 minutes is a long gap at a banquet, and I went round the back to the temporary kitchen, and Chef Q was on the floor, 19 stone, purple in the face, out cold, and a prep cook trying to sit him up. One of the kitchen staff put his arm across the door and asked who I thought I was. "This is my man," said Wu Ting Ting from behind me at volume. "How dare you question him?" I did not have time to deal with that sentence, and my wife filed it for later. 3 gold needles into the chest. What came out was about a small bowl of blood, thick, yellow, and red at the same time, which is a thing you do not forget seeing. He woke up, 25 experience, 155 short of grandmaster. The diagnosis was not complicated. He was enormously overweight, and his blood was carrying more fat than his vessels could move, and one day soon he was going to go down in a kitchen and not come back up. He got to his feet and said he would finish the service. He got 4 steps. So I took the walk. What happened next is the only time in my life I have been genuinely, uncomplicatedly pleased with myself. I walked into that kitchen and looked at the prep laid out on the benches and named the entire menu off it. Kung Pao chicken, clear broth cabbage, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, Yangzhou lion's head, Longjing shrimp, Dongpo pork, Wensi tofu, braised eel in hot oil, 8 dishes. Every one of them state banquet standard. 2 of them had been changed that morning and never written down anywhere. The kitchen stopped moving. Then I cooked. Chef Chu is the 3rd generation heir of a Sichuan master whose Kung Pao chicken won a national gold medal and went into the state banquet repertoire. He stood at my shoulder while I made his family's dish in his own borrowed kitchen, and halfway through, he took out his phone and started filming. When it came off the heat, he tasted it and stood there and said, "I think you're better than him." I ran that kitchen for an hour and a half. I sent the Dongpo pork back for another 20 minutes. I made a man redo the knife work on the mandarin fish and told him to be grateful we had spare fish. I judged doneness by smell across a room, which is not a thing chefs can do, and which I had to be careful not to be obvious about. Out in the yard, the plates were coming back empty before the next one landed, and an old man at the second table who had eaten braised eel in hot oil at a state banquet a decade ago and remembered it, put his chopsticks down and announced that today's was better and demanded to meet the cook. Deng Lin told them. My wife came round to the kitchen door to see it for herself, and I fed her the last piece of the Dongpo pork off the chopsticks in front of 9 kitchen staff, and they applauded, and she went red from the throat up. Late in the afternoon, Wu Hua sat me down at a small private table with 4 dishes on it and asked me what I actually wanted from her brother. I had not asked for anything, and she had worked out that I was going to. "Gao Ming," she said before I opened my mouth. She told me the ceiling. The deputy mayor of this city can force financial compensation. He can make the school pay, and he can make the family pay, and he can do it quickly. He cannot open the case. He has already tried and been told through channels that it is not going to happen. I sat there and looked at 4 very good dishes and could not eat any of them. The child was still in a hospital bed. She still went quiet at certain times of day. Her parents were carrying bills they could not carry. The dean of that school was at his desk. The woman in the sunglasses was getting her hair done. And a deputy mayor, a first-class merit holder, a national medical master, a man who had just been handed a directorship, could between them do precisely nothing about it. That was the first time in my life I ever wanted power. Not money, not rank as a number on a shoulder board. The other thing, the thing that means a phone call from you stops a phone call from somebody else. I did not enjoy discovering that about myself, and I have not stopped wanting it since. Then a woman came running across the yard shouting that uncle had collapsed. Old Wu was on the ground between 2 tables. He had been rationed to 1 ounce. He had had 3. 2 men were trying to lift him, and I got a hand on both of them. Leave him flat. This position is exactly right for the blood supply to his brain. Do not sit him up. The ambulance was quick, and the doctor who came out of it took one look at an unidentified young man kneeling over an unconscious 70-year-old and told me to get out of the way, and when I did not, he shoved me. "Who are you?" "Are you going to stand there and let him die?" Ting Ting and Wu Hua both got in front of him at once, and it was Wu Hua's voice that settled it, which is the only reason that man is not the person who cost Wu Zhishong his life. The pulse told me what I already knew from a corridor conversation with Dr. Wu Xing 3 weeks earlier. 2 vessels near the heart, blocked, and a gap in one of them the width of a hair, and that gap was now closed. 6-inch gold needles into the chest, 2 rounds. The old man opened his eyes and said something extremely rude about the wine. 40 experience points, 115 short of grandmaster. The ambulance doctor had watched all of it from a meter away. 6-inch, he kept saying. He put a 6-inch needle into a cardiac patient's chest, and the man woke up in under a minute. He asked before he left whether I took students. The old men mobbed me after that, all of them, with their knees and their backs and their sleep and their prostates, and I did 4 consultations standing in a yard. Old Wu swore publicly and in front of witnesses to keep to 1 ounce a day. His granddaughter pointed out that she had been telling him that for 2 years. Even if I won't listen to you, he said, I'll listen to him. And then with the whole table warm and the gratitude running over, he said the thing. You know, if you hadn't already married the Chu family girl, I'd have introduced you to Ting Ting. I'd have been glad to have you as my grandson-in-law. The yard went completely silent. Ting Ting was 2 seats away and did not move. I put my cup down. Grandpa Wu, I said, there are no ifs. Ling Qianru is my wife. I don't want anything said at this table to give her the wrong idea. I said it flatly and slightly too loudly, and I said it for exactly 1 person in that yard. In the car, my wife put her hand on my waist and said in a light conversational tone, so, what were you actually thinking at that moment? The star over her head went from 1 to 2. I did not get to answer her question because the old men found me in the car park, Old Bai First, 78. As a county head, decades ago, he stood in floodwater up to his chest for most of a night directing an evacuation, and his lungs have never worked properly since. He has been to Germany about it. 2 specialists there told him the damage was structural and permanent, and to manage his expectations, a few needles through the shirt, 4 minutes. He took a breath, and then another one, and then he stood in a dirt lane with his hand on his own chest and breathed in and out like a man discovering an ability. Shaolin, he said, if I had met you a few years earlier, and then one of the others leaned in and told me, in the way those men tell you things, that Old Bei's son currently holds the highest office in this province, and that I should feel free to name anything at all. I thought about Gao Ming. I thought about her for about 4 seconds, which is a long time when 11 people are watching your face. And then I said, no thank you. I want to explain that decision because my wife did not understand it either and assumed it was strategy. I had known that man for 1 hour. If I had cashed him in at the first opportunity, then what I did to his lungs was not medicine. It was a transaction, and he would have known it by the time he got home, and every one of those old men would have known it by the following morning, because they have spent 50 years watching people try exactly that on them. I treated the rest of them too. Knees, sleep, backs, 1 blocked ear. I refused payment from all of them. Old Bai was quietly relieved and revised his opinion of me entirely, and on the minibus home, somebody raised his granddaughter-in-law's difficult pregnancy as a reason to keep in touch, and I know all of this because those men gossip worse than my mentor. My wife brought it up in the car. You banked 11 favors that money can't buy. That was very well played. That's not what it was. Lin Kai. If they were nobody, I said, if they were 11 old men off a bus with no sons and no titles, I'd have done the same thing standing in the same lane. I'm not going to walk past a man who can't breathe. She did not say anything for about 1 kilometer. Then she reached across and held onto my arm with both hands for the rest of the drive. The prognosis on Gao Ming came through that week, and it was the good version, and the good version was this. She would live. Comminuted fractures in both legs, pinned and healing. No strenuous activity, ever. No running, no dancing, no basketball, none of the things an 8-year-old who came first in her class does at break time. And if the rehabilitation went badly, there would be a limit on how long she could stand. Wu Miling had stopped eating properly. Gao Lihong had gone gray at both temples in 11 days and was losing hair in patches, and I caught him twice finishing his wife's abandoned instant noodles so that nothing would be thrown away. The station came in shifts. They collected 10,000 yuan between them without being asked and brought bags of food, and Xiao Li came on his day off and sat with her for 3 hours doing multiplication tables. The bill was several thousand a day. There was another family on that ward with the same injuries who had already spent hundreds of thousands. The city apartment they had been saving for, 2/3 of a policeman's salary at a time for 11 years, was gone. Not delayed, gone. And on the 12th day, a man came to that ward with a briefcase. He introduced himself as Lawyer Hao. He is not a lawyer. His name is Xu Guojun, and he is a street operator who has learned enough legal vocabulary to frighten people who have never met a real one. And he has attached himself to Feng Mei the way that kind of man attaches himself to money. He put 20,000 yuan on the bed table. Then he put a document next to it, a disclaimer for the parents to sign, confirming that their daughter's fall was a private matter and had nothing whatsoever to do with Feng Mei or her son. Gao Lihong looked at the money and then at the paper. 20,000, he said. You've come here to buy a child's life for 20,000 yuan. You've already tried to kill her. Now you want to destroy what's left of us as well. Xu Guojun explained that a police officer with a difficult attitude can find his career becoming complicated. My mentor tore that agreement into pieces and threw them in his face. Xu Guojun came out of that ward at speed and put his shoulder into me in the corridor and swore at me without breaking stride. Then he saw my wife. He stopped. He got his car key out and made sure the badge on it was visible. He asked her whether she liked clubs and said he knew a place and reached out to take her by the arm. I caught his wrist before it landed and squeezed until the fingers went the color of a plum. And then I raised my other hand and I was going to hit him, and I was very calm about it. And that is the part that should worry you. My wife stopped me. She got in front of me and put her palm flat on my chest, and she said one word, which was uniform. She was right. There are cameras in every corridor of that building. A serving police officer strikes a civilian, and it does not matter what the civilian did. It matters what the 14-second clip looks like. So she slapped him herself 4 times, hard, forehand and backhand, and she is not a large woman, but she has been playing tennis since she was 6, and by the 3rd one, his nose was bleeding. Then I called 110 on him. 2 officers came over from Newtown Station. One of them recognized me from the newspaper and went slightly pink. They cuffed Xu Guojun considerably tighter than they needed to and pulled the corridor footage. Afterwards, my wife took a wet wipe out of her bag and cleaned her fingers one at a time. Hitting a creature like that genuinely makes my hands feel dirty, she said. Then after a moment, Lin Kai, do you think I'm violent? I think I'm going to teach you close quarters defense. Is that a yes? That is absolutely a yes. I found my mentor squatting against the wall at the end of the corridor with the torn pieces of that agreement still on the floor around him. The money had to be dealt with, and there was only one shape he would take it in. It's a loan, I said. Whenever, no interest. If it takes 10 years, it takes 10 years. He signed a piece of paper for it. He insisted. He wrote out an IOU in a hospital corridor at 11 at night and signed it and made me keep it, and I still have it, and I am never going to cash it. Then he started shaking. Shaolin, she hurt my daughter, and now she wants to break me too. She wants the signature. She wants us to write down that it was nothing to do with her. He was not crying. His voice had just come loose from him. If it weren't for Mei Ling and Gao Ming, I think I would have gone and dealt with that woman and her son myself. I think I would have. I said the correct things. Be patient. It is not over. And privately, I made the only promise I have ever made to myself in those exact words. Feng Mei, you are not walking away from this. In the ward, my wife was sitting on the bed, telling Gao Ming that she was going to be prettier than her when she grew up, and the two of them pinky swore on it. And Wu Meiling stood in the doorway and tried to hand back that month's salary. My wife refused it on entirely commercial grounds, which is the only argument that woman cannot beat. The medicinal wine had sold out completely. We could not make it fast enough, and the orders were still coming, and if Wu Meiling stopped bottling, then the business stopped, and that was that. I called Chen Guang the next morning. He knew why I was calling before I said anything and told me no in advance. Then he told me anyway, because he is that kind of man, and because he owed our station. The release order came down through his own division captain, and the reason his captain gave him, in confidence, was that the province had sent a special task force to handle this case. A task force for a child falling from a school building in a district of one city. And here is the part that made the back of my neck go cold. And it made his too, which is why he told me. That task force was assembled and en route before the case had been formally opened. Before it arrived, took every piece of physical evidence he had gathered, took his statements, took the copies, and left. Shaolin, he said, this water is too deep. It is too deep for me, and it is much too deep for you. Do not put your foot in it. My actual plan had never been old buy. Lobbying a retired official's son is slow, and it is unreliable, and it leaves you owing somebody. My plan had been to put it online. The school corridor cameras, the yard cameras, 5 minutes of an ambulance at a barrier, and a woman in sunglasses standing in front of the medics with her arms out, and no commentary at all, because that footage does not need commentary. The physical evidence was in a provincial evidence locker. And the school's own recordings had been deleted from the school's own server the same evening, and I asked a man who knew, and he said that getting them back would take a hacker of a level that does not work for police stations. So, no evidence, no case, no ally standing high enough. That was where it sat for 3 weeks, and it sat there in my chest the entire time. Shu Guojun settled his own assault at the Newtown station, where a young auxiliary officer asked me for a photograph before the paperwork was finished. The settlement was fair. His hand never landed on her, which makes it attempted. Her hand landed on him 4 times, which makes it something. Officer Kuai Hang brokered it in 11 minutes, and everybody signed. Shu Guojun was extremely relaxed about the whole process, right up until the end. It's fine, he told the auxiliary officer expansively. If Sister Lei doesn't hear from me by tonight, she'll have me out of here inside half a day. That's just how it is. And the auxiliary officer, who was still glowing about his photograph, said, "You do know who that is, right? That's Lin Kai, first-class merit. Youngest second-level police supervisor in Zhangbei." I watched Shu Guojun's entire face change, not with fear, with calculation, because he had just realized that the man he had shoulder-barged in a corridor was Gao Lihong's colleague, that Gao Lihong's colleague had a medal and a rank he should not have, and that this was information his employer would want very much. He apologized 4 times, signed everything, and left the building at a jog. Let me tell you who Feng Mei actually is, since we have been circling her for a while. She lives in a small estate of townhouses called Jinzunwan, out on the north side, where young women move in almost every month, and roughly as many move out again with a suitcase and a bad 6 months behind them. Villa 17. She is about 30. She is not anybody's wife. She holds her position for one reason, which is that she had the son, and having the son bought her a house in her own name, a car in her own name, and 100,000 yuan a month in what she calls pocket money. But the most valuable thing it bought her is not any of that. The most valuable thing it bought her is permission. Permission to speak to a school dean the way she speaks to a school dean. Permission to stand in front of an ambulance, because the man above her can clean up anything she does, and both of them know it, and she has spent 5 years testing exactly how much that is true. After the child, she was reprimanded. That is the entire consequence that landed on her. A phone call in which she was told to keep her mouth shut and stay out of sight. Zhu Guojun went to her that evening, kept the 20,000 for himself, and told her that Gao Lihong had thrown it in his face. Then he told her about me. She laughed at first. A neighborhood policeman. Then Chao Kun's information came back because Chao Kun sells to anybody. Wife is the Chu heiress. Close personal connection to the Wu family. Deputy Mayor Wu's father takes his hand in front of guests. Provincial level retired cadres have his phone number. She stopped laughing. Old who? She said, "Tomorrow I'm taking my son to the provincial capital to hide." Then, hearing herself, to stay for a while. The wine money came in that week, and it was 6 million yuan. The old men from the banquet paid before delivery, every one of them, and then complained that there was not enough to go round, and 2 of them tried to jump the queue by telephoning me directly. 6 million yuan, and every single one of those was the first yuan my wife had ever earned. She was insufferable, and it was wonderful. She stood in Gao Lihong's East Annex at 10:30 at night with tape on her fingers wrapping parcels, and told me that when she looked at a stack of packed medicinal wine, she saw stacks of banknotes, and that she now understood why her father is the way he is, and that she was not going to become that, and that she might become that a little bit. She was completely wrecked by the end of it. I was not, because 1 hour on a floor cancels a day. So she developed a pulled muscle in her thigh in the yard, 40 meters from the car, quite suddenly. I carried her. There was an obvious problem with carrying her, and both of us noticed it, and neither of us said one word about it. And I have never respected a woman more than I respected the way she looked out of the window with a completely straight face for the whole 40 meters. At home, at midnight, I made 4 dishes because she had not eaten since 2. And then at the table, with her chopsticks halfway to the bowl, she stopped. Lin Kai, I knew from the way she said it. I'm seeing 2 of everything. Here is the pattern of her illness. In 13 years, since the first year of junior middle school, the attacks came with at least a month between them, often longer. There was a stretch of 8 months once when she was 19, and she started to believe she had grown out of it. The last one had been 6 days earlier. The one before that had been 11 days before it. And this one was arriving 1 hour after she had woken up feeling perfectly well. It hit harder than anything I had seen, not just her head, all of her. Her back arched off the chair, and she went into the floor, and I could not hold her still enough to place a needle, and she was making a sound I am not going to describe. Yun Yao, listen, these are unusual circumstances. Please don't mind me. I pinned her, my knee across her upper arm, my forearm on her shoulder, most of my weight on a woman who weighs 50 kilograms, and I got the needle in. It came down to something she could survive, not gone, survivable. And then 50 minutes later, it came back, and the needles did nothing at all, not reduced, nothing. I put in 3, and it was like putting them into the wall. She lost consciousness, which is the body's own mercy, and I want to tell you that I was relieved, and I was. I took her pulse with my hands shaking so badly I had to do it twice. I know what I felt. Master-level acupuncture does not offer opinions. Death pulse. 3 days. Not more than 3 days. I have had a pistol pressed against the back of my head and had the trigger pulled. It is the only comparison I have. That was cold, and it was fast, and it was over. This was a completely different thing. This was sitting on the floor of my own living room at 1 in the morning with my wife's wrist in my hand and doing arithmetic that would not come out. Grandmaster level acupuncture, 115 experience points away. 115. Curing a man's crippled lungs is 15. Restarting an old man's heart is 40, and those do not walk through the door every afternoon. 115 points in 3 days is not a plan, it is a wish. I got her onto the sofa and sat on the floor next to her and did the only thing left, which was the thing her grandmother used to do, which she had told me about in a hospital ward a month earlier. I put my fingers in her hair and massaged her scalp, and her breathing changed. I did not do anything clever. I was not experimenting. I had True Key running in my hands the way it had been running for 2 days, and I had stopped noticing it, and some of it went into her, and the pain came down. I felt it happen. I stopped to check, and it came straight back. I started again, and it went. That was it. That was the entire discovery, and it was an accident. And I have thought 100 times since about the version of that night where I was too tired to think of her grandmother. I poured it into her scalp for 40 minutes. When my Dantian went empty, I kept going on nothing, and she opened her eyes and looked at my face and stopped me. Your eyes have gone into your head, she said. Stop, Lin Kai. Stop is literal time. So I tried the other thing, which is a serious taboo, and which I did without 1 second of hesitation. I tried to teach her the hidden dragon technique, the first level only. The breathing and the sitting and the first circuit, which is the part a beginner can hold. She could not learn it. 2 reasons, and neither of them was her. The first is that you cannot take a deep, slow, controlled breath while something is opening your skull along a seam. The second is bigger, and it is the same wall I had already hit. There is almost nothing left in the air of this world to draw on. The technique assumes a person born into a place that no longer exists. Her body, my body, everybody's body has been built for generations in an atmosphere that has been empty for a very long time. So I improvised. I put my palm flat on her lower abdomen over the dantian, and instead of trickling qi in through the scalp, I refined it down and forced it in there all at once in a stream. I felt it settle, a warm mass about the size of a fist sitting where I had put it and then radiating outward through her. The pain went in under 4 seconds, not down, gone. She grabbed my wrist with both hands and shook and made a noise, and it was relief arriving faster than a body knows how to process relief. And afterwards, she lay there with her arm over her eyes, breathing like somebody who has come up from deep water. I took her pulse again, still a death pulse. It had not changed shape, but it was stronger. 3 days had become 10. That was the plan then. That was the whole plan for a marriage and a life. Every week or so, I refill her, and in between, I grind acupuncture experience out of every knee and shoulder and blocked ear in Zhangbei City, and I get to Grandmaster before her 10 days stop turning into another 10. She worked all of that out for herself while lying on the sofa because she is faster than me. So you're my petrol station now, she said. Something like that. Then she was quiet for a while. Lin Kai, you won't start thinking of me as a burden, will you? I did not have anything good enough to say to that, so I said something stupid instead, and she laughed, which was the point. She fell asleep about 20 minutes later with her hand still around my wrist. And I sat there on the floor for a while, and then I leaned over and kissed her once on the mouth while she was asleep, which I am aware is not a defensible thing to do. She licked her lips in her sleep and rolled over. Across town, Lin Chen discharged himself from hospital 4 days early and hired the most expensive lawyer in Zhangbei, not only to defend his mother, also to reach her. A lawyer can sit in a room with a person in a detention center and a son cannot, and there were things Lin Chen wanted to ask her before the trial. He waited outside the detention center gate all morning, and when Attorney Gao came out, he took hold of his arm before the man reached his car. Attorney Gao told him what his mother had finally admitted in that room, that her first husband, the man whose surname Lin Chen carries, the man he had spent 19 years thinking of as his father, had not died in a traffic accident, that Wang Fu had killed him with a truck, that she had known before it happened that it was going to happen, and that Wang Fu is his biological father. The lawyer gave him the realistic outcome as well, because that is what he was paid for. Wang Fu will almost certainly be sentenced to death. His mother will get years, and that is the optimistic reading. Lin Chen stood in a car park and did not blame Wang Fu. He did not blame his mother. He went and bought a knife. Then he sat in his car outside Hanlin Garden and thought about what he would do with it. And the version he settled on was one where he made me watch first, and he was still sitting there at 2 in the morning without having gone anywhere near the building. He does not have it in him. I want to be fair to him about that. He has never had it in him on any of the days. But a man can carry a knife for a long time before he finds out. I overslept on the morning of my promotion. Of course I did. I had spent most of the night on the floor beside a sofa with my hand on my wife's abdomen, keeping the thing in her head asleep, and my body had finally submitted an objection. She was up and dressed before me, and she had put on the kind of clothes you wear to something. She was coming as family. Behind us, an Audi came down the Manhwa Road slip lane, and behind the Audi came a car driven by Lin Chen, who had been following us since the gate and was not looking at the road at all. He came within about half a meter of the back of it. The Audi was an old A6, and the plate on it was 5 digits that were almost all zeros, and if you know anything about plates in this province, you already know what a number like that means. The driver, a young man called Xiao Li, wrote the number of Lin Chen's car on the back of his hand at the next light with the intention of putting it on the traffic blacklist that afternoon. The old man in the back seat looked out of the side window and said nothing at all. The yard at Xiaobei was in full dress uniform. I had asked for no ceremony. Chief Chen had agreed to no ceremony. What I got was every officer at that station lined up in the yard in the cold, and my wife standing in the family row, and a car from the provincial department parked across 2 spaces because Deputy Director Zhao had come in person. Nobody at Xiaobei could remember a deputy director of the provincial department setting foot in that station, not visiting, not passing through. Ever. He pinned it on himself. 1 bar and 2 stars. 2nd-level police supervisor. 4 months and 11 days out of the academy. The youngest in a province of tens of thousands. Then Director Go Xiaojun took Chief Chen aside in front of everybody and gave him 2 instructions. Enter Lin Kai for the national selection of the top 10 young police officers, and enter him for the national elite police competition, which happens every 3 years and for which this province sends exactly 2 people. Z gave me a lift afterwards. He asked me to sit in the back with him. You don't know who I am, he said. You are the deputy director of the provincial department. My father, he said, was at Wu Zhiqiang's birthday. He had a bad leg for 30 years. He walked into my house last week without his stick. I said nothing, which is usually correct. I have a neck, he said. 10 years. I've seen everyone. I put 2 needles in him on the back seat of a moving car and told him it would take another 2 in 10 days to finish it, and gave him 2 bottles of the wine out of the boot. He held onto my hand for a moment when I got out. Stop calling me deputy director, he said. You call me Uncle Zhao. I stood on the pavement and watched that old Audi drive off and thought about the fact that a man in a car behind us that morning had come within half a meter of rear-ending the person who had just handed me 2 stars. Then the competition entry came back rejected. 3 years of service minimum. It is in the regulations. It is not ambiguous. And I had 4 months. A secretary at the provincial department named Xiao Wen had read the file, applied the rule correctly, and stamped it. And there was nothing wrong with anything he did. She overruled him personally the same afternoon. I have thought about that too. I did not ask him to. Nobody asked him to. A deputy director of a provincial department reached down through 4 layers of his own organization to put 1 name back on 1 list because a young man in the back of his car had spent 90 seconds on his neck. That is how it works. I am not going to pretend I did not benefit from it, and I am not going to pretend it is right. Here is what the competition is. Provincial selection first. 5 kilometers cross-country with a loaded pack, and the top 20 go through. Then shooting, 30 rounds, and the top 10 go through. Then free fighting, top 5. Then criminal investigation skills, and the top 2 go to the national competition. 2 slots for the entire province. I had 10 days, which brings me to Gao Min, and I'm going to introduce her properly because she deserves better than the way she arrived in my life. Everybody at Xiaobei calls her the station flower, which is a stupid thing to call a colleague, and I have called her it myself. She works the household registration desk, documents, huku transfers, the endless paperwork of people's lives. She is on that desk because her father was a police officer who was killed on duty when she was 11, and Chief Chen has spent 4 years quietly making sure she is never sent anywhere with a risk attached to it. Her mother is a force of nature who telephones him, and she was in love with me, and I knew, and she knew I knew, and neither of us had ever said a word about it because there was nothing to say. I have a wife. She came in on her day off in uniform to ride patrol with me. The call came at 10:30. Garden Community, Block 4. A woman saying her husband was beating her. The woman was Song Li. She had a split lip and a mark on her cheekbone, and she was apologetic about having called. The man gave his name as Li Hua and said it was a misunderstanding, and the actual cause, when we got it out of her, was not the marriage. It was a burglary. Somebody had come in through the kitchen window while they were both out and taken the cash from the drawer, and he had lost his temper about the money, so I worked the scene properly, which is what you do even when it is 4,000 yuan, and nobody expects anything. Dusting kit, tape, the window frame, the drawer, the inside handle of the kitchen door, and the whole time I was doing it, the husband stood behind me and watched my hands, not the window, not his wife, my hands, and the tape, and the little cards I was pressing them onto. I got 3 sets of prints. At the forensics office, I got lucky again in the ordinary way, which is that the technician on shift was a man called Guo Chun, who had been 2 years above me at the academy and was pleased to see somebody from the old dormitory. The first set was Song Li. The second set came back as Wu Kai. Prior conviction for theft, served 14 months, and currently resident at room 402, building 1, garden community. The burglar lived 4 floors up from the flat he burgled. It took us 9 minutes to find him. The third set took 90 seconds longer, and when it came up, Guo Chun stopped talking and turned the monitor around. Li Gang, male, 34, wanted at A level. 4 years earlier, he had killed his fiance's parents over the size of a dowry. Then he had gone to another province and paid for surgery on his face and bought an identity and disappeared. The identity he bought was Li Hua. He had been living in that flat as Song Li's husband for 2 years and 3 months. He had stood behind me for 40 minutes and watched me lift his fingerprints off his own kitchen window and had said nothing and had let me leave. On the drive back, Gao Min told me how she felt about me. She did it plainly and quickly, looking out of the windscreen in about 4 sentences, and then she said that she was not asking for anything and did not want an answer, and that she had needed to say it once so she could stop carrying it. I said the only honest thing available, which was that I was married and that she was one of the best officers at that station. She said thank you, and then she changed the subject to the fingerprints. And that was that. I have gone over that conversation many times. We took Li Gang at 11 the next morning. The plan was to go in for Wu Kai on the 4th floor and take Li Gang afterwards with a proper team, and it fell apart in the corridor when he came out of the flat with a bag of rubbish and saw 4 of us. He ran back inside. I got the door before it shut, and he came at me with his hands, and I broke his right hand with 1 punch. That is not a figure of speech. I hit the hand, and then he got behind Song Li. He had a knife off the kitchen counter, and he had his wife in front of him, and she was saying his name, the false one, over and over. He stabbed her while she was standing in front of him as his shield while she was saying his name. He put the knife into her side to prove to the 4 of us that he would. Then Gao Min put her sidearm on the floor and walked forward. What she did was not a moment of madness. She took 2 seconds. She looked at the woman bleeding in his arms, and she looked at me, and then she put her weapon down and stepped into the room and said, "Take me instead. She needs a hospital, and I don't. Let her walk out." He let Song Li go. Then he cut Gao Min across the face, left temple, diagonally down across the cheekbone, about 10 centimeters. He did it fast and for no tactical reason at all, and then he put the knife into her chest. I got my hand on the blade, I closed my fist on it and pulled it out of her, and I do not remember deciding to do that, and I killed Li Gang with the next movement. 1 punch. I did not choose the strength. There was no calculation of any kind. There was a woman going down in front of me and a man with a knife, and my body did the rest, and he was dead before he reached the wall. The first man I have ever killed. His face, in the last part of a second, had the specific expression of somebody who has just understood something. I have gone over that too, more than the other conversation. There is nothing funny in the next part, and I am not going to try. She had an arterial bleed from the face wound, and she was going out fast, and the ambulance was 6 minutes away. I put needles in, 3 of them, into points that close a vessel above the wound, and the bleeding slowed and then stopped, and it should have been enough, and it was not, because her pulse under my fingers was going flat and thready and shallow. So I put my palm on her and gave her true key until there was nothing left in me. Deputy Chief Cao Lei took a police car out in front of that ambulance and drove ahead of it through 5 sets of lights. She came off the table alive. The surgeon who did it came out and said it in the flat way they say things, that the chest wound was survivable, that she had been very lucky about the angle, and that whoever had stopped the facial bleeding in the corridor had saved her life outright. Then he said the other part, a 10-centimeter facial laceration through the dermis stitched under emergency conditions. It will heal. It will heal into a raised white line running from her temple to her jaw, and no ordinary medicine in this country is going to prevent that. There was a doctor in that hospital that week from Beijing. Dr. Z, a visiting surgeon from Peking Union, running a teaching rotation. He had watched the corridor footage of the needles. He came and found me in the waiting area and asked, without any preamble at all, whether I would teach him, and offered in exchange to personally supervise any patient I named in Beijing for as long as they were there. I did not answer immediately, because the hospital he works at is the hospital where my wife's grandmother has been lying in an intensive care bed for 1 year and 8 months. I did not tell him that, and I did not accept, and I did not refuse, and I got his card. Chief Chen sat in that corridor with me for 4 hours. At some point in the middle of the night, he started talking, mostly to keep himself upright, about how there was probably a cream for scars now, something modern, something they had invented, and how his sister-in-law had used something after a cesarean, and you could barely see it. He was inventing it out of nothing. He was making up a medicine in a hospital corridor because a young woman he had spent 4 years protecting was upstairs with her face opened, and he could not stand to sit there with nothing to say. And I sat up because he had just reminded me of the third recipe. I had been given 3 lost formulas in a hospital room a month and a half earlier. The medicinal wine, which had made 6 million yuan, the stomach treatment, which I had not touched, and a beauty and skin formula that had been made for empresses, which I had skimmed, filed under things rich women will pay for, and completely forgotten. I pulled it up in my head and read it properly for the first time. There are 2 ways to make it. The first is as a paste. Steep, grind, strain, and you get a cosmetic. Good skin, nothing more. The second way is to refine it in a small tripod furnace over a low flame, driven with true kuai for somewhere between 8 and 14 hours. And what comes out of the second way is one pill that can pull a person back from a terminal illness. And underneath that, in the way that the old texts always put the important thing last, as a byproduct of the refining, there is a residue, waste, sludge left in the bottom of the furnace, which heals a wound without leaving a scar. I sat in that corridor at 4 in the morning and read that twice. A pill that cures the incurable, and my wife had 10 days at a time. Chief Chen also, at some point during that night, booked me a shooting range, an abandoned military range in the northern suburbs, unlimited ammunition, courtesy of Director Guo's competition budget. I did not ask for it. I found out about it 3 days later. The domestic sequence that follows, I will summarize briefly, because it was the only funny thing that happened that week, and I need it here for my own sake. I picked up the wrong bottle in the bathroom and used my wife's facial cleanser on a pair of black stockings in a house where Wu Tingting was staying, and the resulting conversation went on for 40 minutes and involved 3 separate wrong conclusions. And that night, because Tingting had the 3rd bedroom, my wife and I shared a bed on purpose for the first time. She drew an actual line down the middle with her hand and explained the rules. Nothing happened. I want to be extremely clear that nothing happened. She fell asleep on her own side of the line, and then, at some point in the small hours, arrived on mine, and I lay there awake with my wife's head on my arm doing sums about tripod furnaces. And in the morning, there were 5 stars over her head. 5. I had never seen 5. I had theorized about 5. 2 is a trinket, 3 is a master level discipline, 4 is grandmaster, and 5 was a thing I had assumed I would never see, and I had a fairly good idea by then of what the system was measuring, and it was not what I had originally thought. I touched it. Congratulations to the host on obtaining the grandmaster level hacking skill and the master level firearms proficiency skill. 2. It gave me 2. The firearms first because it was the smaller one. Master level 95% on a range, 80% under fire, and crucially, it was listed as upgradable, and the way you upgrade it is by feeding it rounds. The more you fire, the higher it goes. I had an abandoned military range, and unlimited ammunition, and a competition in 10 days, but I sat up in that bed and stared at the wall because of the other one, grandmaster level hacking. The school deleted their footage on the evening it happened. The internet remembers, but first I needed a furnace. A small tripod furnace, bronze, of a specific size and wall thickness, which is not a thing you buy in a shop. It is a thing you buy in an antique market from a man who thinks you are decorating. So we went back to Jubaozhai, and when we walked in, my father-in-law was standing at the counter, Ling Huayuan, who had not spoken to his daughter in 2 months, who had frozen her cards and phoned her friends, who was, at that moment, negotiating for a piece of calligraphy while the companies with his name over the door lost market share in 3 provinces at once. That is what men like him do when it is going badly. They buy something old. He looked at his daughter, she looked at him, neither of them left. He bought a censer, a mid-Qing imitation of a Xuanda piece, and shopkeeper Zhang quoted him 30,000, and he knew perfectly well that a man called Old Zhang had paid 80,000 for the same object a year earlier, and he was pleased with himself about the whole transaction. Then he pointed at the wall and offered 5 million yuan for the 4 characters hanging there, an old steed in its stall. Shopkeeper Zhang, to his eternal credit, said it was not for sale, and then being a dealer, could not resist adding that the man who had written it was standing about 2 meters to his left. My father-in-law looked at me, then he laughed. Not cruelly. That is the thing I want to be accurate about. He laughed the way a reasonable man laughs when he is told something absurd, and then his face changed because a second thought had arrived, which was that his daughter had put this shop up to it. He decided in the space of about 4 seconds that the whole thing was staged. The calligraphy, the price, the shopkeeper, all of it, arranged to make him accept the marriage. He left without buying it. He took the censor. We bought the furnace 3 days later, and I am going to tell that part out of order because what happened in between matters more. She went to see her mother, and while she was there, her father came home, and she did the thing daughters do, which is that she stood behind his chair and rubbed his shoulders without being asked, and for about 11 minutes, it was fine. Then she mentioned me. He did not shout. He started to stand up to leave the room, and then he stopped, and his right hand did not do what he told it to. His mouth pulled down on one side. He tried to say something and produced a sound instead of a word, and then he went sideways out of the chair. She called me before she called an ambulance, which is either the best or the worst decision she has ever made. I was 11 minutes away. I did those 11 minutes in 4. Cerebral infarction, a clot in the brain, right side gone, speech gone, and the window in which you can do something about it is measured in minutes and had already started. I got a 7-inch gold needle into Bai Hui at the crown of the head with true key behind it. His eyes came back first, then I threaded needles in through the nostril, both sides, the same technique I had used on an 8-year-old on a trolley, and drew the clot out along the gold. 25 minutes. His wife stood in the doorway with both hands over her mouth for all of it and did not make one sound. He sat up on his own living room floor and said in a completely clear voice, "What are you doing in my house?" Then he stood up, unassisted, and moved all 4 limbs and looked at his own hands. His wife was crying. His daughter was crying. I was gathering needles off a carpet, and Ling Huaiwen straightened his shirt and looked at me and said this. "Thank you. That does not change anything. My conditions were clear. Police superintendent inside 3 years. Until then, there is no marriage in this family, unless I'm dead." He said it standing on the carpet where he had been lying 11 minutes earlier. My reaction was that I respected it. I did not like it. That is a man who does not adjust his terms because he is grateful, and I would rather deal with that than with somebody who folds and resents me for it later. Then I took his pulse, because that is a reflex now, and I stopped. I checked the other wrist, then I went back to the first one and held it longer than I needed to, and he asked me what I was doing, and I said I was making sure the clot had cleared. That was a lie. There was something underneath, not a death pulse, nothing like my wife's. Something much fainter and much further back, the first faint signature of a thing that had not started doing damage yet in a man who felt fine, terminal, 2 years out, perhaps 3. I did not say it in that room. There is a way to tell a man that, and it is not in front of his wife 11 minutes after a stroke. The furnace fight happened the same afternoon, and it was, in the circumstances, extremely funny. My wife walked into her father's collection room and took the bronze tripod furnace off the 3rd shelf. "You can't take that. Everything you own is going to be mine eventually," she said, "so I'm taking it early." He then refused on principle to pay for something he had not agreed to give away, which meant we had to buy it from the shop it had come from, which meant we drove it back to Jubaoshi so that shopkeeper Zhang could sell it to us. 300,000 yuan out of my wife's own account, and Zhang, who had watched me write 4 characters, offered a different deal, the furnace, and a Hechin jade hairpin out of his private case for 3 characters. I wrote Jubaozhai on his best paper with true chi in the brush, and it took under a minute, and it is hanging above that shop door now. My father-in-law came in halfway through. He stood at my shoulder while I did it. He had come to argue about the furnace, and he did not say anything at all because he was watching the brush. When it was done, he crouched down to the level of the table and went over it character by character with his hands behind his back. He knows. That is the thing. He collects. He has spent 30 years buying and being cheated and learning, and he stood in that shop and confirmed for himself that it was genuine, and that it was not early masterwork. It was the top of the mountain, and that it had come out of the hand of a 24-year-old policeman in 50 seconds. His daughter, who has known him her whole life, chose that exact moment. "Dad, if he's a master, if he's actually what you just decided he is, then what was your objection?" And Ling Huaiwan opened his mouth. I watched him get almost all the way to the end of a sentence. I watched a man come within about 2 words of conceding a marriage in an antique shop. and then he heard himself and stopped and closed his mouth and picked up his coat. He left without another word, but he took the case of medicinal wine his daughter put in his hands on the way past, and he did not say thank you for it, and he did not put it down either. She wore the hairpin that evening. I put it in for her because she could not see the back, and she sat very still while I did it, and then she went and looked at herself in the hall mirror for longer than she pretended to. Then she said something I am not going to repeat, and I turned the conversation to tripod furnaces, and she called me a coward, which was fair. We took a hotel room near the hospital because refining takes 14 hours, and I was not going to do it in a flat with a smoke alarm. Two things happened in that room. The first is that somewhere around hour 6, the hidden dragon technique went up a level. I had been sitting cross-legged running qi into a bronze pot for most of a day, which turns out to be exactly the kind of grinding, unglamorous, boring work that the technique wants. Level 2. The Dantian capacity increased several times over. The absorption got faster, and the QE that came out the other end was cleaner. The second is that I failed, over and over, more than a dozen batches. Too hot, and it seizes into a black lump. Too cool, and it never binds. Feed the qi too fast, and the whole thing turns to ash in about 4 seconds, and you have just burned somewhere around 80,000 yuan of raw material, and have to start again. I did that 13 times. At dusk on the second day, I took the lid off, and there was one pill in the bottom of that furnace. Dark brown, about the size of the end of my thumb, slightly irregular because I am not good at this yet. 1. I held it out to her because she has 10 days at a time, and there was one pill in the world. She would not take it. It's for my grandmother, she said, or my father, or my mother. You know, you said you can make more. I said I burned 13 and made 1. Then you'll get better at it. We had that argument for 20 minutes, and I lost it because she took the pill off me and put it in her own bag, and there was no version of that evening where I took it back out. Then I told her about her father's pulse. She called him from that hotel room. I heard both halves because of the ears. He did not believe her. He told her that he had a full body scan at a hospital in America 5 months ago, top to bottom, and that they had found a slightly elevated cholesterol level and nothing else at all. He told her that this was what happened when you married a man who needed to be needed. And then he said the sentence that ended the call, which was that her husband was putting a curse on him. Then he hung up and threw the phone at a wall hard enough to break it, and told his wife he was flying to Shenzhen in the morning on business and to pack him 3 changes of clothes. Her mother took the second call. Fu Meihui is the reasonable one in the sense that she is the one who never says the unforgivable thing out loud, which is not the same as being on your side. She listened. She asked whether the pill was real. She said that her husband was on a plane at 7 and would be gone 4 days, and that there was no possibility of getting him to a hospital before then, and that if her daughter gave her the pill, she would find a way to get it into him when he got back. And then, at the end, when it was safe, she told her daughter the thing she had actually called to say. The Chu businesses were in real trouble. Market share falling in 3 provinces. Ling Huaiyuan had not slept a full night in 6 weeks and could not eat, and that was why he was flying to Shenzhen, and that was why he had thrown the phone. We packed up fruit for Gao Min and a bag of snacks for Gao Ming because my wife thinks of those things, and I do not. I also scraped the residue out of the bottom of the furnace into a plastic bag. It came out as a lump of blue-gray mud. It smelled sour and slightly rotten, and it looked exactly like something dredged out of a river. The corridor outside Gao Min's ward had Chief Chen and my mentor in it. Gao Lihong had aged. That is not a figure of speech either. 11 days had put gray through both temples, and he had not shaved in 3, and he was taking the night shifts himself so his wife could sleep because Gao Ming cries at night when the legs are bad. Master, you look terrible. Go home. I'm fine. Shaolin, I'm in great shape. And then, unprompted, standing in a hospital corridor, he said the thing I had been dreading for 3 weeks. About Feng Mei. It's finished. It's in the past. When Gao Ming is discharged, we're going to live properly, and we are not going to speak about it again in this family. He said it calmly, and he said it looking straight at me, and he was not saying it because he believed it. He was saying it to me, specifically, because he had worked out that I was still going, and he wanted it on the record that he had told me to stop, so that whatever happened to me afterwards would not have his fingerprints on it. Chief Chen, standing next to him, did not contradict a word because he had advised exactly the same thing. I said nothing about the hacking skill. I did tell them where the scar ointment had come from, and the story I told was that I had driven out to Shaolishuang at dawn and waited until evening for an old herbalist who had gone up the mountain to collect and had bought everything he had. I lied to my chief and my mentor about exactly one thing in this world, and it is that my wife knows I can make medicine. Nobody else is ever going to. The ward was dark. She had the curtain shut and would not let anyone open them, and she had not spoken first to a single person in 4 days. Gao Min, said Chen. Look who's here. She turned her head. Lin Kai? Chen made a small noise behind me because that was more than he had gotten out of her since the surgery. Then she saw my wife. I have thought about how to write this part without being unfair to either of them, and I do not think I can, so I will just report it. She looked at Ling Qianru for about 3 seconds, and something in her face closed, gently, the way a door closes when somebody has decided not to come in after all. And then my wife sat down on the edge of that bed and took her hand. She talked to her for 10 minutes about nothing. About which fruit is worth eating in hospital and which is a lie. She promised her a full set of some absurd cosmetics that cost more than a policewoman's monthly salary. And when Gao Min tried to refuse, she said she had too many and they were going to expire, which was a lie told well. Then she said, Lin Kai has found something for your face. You're not going to be disfigured. And Gao Min, who had not cried in front of anybody, had to put her arm over her eyes. Then I got the plastic bag out. The smell filled that room in about 4 seconds. Chief Chen leaned over, looked into the bag, and said with total sincerity, Shaolin, is this the miracle scar medicine you went to Shaolizhuang for? Because that is river silt. Good medicine tastes bitter, Chief. That isn't bitter, that's a drain. Gao Min let my wife take the dressings off. I will not describe what was under them beyond saying that it ran from her temple to her jaw and that Ling Chenru's hand stopped for half a second before it kept going. I went to put the ointment on and made a mess of the first attempt because my hands are trained for needles and not for this, and my wife took the spoon off me and did it herself with a cotton swab, working outward from the line slowly, talking the whole time about something unimportant. Gao Min's face changed about 15 seconds in. Oh, she said, oh, it's cold. The burning stopped. She was asleep before my wife finished the second pass. 4 days of not sleeping, and she went out like a light with a stranger's hand on her face. Out in the corridor, Chen stood there rubbing the back of his neck. It puts her to sleep as well? I don't think it does that, Chief. I think that's the first time she's been able to. 2 days on, 2 days off, until the line closes. That was the instruction, and her mother arrived from out of town the following morning, which Chen was dreading considerably more than he had dreaded any suspect in 20 years. We went to Gao Ming's ward last. I stopped outside the door with my hand up to knock because of the ears. Daddy, it hurts. Can they give me the injection? Please, can they give me the painkiller injection? Gao Ming, be good. The painkillers aren't good for you. Just bear it a bit longer. It'll pass. Daddy will put a hot towel on it. Painkillers are fine. Painkillers are entirely fine, and they are also several hundred yuan a day and are not on the list. And my mentor was sitting in there, wringing out a towel and telling his daughter a lie because he did not have the money and would not say so out loud in front of her. I pushed the door open. Master, stop with the hot towel. Heat on that is going to make it worse. 2 needles, above the knee and below it. Her face came apart in the good direction. The frown went. She lay back into the pillow. Uncle Joe, it doesn't hurt. My wife sat behind her and patted her back and sang something under her breath, and she was asleep in 6 minutes. It is temporary. It will hurt again tomorrow. But she got a night, and Gao Lihong got a night, and I sat in that corridor afterwards and made a decision that I had already made about 11 days earlier and had been waiting for permission to act on. We drove home at midnight. I stopped at a coffee place and bought 2 because I was going to be up. My wife spent the entire drive under a misapprehension about why I was going to be up, which I only found out about much later, and I am not going to elaborate. Across the room in that coffee place, in a booth by the window, Lin Chen watched us leave holding hands. His mother and his biological father were due in court in the morning. Wang Fu was going to be sentenced to death, and Zhang Shufan was going to get years, and he had a knife in his jacket and had had it for 11 days. He did not follow us out. She went to shower. I sat down at the computer. I had been carrying grandmaster level hacking around for 4 days without using it once, and the first 2 minutes were not smooth. My hands could not keep up with my head. That is the exact sensation. I knew what to do entirely and completely in the way that I know how to place a needle, and my fingers were 4 seconds behind the instruction, and I fumbled a path twice. Then something clicked over, and it stopped being like that. Through the school's firewall, their perimeter is a consumer product with a support contract nobody has renewed since 2019. Into the monitoring host in the security office, the night guard was asleep in front of it. I have seen that room on the recording. Later, his own screen turned itself on and off, and he did not move. The recycle bin had been emptied weeks earlier, which was expected and which is not the same as gone. Files do not leave. Files stop being pointed at. 20 minutes of work, and then I had it. All of it. The corridor outside the academic affairs office, the office itself, the main stairwell, the yard from 2 angles, including the gate. Fang Mei telling a school dean what she wanted done about a child. Fang Mei in a corridor in front of a mother. An ambulance at a barrier with the light going, and a woman with a handbag over her shoulder standing in front of the crew with her arms out, and a boy beside her with his arms out too. I packaged it, moved it across, and then went back and deleted it from their machine and cleaned up behind myself. I leaned back in the chair and found my wife standing behind me in a bathrobe. There were 2 stars over her head. I did not touch them, and I would like credit for that. What are you doing? The footage of Gao Ming's fall was removed from Criminal Police Team 1. The school deleted their own copies the same night. I turned the screen. I went and got it back. She sat down on the arm of the chair. She knew all of it. She knew about the task force that arrived before the case existed, and she knew what her friend's uncle had said about a man in the provincial capital. Can you teach me that? It's not difficult. You take this here, and then this line runs the stop, stop. That was Korean. You were speaking Korean at me. I sent her the folder because she asked, and because I make several backups of everything. She sat on the arm of my chair and watched it, all of it, both angles of the yard. She did not say anything at all when it finished. Then she went to her room, and at 2 in the morning, she edited 4 clips together on her phone, blurred every face, including the child's, added a plain caption, and posted it to a Douyin account with 11,000 followers that she had not touched in 2 years. She used to sing on it. That is what it was for. She has a good voice, and she never showed her face. And 11,000 people followed a woman who was only a voice. The caption she wrote was, "Where is the justice for a child who was pushed to jump?" I did not know she had done it until the morning. By 6 in the morning, it had 10,000 views, 1,000 shares, and several hundred comments. An account that had not posted in 2 years with 11,000 followers who had signed up for singing, and it went off like a flare. The comments were what you would expect. Most of them were people being decent about a child. A handful were people asking, reasonably, why the video started where it started and ended where it ended, and demanding the unedited original with the faces unblurred, and those accounts got buried by the rest inside 20 minutes. 300 kilometers away, in the provincial capital, in a townhouse in Jinzhuanwan, a woman came home from a bar at 4 in the morning. Fang Mei had been in that city for 3 weeks, hiding on instructions. No friends there, no family there. Her son parked in a boarding school, out every night because the alternative was sitting in a house on her own. Her phone rang while she was on her way to the shower. Shu Guojun, Sister Lei, sorry to disturb you. Somebody's put a video on Douyin. Well, it's you. At the school. Dars, that's impossible. The video was destroyed. The school's copies were deleted. I checked personally. Sister Lei, I'm looking at it right now. He sent her the link and she watched herself say a sentence to a 9-year-old, and then she watched herself stand in front of an ambulance. She called the school dean and woke him up and shouted at him until he swore on his mother that he had deleted it, and he had, and both of them then arrived at the same conclusion by different routes, which is that the only other copies had been at Criminal Police Team 1. And then she thought about the young policeman whose name Shu Guojun had brought her 3 weeks earlier. She decided I had copied the file before the province took it, sat on it, and released it now to catch her after she relaxed. She was wrong about the method and completely right about the intent, which is more or less how she got everything. Shu Guojun gave her 2 options on that call. The first was to admit defeat, pay properly, apologize in person in front of the family. She dismissed it in under a second. Not the money. She has the money, the apology. The second was to buy an online army. She sent him 50,000 yuan that night and told him not to breathe a word of any of it to the man in the provincial capital, because being smeared online is embarrassing and being caught fixing it a second time is fatal. I did not know any of that yet. I was at a firing range in the northern suburbs at 7:30 the next morning. It is an old military range that belonged to the Jiangbei sub-district before the reforms, and there has not been a regiment out there in years. The iron gate is rusted through in 3 places. The grass is dead. There are still targets standing at the far end, spaced out, leaning like a line of old soldiers nobody remembered to recall. I was early. I climbed the gate because the gate is decorative. I had been there once before, when I was about 9. Public sentencing was still done then, and I sat on the back of a neighbor's bicycle and followed the truck out here with about 40 other children to watch. And what I actually remember is not the sentencing. What I remember is the officers on the back of that truck in their green uniforms. That is the whole reason I am a policeman. A 9-year-old on a bicycle rack in 2009. At 10 to 8, a military green cheetah came through the gate and a man got out of it. Mid-30s, crew cut, dark, medium height, and eyes that arrived somewhere before he did. Major's boards, Lin Kai, Chaobei Police Station. Ding Haodong, Deputy Commander, Armed Police Detachment, Zhongbei. His hand was full of callus and he shook like he was testing the tensile strength of my bones. Then he stepped away, stood at attention beside the car and stared at the gate and did not speak to me again. Instructor, Ding, shall we start? We are waiting for one more. The province has 2 slots. The city bureau puts forward 2 names. I had assumed the range and the ammunition and the armed police instructor were all because of me, and I sat there at 4 minutes past 8 working out that somebody else's connections were probably paying for all of it. At 8 past, an engine came up the track. A black SUV came through that gate at speed, laid on the horn the entire way across the range, and then braked so hard the tires screamed and the smell of them filled the air. The bumper stopped about half a meter from the 2 of us. Out of it got a man in his mid-20s, and Ding Haodong's face changed for exactly 1 second before he put it away. Sorry, something came up. My name is Chen Bo, and you two are... Holy crap. Old Chu, Beijing accent, wide open face, and genuinely delighted. Like, you wanted the field army. My grandfather arranged it personally. When did you become armed police? Bo, said Ding Haodong in the flattest voice I have ever heard a man use. When my superiors gave me the list, I thought the name was a coincidence. Then he did not answer the question. Chen Bo, late without cause, 300 push-ups. What? During this training, I am not Old Chu. I am not deputy commander. I am your instructor. Get that title right. They went at each other for 4 minutes. Chen Bo said he was 2 minutes late and a policeman and not a soldier. Ding Haodong asked him whether he knew what 2 minutes late meant on a battlefield. And then Chen Bo said the thing that turned it from an argument into something else, which is that Ding Haodong was only doing this because of an incident years ago when Chen Bo stole his grandfather's pistol and Ding Haodong, as the guard on duty, got taken apart for it. Ding Haodong went absolutely still. You're a coward, Yastali said. You are afraid of the work, and you are more afraid of being eliminated in front of people. Your grandfather was hit so badly in a firefight that they had to hold him together, and he went on and killed 3 men. Your second uncle died on a battlefield. 2 generations of that family, and this generation produced you. I am ashamed on his behalf. I watched that go into Chen Bo like a spike. He turned around, and every trace of the clown was gone off his face, and there was nothing there but fury. I'm not a coward. I won't embarrass my grandfather. Old Cho, you absolute son of a... And then he stopped himself. He stood there for about 3 seconds and breathed, and when he spoke again, his voice was completely level. I know exactly what you just did to me, he said, and it worked. So I'll go to the provincial selection, and I'll do your 300 push-ups. Brother, for the next few days, this 150 kilos belongs to you. He stretched his wrists out and got down on the ground. Then his phone rang, and it had the same ringtone as mine, which is a police recruitment song, and both of us reached for our pockets, and I felt an entirely stupid rush of fellow feeling about it. Instructor Ding, I have to take this. He answered it before permission arrived. Hello? Oh, it's you. How did you get this number? Ah, the one I gave you to move the car. No, honestly, there's no need. My name is Hu Ming. Ding Haodong's face went black. I understood why. From the outside, that is a man on his second minute of a punishment making a joke about being an anonymous national hero. Chen Bo, hang up. I can't hang up. That would be disrespectful to the people. Ding Haodong crossed the ground and took the phone out of his hand. This is his supervisor. He is in training. I'm hanging up now. Then he stopped. He's what? He's whose child's what? What happened? He listened for close to a minute. Then he handed the phone back and the shape of his shoulders had changed. Chen Bo, I understand now. You stopped on the way and took a child with a high fever and convulsions to the hospital. That was a good thing to do, and I withdraw my earlier remark. He paused. Late is late. No reason is a good enough reason. The 300 stand, which is when I opened my mouth. Instructor Ding, he was late saving a child's life. Could the punishment be reduced? Ding Haodong turned his head about 10 degrees. Being a nice man has a price, he said. You do his 300. No problem. I was already going down, and Chen Bo lost his mind about it, not gratefully, furiously. He does not owe people. It is the single strongest thing about him, and I did not know it yet. What is this, Instructor Ding? A man carries his own punishment. Don't drag him into it. Then, crouching down next to me, get up, buddy. I appreciate it. These are mine. We're training together, I said. That makes us the same trench. If we get punished, we get punished together. He looked at me for a second. Right, he said. Fine. You're my comrade now, I've decided. Here's the deal. The punishment's mine. You keep me company, and when you get tired, you stop. He got down beside me, and we did 300 push-ups on a dead grass firing range at 20 past 8 in the morning. I could have finished considerably earlier. I slowed down and finished at the same time he did, because a man who has just spent 4 minutes defending his grandfather's name does not need to watch somebody breeze past him. Ding Haodong noticed. He told me weeks later that he had noticed both things, the ability and the deliberate hiding of it, and that the second one had impressed him considerably more. Chenbo was blowing hard. I was not sweating. Then Ding Haodong opened the boot of the cheetah. 2 camouflage packs, 2 Type 81 rifles, the old ones, wood and steel. Pack on, rifle over the shoulder. Type 81. Chenbo picked one up with an expression of real affection. It's been years. He opened the chamber. Then he took the magazine out. Instructor Ding, where are the rounds? Who told you we were shooting today? Put the magazine back in. Then what are we? Physical assessment. When you pass the physical assessment, I will consider allowing you near ammunition. The pack was 30 pounds of sandbag, 10 kilometers cross country, loaded. 10. Chenbo's voice went up. The competition is 5. Even by army standards, there's no. You went to military camps every summer for 6 years. You know perfectly well what intensive preparation looks like. Oh, said Chenbo. Right, I'd forgotten about that. 1 lap of the inside wall is approximately 1 kilometer. 10 laps. Last place runs 5 more. He opened his mouth and I pulled him back by the strap because I had a strong feeling that another question would make it 15. I went out fast and then deliberately came back for him at about 400 meters because 10 kilometers under load is not a sprint and he was going to blow himself up in the first 2. We ran side by side and he talked, which was a mistake he made repeatedly. So what's your name again? Lin Kai. Wait, you're that Lin Kai? First class merit, the drug thing? No wonder you looked familiar. A few strides. Buddy, what are you doing at a neighborhood station? Don't tell me criminal police haven't tried, or anti-drug. They have. I'm 4 months in. I'd rather go 1 step at a time. That's disgustingly mature. I'll talk to old Dung about you sometime. Get you moved up to the provincial department. Who's old Dung? Minister Li, top man in our system. I laughed at that, and he let me, and I found out 3 days later that he had not been joking even slightly. He is from Beijing. He was at the ministry, then he transferred down to the Beihai Provincial Department, and now he has been sent to Zhongbei City Bureau for grassroots experience. He thinks the city bureau is the grassroots. I did not have the heart. Honestly, I didn't want to come to Zhongbei at all, and I certainly didn't want to be in some selection competition. Somebody has obviously decided to do my grandfather and my father a favor by putting my name forward. If I find out who, I'll curse 8 generations of their ancestors. Your father and grandfather are senior? Grandfather's retired. Dad's in discipline inspection, not senior, ordinary. Yeah, discipline inspection. In the capital, ordinary. If I actually wanted a career, he said, I wouldn't have come to Beihai at all. I came here because, and his face changed. All of the noise went out of it at once. Brother, he said, you wouldn't understand. At 4 kilometers, he was in trouble. At 6, he was in the state where your lungs make a sound. I moved up 1 body length in front of him to break the air, and I stayed there for the rest of it, and he shouted at me twice to go on ahead, and I ignored him. He finished 10 kilometers under load and then lay down flat on his back on the dirt and stayed there. I had a slightly raised heart rate. Ding Haodong came over and did not mention the extra 5 laps because he had worked out that another 5 would break Chenbo for the week. Shaolin, you've trained before. I ran a 5-kilometer cross country once at the academy without a pack. Never since. He looked at me for a long moment. Later, I found out what was going through his head. He was called the king of soldiers in his field unit. His own loaded 5-kilometer time is around 18 minutes, which is a number that makes special forces selectors put their coffee down. He had just watched me run 10 with 1/3 of a tank left. Have you thought about the army? He said, not as a conscript. Enlist, take the academy exam, come out and lead a company. With that body, after some blood and fire, you could be something. Instructor Ding, that's a genuine honor. I have a career and I have a family. He nodded and did not push it, and that is another thing I liked about him. Your loaded 5 is not a problem. Rest 10 minutes and I'll teach you some hand-to-hand. Chenbo, still on his back, waited until the car door shut. Then he got his phone out, gestured at me to be quiet, and made a video call. The girl who answered had a thin face and skin the color of paper, and her hair was flat against her head the way it goes when somebody has been in bed for a long time, and the only living thing in that picture was her eyes. And Chenbo turned into a completely different man. Every trace of the noise was gone. He went soft all the way through. What's Chen Yu doing? Have you taken your medicine? Brother Bo, I only just woke up. Not yet. Little lazy cat, take it now. I'm watching. She took a handful of tablets on camera and then her face pulled. Chen Yu, has it started again? It's fine. It'll pass. Don't worry about me. If it gets bad, get Auntie Zhu to take you in. I'll come back tonight. Don't. Zhongbei is a long way, and it isn't safe to drive at night. Auntie Zhu is here. I'm fine. All right, I'll be back in a few days, and I'll bring you the cakes you like. He talked for another 3 minutes about nothing, and when he saw her getting tired, he made the excuse himself so she would not have to. Then he hung up and lay there looking at the sky. Who's the little girl? I said. Your sister? That's my girlfriend, thank you very much. He told me the whole thing in about 4 minutes, flat on his back on a firing range. He met her a year ago by chance, traveling in Baye. He was going through a bad patch. She smiled at him, and by his own account, he has not fully recovered from it. He asked her name, and she would not tell him. She just smiled. Then he requested a transfer out of the ministry to the Baye Provincial Department to be near her, which is a career decision that people in his world do not make and do not forgive. She had feelings for me too. She kept refusing me for months because she's dying, and she didn't want to hang that around my neck. I told her I didn't care. I tried everything to get her treated. I failed at all of it, but I wore her down, and eventually she said yes. He was quiet for a second. Doctors give her 3 months. I want to have a wedding first. Then he sat up, wiped his face with the back of his hand very fast, and put the whole thing away. Was I being sentimental just then? Ignore me. I've been at the provincial department a while, and I haven't got a single actual friend down here. Nobody to say it to, and then you go and do 300 push-ups for a stranger. So out it all comes. Don't laugh at me. Old shoe, I'm not laughing. You gave up your career and stayed with a dying girl. I don't know many people who do that, and my father says I'm a sentimental idiot. He says it's my best quality and my worst one. He shrugged. I do what I like. You two, have you rested enough? Ding Haodong was standing 30 meters away with his hands behind his back. Fall in. Chenbo got up and his calf went, and he went down on one knee and swore, Old Zhu, are you all right? Let me ask him for a few more minutes. Don't, never plead with Old Chu. It only makes it worse. It's a cramp. Minor injuries don't leave the front line. He got up, took 2 steps, and went down again, face first, and the ground out there is gravel and broken tile. I got a hand in his collar about 20 centimeters before his face reached it. He hung there for a second and then looked up at me, and I could see him working out that a man had lifted 150 kilos of dead weight one-handed with a straight arm. Damn, he said. I nearly redecorated my own face. Thanks. Ding Haodong arrived and started on him immediately, and the criticism was accurate, which is why it landed. 10 kilometers, and your legs have gone. Where is the tough guy from this morning? Chen Bo went red and could not answer. Next, Acharu, make Shen, said Ding Haodong, that is close quarters combat. You both learned some at your academies, and I imagine you learned it badly. What I am teaching you is the Black Dragon 18 hands. It is a restricted grappling set. It is too lethal for a competition, so I have modified it. 1 or 2 of these, at the right moment, will do things your opponent has never seen. I was interested. I know a great deal of hand-to-hand, and I did not know that set. Then I looked at Chinbo, who was swaying like a man on a boat. Instructor Ding, could he sit this one out and start tomorrow? Ding Haodong turned all the way around this time. If he wants to rest, he said, he can beat it out of me. I'm perfectly happy to skip the lesson, which is nonsense, and he knew it was nonsense. Chenbo protested on his own behalf, which was decent of him. He pointed out that Ding Haodong has practiced since childhood, that his grandfather chose him as a personal guard out of an entire regiment, and that 3 of him would not be enough. So just say you want to run me into the ground and be done with it. Ding Haodong ignored him completely. He was looking at me. I understood what he was doing. He had a man in front of him who had run 10 kilometers under load without emptying the tank, and he had no idea what else was in there, and he needed to know before he could teach me anything. Lin Kai, you want to stand up for him? Fine. Stand in for him. Beat me and he rests. Do you dare? Chenbo grabbed my sleeve with both hands. Don't. Lin Kai, do not. Old Chu came 3rd in the all-army skills competition. 3rd in the whole army. You'll go home with your face rearranged and you'll be explaining it for a fortnight. Old Shu, I know what I'm doing. You do not know what you're doing. That is exactly the problem. Instructor Ding, I said. A friendly bout. We stop at the point. I stepped out. He stood there with his hands loose and adopted an air of tremendous patience. Lin Kai, I'll give you 3 free moves. Attack. Instructor Ding, I said. I rather you didn't. He took it as a young man being polite. I crossed the 6 meters between us as fast as I have ever moved. Baji Quan, Iron Mountain Lean, 70% because I had done the arithmetic in the 4 steps, and 70% was the number that did not put a serving officer of the armed police in a hospital. He got his 6th sense in and his shoulder up. He could not get out of the way. Nobody could have gotten out of the way. The impact went through both of us. He went backwards 4 steps and the last one nearly did not hold, and his face said everything, which was that his own shoulder had not fully deflected it, and something old and previously repaired had just been asked a question. He wanted to speak and could not because opening his mouth would have brought up blood. Holy crap, said Chinbo from the ground, then at the top of his voice. Old Chu, you have no shame. You promised him 3 free moves and you blocked. Ding Haodong looked at him with his eyes watering and could not say the only available answer, which is that if he had not blocked, he would currently be horizontal. Instructor Ding, are you all right? You really don't need to give me a handicap. He got his breath. Shaolin, he said, I did not expect that. You caught me completely unprepared, and that is my fault, not yours. My turn. He came in high and kicked at the inside of my knee, which is a black dragon movement, and which he pulled deliberately because the full version goes somewhere considerably less sporting. I was not there. He punched, blocked my arm with the left, brought the right up in a two-finger strike at my eyes, decided against it in midair, and converted it into a punch at my shoulder. I met it with my own fist. The two went together, and he went back 3 steps for the second time, and I saw his left arm and his right hand both come out of that exchange wrong. He stood there and shook his hand out. His fists are too hard, he said, apparently to himself. Black Dragon isn't going to do it. Lin Kai, I'm going to use Tongbei. It's my best set. Be careful. Old Chu, said Chenbo, delighted, from the dirt. You've already lost to him and you want to keep going? If it were me, I wouldn't have the face to stand there. Ding Haodong did not even hear him. All right, Instructor Ding, I said. I'll use Tongbei as well. He stopped. You know Tongbei. A little. He came in with his arms going like a mill wheel, and it was genuinely beautiful, and for about 4 seconds the two of us stood in the middle of a dead firing range and hit each other with the same style at a speed that made Chenbo stop talking for the first time all morning. We came apart. He had landed 2 on me, and neither of them had done anything. I had landed 8, and I had pulled every one of them, and he knew I had pulled every one of them, and that is what ended it. That's enough, he says in Cheers. Shaolin is stronger than I am, and I am not qualified to teach him. You don't need to attend the combat lessons. He said it flatly and immediately, with no attempt to soften it in front of a man who had spent the morning mocking him. I have thought a lot about how few people can do that. So does that mean I don't need to train either, said Chenbo. Lin Kai beat me. What has that got to do with you? You train. But old Chu, your kung fu is far too advanced for a simple man like me. How could you possibly teach me? I'd rather learn from Lin Kai. He was doing it on purpose. He was enjoying himself enormously. Chenbo, you... And Ding Haodong coughed, and there was blood in it, and he went back 2 steps and sat down on the ground. Instructor Ding, I got to him first. Chenbo arrived a second later and started apologizing at speed, convinced he had made a man cough blood by being annoying. Old Chu, I was out of order. I take it back. Don't do this to me. He coughed again, and this time it kept going, and it was not a small amount. Old Chu, stop talking. Instructor Ding, was that me? Did I go too hard? Nothing to do with you. He got it out between coughs. Old injury. Here is the old injury. He was on a field exercise years ago in his unit, and something happened that he has never described in front of me, and one of his lungs was injured badly enough that he was not expected to survive the helicopter. He did survive it. The damage did not repair. He gets chest pain and he coughs blood, sometimes for 2 days at a time, and there is nothing to be done about it. And that is why a king of soldiers is an armed police instructor in a provincial city instead of leading a company in a field army. And he had felt it coming on during our bout and had chosen to keep going to the end anyway, because his hands were itching. I'll call an ambulance. Chenbo had his phone out and then put it down. No, it'll be 25 minutes out here. I'll drive him. Don't move him yet. Let me take his pulse. Chenbo looked at me as though I had suggested reading his palm. Lin Kai, you're a policeman. Can we not do this now? I ignored him and put my fingers on the wrist at all 3 positions. It was the lung, and it was not just scar tissue. Cold had gone into it at the time of the injury and had stayed there for years, packed in behind the damage where nothing could reach it. Instructor Ding, I'm going to treat your lung. Relax everything. Old Shu, help me lay him flat. Lin Kai, seriously. Old Shu, lie him down. He did it. He stopped arguing mid-sentence and did it. And afterwards, he told me it was the way I said it. I opened Ding Haodong's shirt and took the 7-inch gold needle out of the roll I have carried in my jacket since the day Fang Ming put it in my hands. Gathered qi from the dantian in through the chest wall, all of it, at an angle that avoids 2 things by about 4 millimeters each. Then the shaking technique. Frost formed along the exposed gold. Out there in the sun, in April, on a range where the temperature was already 20 degrees, white frost grew along a needle sticking out of a man's chest, and Chenbo sat back on his heels and said nothing at all for the first time since he arrived. 3 passes. By the end of the 3rd, the coughing had stopped. The cold toxin is out, I said. All of it. Your lung is not going to do this to you again. He lay there for a moment. Then he sat up and breathed in all the way I imagine he had not breathed in years. Then he got to his feet and bowed to me, properly, from the waist. Shaolin, thank you. His voice was not steady. Do you understand what you've just done? I can apply to go back to a field unit. That was what it was about, not the pain. 6 years of pain, and the only thing he said out loud was that he could go back. I made him walk around for a few minutes to be sure, and behind me Chenbo had been thinking. I turned round, and he was staring at me with an expression I had never seen on him, which was hope with the safety off. Lin Kai, your medicine, can it treat a terminal illness? I knew exactly what he was asking before he finished asking it. Old Shu, do you mean Chen Yu? Yes. He came a step closer. Lin Kai, I have never seen acupuncture like that in my life. She's dying. You can do something, can't you? He was not performing. That was the worst part. I know it's shameless to ask a man I met 4 hours ago. I don't have anything else left. I'm not too proud to beg you in front of old Q, and I'll do it if it helps. If you save Qin Yu, then whatever you want for the rest of my life, you have it. I had to be careful with the next sentence, and I knew it while I was saying it. Old Shu, my needles can't cure a terminal illness. Nobody's needles can. Everything went out of his face at once. Right, of course, I'm an idiot. Specialists here, specialists abroad, and I thought, sorry, forget I said it. Let me finish. He looked up. My needles can't, but there is a medicine that can. I've made it once. What is it called? I had never named it. Nobody had ever asked. Rejuvenation pill, I said, which I invented on the spot and which I have been stuck with ever since. Where do I buy it? You don't. It isn't sold. I refine it. If an ordinary man had heard those 3 sentences out of a 24-year-old policeman, he would have walked away. But he had watched me put frost on a needle inside a man's chest 11 minutes earlier, and he was drowning, and drowning men do not evaluate the rope. Brother Kai, my own brother, how many do you have in stock? I'll take 10, 8, whatever you've got. Old Shu, do you think it's a boiled sweet? How many then? I have made one. In my life, on the 14th attempt, and it is already spoken for. How long for another? 3 days if everything goes right, longer if it doesn't, and I am not going to hand you something to hold on to and then break it. It might not work. She has been ill a long time, and I have not examined her. What I can tell you is that the thing exists and that I will make another one and that I will come to the provincial capital myself. 3 months, he said. The doctor said 3 months. Then we have time. He bowed to me too. He is from a family where they do that, and it was worse than the begging. Get up. Go and train. Ding Haodong would not stop trying to repay me either, and in the end, I asked for the only thing I actually wanted. Let us fire more rounds, that's all. I put maybe 40 through a pistol at the academy, and I haven't touched one since I started work. Done. He was almost disappointed by how small it was. I only brought enough for grip and stance work today. I'll bring more tomorrow. Director Guo said the bureau covers training costs, so I'll get a note from the branch and draw as much as you can burn. That afternoon, I put 90 rounds down range, and the skill in my head moved by a measurable amount, and I understood the shape of the next 10 days. It was almost 11 in the morning when my phone rang. Lin Kai. My wife's voice was tight. The video. Last night, I edited it and posted it. It's gone everywhere, tens of thousands of likes. That's good. It is not good. Listen to me, the comments have turned. I stopped walking. She read me some of them, then she sent me links. There were new videos. Not one, dozens. Gao Ming was a school bully. Gao Ming had been tormenting a quiet boy for months, and the school had tried to mediate. Gao Ming had threatened to jump in order to get her own way and had lost her footing. Wu Meiling was a screaming harridan who came to the school constantly to cause scenes. There was footage attached to that one, heavily pixelated, of a woman shouting at a receptionist, and it is not Wu Meiling. It is not her build. It is not her hair. It is not her. Gao Li Hong was a corrupt policeman. I stood on a firing range and scrolled for half an hour while the algorithm fed me more of it, faster and faster, because that is what algorithms do when you engage. They were being reposted from IP addresses in 11 provinces. They were outranking my wife's original on every platform. And in the comments under 2 of them, people had started asking for the family's address, and one of them had the district right. Cyber violence is not a smaller thing than the other kind. If it is not stopped inside about 48 hours, it becomes the permanent public record of a family, and Gao Ming would carry it into her first job interview in 15 years. I did not have an answer. I stood on a firing range with a rifle over my shoulder, and I did not have one. Here is where the money came from, and I'm going to lay it out plainly because the amounts are the point. Shu Gojun was in a foot massage place on Hedong Road with the shutter down at 11 in the morning, watching the numbers climb on his phone. He had taken Fong Mei's 50,000 and gone to a man who trades online under the name Sun Biao and who runs, out of a rented office in another province, a coordinated posting operation of the kind everybody knows exists. 40,000 for the first wave, 10,000 deposit, 30 on completion. Wu Guojun kept 10 for himself. Then Sun Biao told him that the wave would run out of momentum by 5 that afternoon and be dead by the next morning unless it was pushed onto a trending list, and that a trending list would be 200,000. So Shugojeon called Fang Mei and told her the price was 300,000. She hesitated over that, not on principle, because she gets 100,000 a month, and 300,000 is 3 months of it, and there are bags, and there is the boarding school, and there are the evenings out. And Shugojun, who has one skill, used it. Sister Lei, you don't kill the snake comes back. You let them off and they won't let you off, not once they've recovered, especially that policeman. Gao Li Hong's apprentice. I don't think he's the type to let it go. I think he's sitting somewhere right now working out how to finish you, which was true, and which he did not know was true. She paid 300,000. He paid Sun Biao 195 after haggling him down by 5 and kept 105,000 for himself. I want to note something here that I have thought about a great deal since. If Fang Mei had taken the 300,000 she spent on that and given it to Gao Li Hong instead with an apology in a room in front of witnesses, my mentor would have taken it. He had already decided to stop. He had told me so in a hospital corridor with gray in his hair. 300,000 yuan and one apology, and she walks away. She could not do the apology. That is all. That is the whole reason for everything that comes next. At noon, Ding Haodong stood us down until 2, and Chen Bo came over and looked at my face. What's wrong? Nothing. Lin Kai, we've established that you're a terrible liar. Get in the car, we're going to eat, and you can tell me on the way. I found a small place on my phone, 3 tables and a private room out the back, and he did not object at all, and in fact insisted that hole-in-the-wall food is the best food, which is the single most reassuring thing a rich man can say. He got the whole story out of me over 4 dishes. I told him all of it. The pencil case, the tooth, the kneeling, the window, the 5 minutes at the gate, and the woman with her arms out, the case that was opened and killed, the task force that arrived before the case existed, the 20,000 yuan and the waiver, and now this. Then I showed him the footage. He put his cup down on the table hard enough to crack the saucer. That woman, he said, is not just a criminal. She has hired people to invent a version of a 9-year-old girl and sell it to the whole country, and she is doing it to a family that is already destroyed. She is trying to finish them off. Yes. What's your plan? I don't have one. My first thought was to hire the other kind of army and fight them in the comments, and I dismissed it because I'm a police officer and because even if we win that fight, the family's name is nationally famous for the wrong reason forever. Winning that argument cost them more than losing it. Then don't argue. There's borhi where said or talks by report it. To who? I've got nothing tying her to those posts. Not a transfer, not a message, not a name. And her backer is somebody in the provincial capital big enough to make physical evidence walk out of a criminal police division. She's got a backer, said Chen Bo. And we haven't? He sat back and crossed his legs and thought for about 6 seconds. And then something switched on behind his eyes. The trolls are the crime. Forget her for a minute. Organized paid defamation is a crime by itself. The posts are the evidence. They're sitting there in public, and every single one of those accounts was paid by somebody. You arrest the posters, and you find who paid the posters, and you keep pulling. Sooner or later, the string ends up in her hand. There are thousands of accounts. Then we don't do it with a station. I'll operate. You just hold on. He took out his phone. If she wants to do this the crooked way, he said, dialing, we'll do it the straight way and see how she likes a sledgehammer. In an office in Beijing, a first-level police supervisor in a white shirt was eating a lunchbox at his desk with the lid balanced on a stack of files. The phone went. He looked at the screen and shook his head and picked it up anyway. Bo, Uncle Mei, are you eating? Mei Jian, director of the Cybersecurity Bureau of the Beijing Municipal Public Security Bureau, swallowed and said, I am eating. Why are you calling me in the middle of the day? Have you caused trouble at the provincial department? Because Jiangbei is old lose ground and I run cybersecurity. I can't protect you. Uncle Mei, am I really the sort of person who causes trouble? Yes. I haven't seen you in ages. I just wanted to chat. Nonsense. You only call when you want something. What is it? All right, then I'll tell you. And the clowning went out of his voice completely. Uncle Mei, I want to report a crime. Somebody has paid a commercial posting operation to smear a serving police officer and his family. They have manufactured evidence, including footage of a woman who is not the person they claim it is. They are cyberbullying a 9-year-old girl who is currently in a hospital bed with both legs in pins, and her mother. They are pushing for a trending placement, so it goes national. People in the comments are asking for the family's home address, and one of them has the district correct. There was a silence on that line. Say that again about the child. He said it again. Send me everything, said Mei Jian. Links, times, account names, the reposting pattern, all of it, within the hour. Uncle Mei, one more thing. Go on. Make it a model case. Don't just take the accounts down. Take the ones behind them and take the ones who paid the ones behind them. This lot never learned anything from a warning and a fine. I heard the pause on the other end of that phone from across the table. Bo, said Mei Jian. Who is the police officer? He's sitting opposite me. He's 24. He's got a first-class merit, and this morning he cured a lung injury the army wrote off 6 years ago. Also, he did 300 push-ups for me because I was late. Put him on. I took the phone. That was the first conversation I ever had with Mei Jian, and it lasted 9 minutes, and at the end of it, he said one sentence that I have kept. Young man, people think this is a soft crime because nobody bleeds. I have been doing this for 11 years. It is not a soft crime. Send me the files. I sent them at 1:30 in the afternoon. 211 links, timestamps, account names, the reposting sequence, which my wife had already mapped on a spreadsheet at 3 in the morning because that is what she does instead of sleeping when she is angry, and the pixelated clip of the woman who is not Wu Meiling side by side with an actual photograph of Wu Meiling, which took 11 seconds to disprove and which nobody had bothered to check. Then I went back out onto the range and put another 140 rounds downrange because there was nothing else I could do that afternoon, and because the number in my head moved every time I did. That is the part nobody tells you about waiting. You still have to do something with your hands. Mei Jian's people did not go after the accounts. That is the whole difference between a takedown and a case. 211 accounts is a mess of students and housewives and men in 3 provinces earning 4 yuan a post, and arresting them achieves nothing except 211 sad files. They went for the money. The posting operation was run out of a rented floor of a business park in another province, 11 staff, 400 controlled accounts, and a boss trading under the name Sun Biao. The bureau took that office on the morning of the second day with the local force, and they took the machines and they took the accounting, and the accounting was in a spreadsheet because it always is. One line in that spreadsheet read 195,000 yuan received from a personal account belonging to Xu Guojun. They picked him up in Zhongbei the same afternoon. I was not there, and I am sorry about that. By all accounts, he told them everything before the interview formally started, not under pressure, not after a night. He sat down and started talking about Sister Lei the way a man empties a bag on a table, and he did it because he had worked out in the car that 105,000 yuan of that money was in his own account, and that the only currency he had left was her. His phone had 2 years of it, voice messages, transfers, photographs of the disclaimer he had taken to the ward, a message from her in writing in her own account saying that she wanted the family finished, that she wanted the child unable to attend school and the father dismissed from his job. Those are her words. I have read the transcript, and here's the thing about a cyber case that made all of it work and which I did not understand until Mei Jian explained it to me later. The child falling from that building was a Zhangbei matter, and Zhangbei was where the pressure could be applied. Organized paid defamation across 11 provinces aimed at a serving police officer's family is not a Zhangbei matter. It belongs to a bureau in Beijing, and once a director in Beijing has his name on a file, the number of people who can quietly make it not exist drops to approximately 0, and none of them live in this province. They arrested Fang Mei at 9 in the morning on the 4th day in the provincial capital, coming out of the townhouse in Jinzuanwan. She told them who her godfather was. Twice on the pavement and once in the car, nobody replied to her, which she found more frightening than an argument. And then because a defamation file was now open, and because it required establishing what the defamatory statements were being made about, everything underneath it had to come back up. That is the part I still think about. They did not reopen the case about Gao Ming. They could not. It had been closed by people far above anyone I know. They opened a case about lying, and the only way to prove the lying was to establish the truth. Then the truth was a video of an ambulance held at a school gate. The footage was already public. My wife had put it there at 2 in the morning from a bedroom in Hanlin Garden. It went past 3 million views inside 40 hours of the arrest. And a man in the provincial capital who had spent his career being extremely good with people did the arithmetic that men like him always do. He had protected her 4 times, once when the case was opened, once when the evidence was collected, once when the son assaulted a uniformed officer, and once by having her sent out of Zhongbei to sit quietly. Each of those cost him something, and none of them cost him much. The 5th one would have cost him a conversation with a bureau director in Beijing about why a provincial law and order chief was taking an interest in a paid defamation ring. So he dropped her. He did not do anything as vulgar as making a statement. He simply stopped taking a phone call. Everybody downstream of him felt the temperature change inside a day. The special task force that had assembled before the case existed dissolved into its component parts and went back to work. And the physical evidence that had been carried out of Chen Guang's office came back in 3 cardboard boxes with a covering note that explained nothing at all. Chen Guang signed for those boxes himself. He phoned me that evening and did not say much. He said the boxes were back. He said his daughter had asked him at dinner why he was in a good mood. Dean Lee Jiming was removed within the week and is under investigation for the destruction of evidence and for what he did with the school's recordings that evening, and I do not know how that will end. Li Long, the head of security who moved Fong Mei out of the way of an ambulance and was fired in the yard for it, was reinstated with back pay by the Education Bureau in a notice so short it was almost rude. I went and found him at his home and shook his hand. He is a big, quiet man who was some years ago the sort of person you would cross a road to avoid, and he asked me not to make anything of it. He said he had a daughter too. Compensation was agreed inside 10 days once the school stopped being brave. The number is not mine to publish. It covers what has been spent, it covers the surgeries she has ahead of her, and it covers a flat in the city, which I mentioned because Wu Meiling put the phone down after that call and then had to sit on the floor of a hospital corridor for a while. Gao Lihong did not celebrate. What he actually did was not what I expected. He read the whole thing on his phone in the ward twice, then he went out into the corridor, and I followed him, and he stood at the window with his back to me for about a minute. Shaolin, he said, I told you to stop. You did. I told you to leave it alone, and I said it in front of the chief, and I meant it because I am 51 years old, and I have a wife and a daughter, and 11 years left to a pension. I know, master. He turned around and his face was a mess. Thank you, he said. Thank you, that's all. I'm not going to say it well. He said it fine. Gao Min was discharged 19 days after Li Gang put a knife in her. I was not there for that either because I was at the range. My wife went. 2 days on and 2 days off, that gray sludge from the bottom of a tripod furnace, spread with a cotton swab by a woman who had every reason not to be gentle about it and who was gentle about it every single time. On the last day, her mother, who had arrived breathing fire and had spent 2.5 weeks being the most useful person on that ward, took the dressing off in front of a window. There is a line. If you know it is there and you stand close and the light is right, there is a line, thin, slightly paler than the rest. Chief Chen came out of that room and went down the corridor without speaking to anyone and stood by the lift for a while. Her mother tried to give my wife money and then tried to give her a jade pendant and then simply held onto her hand for an uncomfortably long time. Gao Min put in for a transfer to patrol 2 weeks later. Chen Weimin refused it and she filed it again and he refused it again, and the third time she brought her mother and he signed it and then went and sat in his office with the door shut. I want to record one thing about Gao Min that has nothing to do with her face. She put her weapon on the floor and walked into a room to take a hostage's place. She did that before any of the rest of it happened, when nobody was going to make a video about it. And there is not one commendation in that entire file that means as much as those 2 seconds. Wang Fu was sentenced to death for the murder of Lin Yingwu. Zhang Shufen got 11 years. Lin Chen was in that courtroom, and I was in that courtroom because a victim of the attempted offense has a right to be, and because I wanted to be. He came out ahead of me and waited in the corridor by the pillars, and he had the knife on him. He had been carrying it for 23 days. I saw the shape of it in the jacket from about 8 meters, and I kept walking, and I stopped in front of him, and I did not put my hand anywhere near him. We stood there for a while. Your mother asked me to give you a message, I said. I said I would, and then I never did it properly, so I'm doing it now. She said she was sorry. He started crying, right there in a courthouse corridor, at 26 years old, in a jacket with a knife in it, in front of the man he had been planning to kill for 3 weeks. He put it on the floor himself. I did not ask him to. I could have arrested him for it. Possession of a controlled blade, plus intent, plus 23 days of tracking a police officer's home address, and Chen Guang would have taken it off me in a heartbeat. I picked it up and I put it in my pocket and I told him to go home. I have thought about whether that was correct, and I still do not know. What I know is that his mother is going to be in prison until he is 37 and his father is going to be executed, and that if I had wanted to finish that family, I could have done it that afternoon with 4 sentences. He moved out of Hanlin Garden 2 months later. I do not know where he went. Fang Mei went to trial, and I am not going to pretend I know how the rest of it ends, because it has not ended. The defamation is straightforward, and she will be convicted of it. What sits underneath it is not straightforward, and it involves a school and an education bureau, and a dean and 5 minutes at a gate, and the Sirenel Parkade Sabsh and Idihi, and there are people whose careers depend on that being a tragedy rather than a crime, and they are not all in this province. But she is in a cell. She has been in a cell for a while now. And the thing she was actually selling, the only thing she ever really had, was the certainty that she could not be put in one. That is gone. Everybody in that world watched it go. Her son is with his grandmother in a small town 200 kilometers from here and is not, as far as I can tell, the scum of society. He is a 12-year-old boy who was taught extremely badly by an adult, and there is still time. Gao Ming went back to school in September. Different school. She does not run, and she will never run, and she has a chair at the back of the assembly hall that is hers by arrangement. Her legs ache when the weather turns. She came first in her class again in the winter examinations. I got a photograph of the certificate from Gao Lihong at 11 at night with no message attached to it, and then a second photograph 4 minutes later of a plate of sweet and sour pork. So, let me tell you where all of it actually stands, because I promised at the start that I would not leave you with an inventory. My wife has a death pulse, and it stretches 10 days at a time, and then I put my hand on her, and it stretches again. She keeps the pill in her bag and will not take it and will not be argued with. I am 115 experience points from Grandmaster, and I have spent 4 months collecting them 15 and 25 at a time from knees and shoulders and old men in cardigans. There is a doctor from Peking Union with my number in his phone, and my wife's grandmother is in the intensive care unit of that exact hospital in Beijing, and neither of us has said out loud what that means yet. My father-in-law flew to Shenzhen with something growing in him that he does not believe in because his son-in-law told him about it, and a man like that would rather be right than alive. He came back 4 days later and did not go to a hospital. His wife has the pill in a drawer and is waiting for the correct evening. I am a second-level police supervisor, 4 months out of the academy, which is not superintendent and is not close to superintendent, and there are 2 years and 8 months on that clock. And in 10 days, I go to the provincial selection where 2 people out of an entire province go through, and I have a range with unlimited ammunition and a man who used to be called the king of soldiers who now owes me a lung. 6 months ago, I was standing in a tea house holding a torn piece of paper while a woman with 2 jade bangles explained that I was not good enough, and the most powerful thing I owned was a spine my grandfather gave me. 6 months later, a woman who could have a criminal case deleted from a provincial evidence room is sitting in a cell because a policeman with no rank and no name went out and got the video back. Both of those are true, and I still cannot entirely make them fit in the same head. There is one last thing, and it is the only part of this that keeps me awake. 3 days after the arrest, in an office in the provincial capital that I have never been in and will probably never see, a man who is very good with people asked one question about all of it. He did not ask about the child. He did not ask about the school or the dean or the woman who had called him godfather for 5 years or about how much of this was going to reach him. He asked who Lin Kai is. They told him, Xiaobei Police Station, 24, first-class merit, a wife from the Chu family. The Wu family answer his calls. Deputy Director Zhao of the provincial department stops his car for him, and that is when I stopped being a policeman he had never heard of and became a name written down on a piece of paper in a room where names get written down. I have thought about it every night since. Because there is nobody left above him in this